Oh, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, I took yesterday off. Yeah, yeah. I think I needed a break after my character got corrupted. Yeah, that was a whole thing. And then I had to, like, forensically recreate my character, which was a pain in the butt. We did manage to get past it, though. It took us a little while, but, you know, eventually we got past it, and I was able to get my character redone. It's not the same character that I had before, but it's as close as it's going to be. We did manage to get an rune from our Nightmare Forge, which was pretty crazy. And we're going to hop back into our challenge today, and we're going to see if we can gear ourselves up a little bit, because God knows we need some better equipment than what we have right now. Dear Lord Jesus in heaven. Without a further ado, let's get started. Oh man, nice ice cold water. I love ice cold water. I got 3 more in there. I should have put some more in there, but I'm stupid. God, so stupid, Ginger. I actually had a pretty brilliant idea though for a t-shirt, and I'm trying to get it designed right now. But it's you know what? I'm not gonna ruin it. It'll be a surprise. It'll be a surprise for later. A lot of things are gonna be surprises soon. We got a lot of stuff coming up, and I can't talk about none of it. So let's go ahead and refresh the music panel, because I'm sure this thing's been open since yesterday. Get some music playing. Yeah. Does it seem a little low? There we go. I'd be messing with the sound sometimes. Like, especially when I play them horror games and things like that. I'd be messing with the sound. Screwing things up. That's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's not really okay, but it's okay. Boom. Get another water. Delicious cold water. People be I go over to people's summer houses sometimes, and you know, like I work on their computer, or like I go to my aunt's house or something like that, and I'm thirsty and I want some water, and I'm like, hey, can I get some water real quick? And they're like, sure. And they just like go to the sink and they fill up a cup of water straight from the tap, and they give it to me, and it's like the most disgusting chlorine-filled nastiness that ever existed in my life, in the world. It's like you drink it and it literally, like, you know, it's like holy water, and I'm a vampire, and it like burns as it goes down my throat, and I'm like, this isn't water. It's like, well, I don't know what this is, but this isn't water. I was like, this is unholy is what this is. This is like demon-possessed water with added chlorine. And they're like, well, it does have a little bit of a chlorine. I'm like, a little bit of a chlorine taste? It tastes like you got it out of the pool. And it's a summer day and it was nice and warm. It's disgusting. So you don't even put ice in your water? I was like, no, we don't really drink water around here. I'm like, if that's what you got for water, no wonder you don't drink water. That stuff's disgusting. That stuff is disgusting. That's why I drink distilled water. It's my favorite water to drink. Best flavor, honestly. Best flavor profile. Alright, so we got this rune. And I've been trying to decide what I wanted to do with it. It was a really good find, obviously, and we broke it down to there's 2 things we could do with it. Two things. Two. There's 2 things we could do with it. Number 1, we can make a dress. The dress is really nice. It's got pretty decent stats all around. You really can't go wrong with the dress, unless there's something better that you could spend the rune on. But, like, in general, if you take a look at Duress, I mean, it's got all the goodies. It's got faster hit recovery, It's got enhanced damage on it, which is weird. It also has a pretty decent amount of cold damage on it, which can help to bypass some of the, you know, like the physical immunes and things like that. It's got a little bit of crushing blow, a lot of open wounds. It's got pretty decent enhanced defense. It does have some resistances, really high cold, but not a lot of the other resistances. It's only got 15 on all the others, but 45% cold res. And it's definitely an interesting piece of equipment and could certainly skyrocket me forward. Now, the other weapon that we were really thinking about making is Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon also requires an and is also something that I could potentially make right now. It's only capable of being made in axes and swords, and we are a sword barbarian. Now, the added benefit of Crescent Moon, of course, is the ridiculous 7% chance to cast level 13 static field on striking, which would be absolutely amazing. It's also relatively fast because it has 20% increased attack speed on it. It has ITD, which isn't really that useful on bosses, but it'll help us out on all the trash mobs, so we're not missing. And then it does have the negative 35% enemy lightning resistance, which doesn't really do us any good as a barbarian, but it does actually help the static field and the chain lightning that is actually on the weapon do more damage, which is useful. And then, of course, it has open wounds, which means we wouldn't need open wounds on another piece of equipment, so we could go with something else. And you know, it's an interesting weapon. We were thinking about it, but I don't really have the base to put this in. I don't really have the base for the duress either. There's a lot of stuff we don't have. We do have a bunch of perfect gems at this point. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 perfect amethysts, 1 perfect emerald, 1 perfect sapphire, and you know, with a little bit of work, we could probably end up with at least another perfect of all of those without too much hard work. Maybe like farming a gem shrine here or there. So we could definitely do a little bit more crafting on equipment, see if we can get some more pieces of equipment to kind of like push into higher tiers. Because as of right now, our equipment is pretty terrible, and yeah, it's not good. It's not very good. It's not very good, guy. It's not very good. It's in Soviet Russia, equipment runs you. I mean, literally, my equipment's that bad. It's like, I'm pretty much at the mercy of my equipment at this point. Speaking of equipment, we should probably go over to my equipment. That would actually be smart. Something that you're supposed to do at the beginning of these runs. So, the Mercenary currently is wearing a Zweihander of Leech. Not exactly the most amazing thing in the world, but it's just a life leech. I'm pretty sure I had a better one before my character got corrupted, but you know, whatever. Then the great, I got to have a 24% faster recovery, fire resistant armor, and then he's running an Artisan's Great Helm Remedy with Foul Ort Towel, so he can have resistances. It also has the poison length reduction on there, which is nice. So basically, he's capped out, at least for Nightmare difficulty. He's probably not going to be capped out in Hell. As for me, I have 2 Spirit Swords. I have a Spirit Flamberge, and I have a Spirit Dacian Falx. Neither one of these is weapons that I actually use. I pretty much only primarily use these for buffing. So I use them as pre-buff sticks, like Warcry sticks, essentially, since I can't actually use Warcry sticks, since I'm limited to my specific requirements. So like if you look up at the top left-hand corner of the screen over there, they have P8 Barbarian, so it's players 8 only, Barbarian, Runewords, and crafted items only. And there is a caveat to that, because it's Runewords, then it's crafted items, not crafted items and Runewords. So the Runewords have to be used in any place where the Runewords can be used. So we're basically stuck with only Runewords in the Runeword slots. And then we have crafted items for the non-Runeword slots. And the Barbarian is 2-handed Barbmerk magic only, which is why he's stuck with magic equipment. We also have the Bulwark Helmet, which I rolled really, really well. It was actually my pride and joy before my character got corrupted. And it was one of the items that I actually made sure to recreate properly because I was very upset that it got ruined. This is my Bulwark Lion Helm. I found it with +1 Grimward, +1 Battle Orders, and +2 Shout. And when I rolled it, it got 15% physical damage reduction, and it also got 6% life leech, and it rolled 95% enhanced defense. I ended up recreating it. It ended up getting a little bit more enhanced defense. But other than that, it's still pretty much the same helmet that I rolled, which is amazing. I got a crafted amulet, which sucks balls. I've got a Peace Curios right now for the critical strike damage, really. and also the free Valkyrie, which is a moderate distraction. Probably end up replacing it with something else at some point. A crafted pair of boots that happen to get some run walk and a resistance, which is better than nothing, I suppose. Better than nothing. A life leech ring. Ah, my nose. Nothing special here. Nothing special on the belt, really. Like, it's got some open wounds. It's a blood belt. Nothing special on the other ring either. A little bit of AR, like garbage. I finally managed to make a 10% increased attack speed pair of gloves, which was nice. These are obviously blood gloves. And then for my main weapon, I'm using a strength at the moment in a Zweihander, which is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's not a good weapon. There are a couple other options that I might have. First off is potentially making an honor. If I do decide to use the rune for a duress, then honor is probably my next bet. However, if I decide to make the crescent moon, then the crescent moon, I don't have to worry about the honor, and so we'll move forward from there. And then, of course, I'm using an Ancient's Pledge right now, which I think does need to be replaced with a Rhyme Shield. I think I definitely need to replace this with a Rhyme Shield, mainly because I need Cannot Be Frozen, and it's becoming more and more difficult to just basically do anything in combat when I don't have any kind of Cannot Be Frozen. It would be very nice to have Cannot Be Frozen, and the Rhyme Shield is pretty much the main source of that. These are the runes that I have access to right now. Since this is a Runeword run and also a crafted run, these are highly important for the run. So as you can see, I currently have 4 Dole runes, which could be transmuted up into a Hell rune if I need one. 2 Shales. I've got 1 Soul rune. I've got several Tears, Iths, Nefs, Eths, down to 1 Tal rune. I have no Ral runes at the moment, down to 1 Ort, 2 Thuls, and as you can see here, I've got like a couple of miscellaneous ones down here, like 1 L rune basically, which may or may not make its way into what I'm trying to make. We're probably going to be doing a bunch of crafting too. I think what I really need to do at this particular point is farm. We were thinking about the weapon base for a Crescent Moon, if I did decide to do a Crescent Moon. And that's the Legend Sword. So the Legend Sword can be farmed right now. It's a level 59 item. So we should potentially be able to find this now in Act 5 Nightmare difficulty. So should be pretty neat. Didn't I upload a video testing expanded storage with a mod and it affected loot drop? I don't think I ever tested it with a mod, no. But, I mean, yes, the more items that you can store, the more it affects your loot drops, yes. That's how the game works. So the total number of items that you have in your inventory affects that. It's already been changed with Diablo 2 Resurrected. So Diablo 2 Resurrected increased the personal stash, and it also increased the stash by giving you access to shared stashes, and each one of these affects the total as well. So like now that we have 3 shared stashes and a larger personal stash, and each one of the shared stashes is larger as well, like it already got modified from D2LOD, and it's one of the reasons why D2LOD feels different than D2R, or D2R, because D2LOD is a smaller stash and a lower maximum number of item count, like on your character at any given time, which it's actually kind of interesting because I've noticed that I get better drops in general when I throw items on the ground. So like when I empty out my stash. So the more empty my stash is, it seems like the better my drops are. And it might have something to do with like going over a certain number or something, and the system maybe like resets back to 0, or like I have no clue. But like we do this ritual online all the time where we dump all our items. And it could very well have something to do with that. So today, I think we're gonna focus on farming. I think we need to go kill Shank first. I also had an idea. It's not necessarily an idea that I had thought of, but somebody else had recommended it to me. So there's a recipe in the game that I've exploited before. It's the recipe of 3 chip gems and a blue item, which can reroll the blue item into something else, and you can use that for making money. Well, I was actually reminded that there's a flawless version of that recipe. It's not particularly a high-level item, but the interesting thing about the recipe is that you can use it on blue items to try and get them with like multiple sockets. So I was thinking maybe we take like a blues Y-hander or something and we roll it and see if we can get like some decent modifiers on it. Wouldn't exactly be like a horrible idea for the mercenary, that is. I need a sacrificial item. That's what I need. So the first thing we need to do is let's see if we can find a sacrificial Y-hander in the shop real quick. And we're going to see what we can craft. I need a sacrificial Zweihander. Zweihander. Hander of the Zwei and the Zwei of the Hander. Come on down and get some Xander. Gotta do the Zwei and the Zwei We got a big gold Zweihander. It's a Zweihander. Come on, Larzik. One Zweihander. That's all I need. Just need a Zweihander. I don't need nothing else. Just give me a Zweihander or I'll get the pelts. One little Zweihander is all I need, my friend. A little Zweihander to put inside my hand. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Those are not Zweihanders. Those are not Zweihanders. There's an ancient sword. I can't remember all the. It's Gothic sword. Gothic sword is a exceptional base, isn't it? Gothic sword is average damage 27. It's a little bit slower than the Zweihander, though. I mean, it could work. I'd rather him attack faster, though. Let's just go ahead and buy it. We'll hold on to it as a just in case we can't find a Flamberge. I mean, a Zweihander. Man, I got these like strange little hairs on my mustache that sometimes grow like upward and they tickle my nose.
Afternoon.
Is it not resetting? Because that's the same. This is the same exact one. Is it because I'm not leaving town in this act? Do I have to leave town in this act for it to reset? That's what it seems like. So going out of town to a different act doesn't change the shop in this act. It's really quite interesting.
At your service.
Alright, what you got this time? A corrosive executioner sword. Executioner sword is the Yep. That's the slower one, but that could be fun too. Let's grab that one. Holy Jesus. Why is it so expensive? 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 I mean, if we're gonna use a slower sword, let's use an actual like high damage slow sword. So, all right. So this recipe is really simple. It gives 1 to 2 sockets to the item and rerolls the item. It could end up absolute trash, or it could end up amazing. We could recraft it into like a really good item with 2 sockets, or it could craft into a really crappy item with 1 socket, or it could be a crappy item with 2 sockets, or it could be a really good item with 1 socket. Like, it's up in the air. So let's see what we end up with. Victorious Executioner Sword. It ended up with 2 sockets and the worst modifier that we could possibly get. So we ended up getting the worst modifier with the best number of sockets. So not really the greatest there at all. Not amazing. I need flawlesses to do this recipe. So We have one. I probably should have not transmuted up my flawlesses. Would have been a good idea. I had a lot more flawlesses before the crash too, which, yeah, or yeah, meh. I mean, that's not exactly an awful option with 2 sockets, but it's kind of a sucky option with 2 sockets. It'd be nice if it had anything on it, like life leech or some attack speed or some enhanced damage or something that makes it not crap. Alright, so what I'm thinking here is let's just go ahead and get the hell out of Dodge. We're not hanging around. Let's just leap our way to victory here. And we will slowly work our way up to the top. We're going to farm Eldritch and Shank over and over again as one of the first things we do here. Nightmare, Eldritch, and Shank should be some pretty good EXP. Should be good items. Should be good gems. All sorts of stuff. If we can do it, of course. You know, if we're not pathetic babies. If we're not the big babies. Let's just jump and leap our way all the way through. Plus we get our socket quest, which we could potentially use on something. I don't know. And those little things can fly, and they are super annoying, and they are super fast. Kind of feel bad for that barbarian that I just kind of like trained all those monsters on and then dipped. This is an awful combination of monsters, by the way. The spear cats and also those stupid birds. That is just not a fun combination of modifiers. Alright, at least we got the waypoint now.
Can I help
Waypoint. Waypoint, waypoint, waypoint. Waypoint. I didn't even buff him. He lived. Okay. He lived. Alright. He lived. Alright, let's go get Shanky Poo over here. Come on. I mean, not Shanky Poo. Eldritch the Rectifier. Eldritch the Poopifier. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we got a Valkyrie. Yeah, we'll buff the Valkyrie too. There you go. Buffed Valkyrie. A full helm and a war javelin. So what we're looking for specifically is a legend sword with 3 sockets. That is the goal for the Crescent Moon creation. I mean, is Crescent Moon the best weapon that I could potentially make? No. Is it still a better weapon than everything that I currently have? Yes, it's way better than everything I currently have. By a large margin at that. So, like... Why am I identifying things I can't use? Lion Helm? Battle orders, battle cry, shout, but it only has 1 socket. I mean, it's worth money at the very least. There's that. What's up, Killamotus? Killa, why did you say you hated me? He said he hated me. I saw a comment. He said, I hate you, but then he put a heart after it. That is so rude. I need an explanation, sir. At least these Falcros are easy to kill. I don't like how they run all over the place like little crackheads, but, you know, whatever. At least there's no nests to poop out more of them. One little item's all I need. I'm not being very greedy, 'cause I need an item, sir. If you give it, I have fur. Ow. Alright, sling'ems. A rune bow. Alright. Valkyrie's taking a little bit of action over there. Let's give her some buffs so she can take the hits. Why the hell did you just run into the corner like that? Like, I don't even understand what the hell that was about. I mean, he literally just turned around and just ran into the corner. Character got corrupted yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that it was God that said you'd pay, and he came down and he slapped me right on the booty cheeks, and he said you're gonna have to cry for weeks. That is the loudest sound in Diablo 2, like known to man. I don't know what it is about that specific skill, but that is literally the loudest sound that has ever existed in any video game, I swear. Like, as soon as the stupid shank starts firing off whatever those things are, I don't even know what they are. Oh my god, it is so loud. And especially if it's multi-shot, it's like it just drowns out all sound in the game, and that's the only thing you hear. Takes me so long to kill one monster. So many shots just to kill one monster. Can't believe it takes me so many. Ho ho. I still got the entirety of Nightmare Act 5 still to go. I gotta go through hell with this crappy gear, and I'm probably gonna die from fear, cause I got all this horrible gear on with no resistances. It's part of the song. Can't believe that they made me wear a thong. I don't really like that part of the song. Woo! Right up the cooter hole. Right up the brown eye. You have no choice in what equipment you wear. You will put it on, and you will like it. That's literally my life right now. My life right now is literally just not even being able to, like, choose what pieces of equipment I can put on. It's just like, oh, yep, I have a ring. Yay. Well, is it a good ring? It doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter if it's a good ring. Of course it matters. No, it doesn't, because I got no ring on. It's just gonna go in the slot, because I don't got nothing in there. Oh. So it's better than the nothing that you had. Yeah. Is it good though? It sucks. They always suck. They're terrible. They're terrible rings. Okay? They're terrible. Alright, so we managed to wipe out Shank and Eldritch. Save it, exit, do it again. Do it again. Do it one more time and maybe we will give you some things that are not the poopies. And then you still get all the poopies and you ask us why. Well, it's because we always give the poopies, and that's all we give. They should have known that from the start. We just give the dookies. The dookie pooks. Yeah. Oh, ow. Okay. Oh, yeah. Die, Overseer. Your mom's an Overseer. How about that? You ever watch any of those old movies where they got like the whorehouse and like the old whore like always becomes like the madam of the house? Like if it were a video game and you were leveling up, you know, like you would start out as like a normal citizen and then you would level up to like stripper and then you'd level up to hooker and then you'd level up to like old hooker and then eventually you'd level up to like house madam. Like that's your goal in life. Like you're shooting for the max level, which is like where you don't have to hook anymore. You're just like the madam of the house, and you oversee all the other hookers. Your goal is to lay enough pipe that eventually you will become the supervisor of the pipe layers. That's your goal. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Stop shooting them green things at me. And stand still and get wrecked. Yeah, die. Nobody like you anyway. Damage cleaver. I need a legend sword if you don't mind. I would really like a legend sword sometime. I just need a beautiful legend sword. The slow walking away monster is the unhittable monster always. You know, I used to think it's just that my character didn't run fast enough, but like there's something wrong with Diablo 2 where literally if you just slowly walk away from a target, they won't hit you. Like they literally cannot hit you. It has something to do with like maximum distance of the weapon plus like stopping and then the animation time to execute the attack combined with like the monster walking out of range before the attack executes and then literally like it just never hits the target. Like there's something going on with like the way the game functions, where literally if a monster just slowly walks away from you, they are essentially like invincible for that. It's like you keep trying to run after them, and I thought it used to have something to do with run speed. Like maybe if I was faster, that I could catch up to them and then hit them before they got out of range. But no, I was on like Sanic to Hoojag one day, and I was running as fast as you could ever possibly run in the game, like so fast that like a 200% FCR teleporting sorceress couldn't keep up with me, and I still couldn't hit the target. My character would like run up like Sonic the Hedgehog behind the target, go to swing, and the monster would still move out of range before my character finished the swing animation. That's when I realized that they're just invincible. Slowly walking away monsters are just invincible. They cannot be defeated. The enslaved. A bearded axe, military axe. I mean, we're getting a bunch of items to fall on the ground. Not the items that we want, but we're seeing items fall, which is the good thing. We need a nice white legend sword. I can't remember. Does a legend sword max socket out at 3 or does it 4? Can I just Larzik it? Okay, so it maxes out at 3. So if even if I just get a white one, I could just Larzik it. Good to know, good to know. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Gotta slap down on Mr. Buttface. He's the leader of the whole demon race. You know, I just realized that Shank has got some absolutely killer toenails there. Like, broskies. Can I, like, highlight these toenails here for a second for you? You guys gotta see this. You guys got to see the toenails of doom. I must share the toenails. Dude, look at his toenails. Look at them. Look at those toenails, broskies. Man. Those is he needs some clippers. He needs some bolt cutters. That's what he needs. He's got to get them things under control. Those things are ridiculous. Those are ridiculous. All right. Those are some ridiculous toenails. Alright. Move on to the next one. I wonder if he has those same ridiculous toenails in the classic version too, or if it's just in the new version they gave him the giant long toenails. The toenails of God. Carrion birds cannot drop weapons. So, probably not a good one for farming weapons, specifically the weapons that I want. Now, carrion birds that are elite can drop weapons if there's elite ones down there, but the regular ones can't. I talk about this in a couple videos, but like if you don't know, there are certain monsters in the game that are prevented entirely from dropping like weapons. Like ghosts and things like that cannot drop weapons, vultures, like bugs, things like the things that you would think, you know, probably wouldn't be able to drop weapons, can't drop weapons. And then But like if they're an elite monster, they can still drop weapons. So it's only like the basic ones. Which is unfortunate for me because I'm trying to get a weapon. So if I'm trying to get a weapon base, the vultures are not going to drop it for me. Anybody looking for a list of the type of monsters, it's vultures, the bugs, the swarms, gloams, the ghosts essentially, like the ghosts and gloams, and then the wraith. What are they called? Wraith mages or something like that. I can't remember what they're called. Finger mages. I think they're finger mages. Those guys too. Those guys can't drop any weapons or armor. Just slowly chopping away at these monsters. My weapon's gonna break on their faces is what's gonna happen. What's up, Van PQ? How's it going, man? Oh, nice. Death Scalder. That's an immediate upgrade to Elite, and throw yourself like a Topaz or an Istrin in there. Immediate upgrade. Upgrade that bad boy. Got upgraded. A Mist Paladin and a Principal Dream. I'm alright, Agent. I had somebody tell me something fun today I hadn't even thought of. I don't know why I never thought of it. It's such a simple idea, and I never thought of it, but I had to give credit where credit's due. He was like, I love making a Iron Golem out of Breath of the Dying on a low-level character, and because the level 20 Poison Nova just kills everything, and I was like, wait a minute, you could make an Iron Golem out of something that is really low level. Like, or you can make an Iron Golem out of something that's really high level that you can't normally equip. And I was like, I didn't even realize that. And suddenly some interesting ideas popped into my head. Now, obviously, this would have no implications whatsoever on a high level character because none of these crafts would be useful for a high level character in any way, shape, or form. But I can think of some very interesting crafts, like making your Iron Golem out of like specific items that would probably be really powerful on a low-level character with a like high-level item essentially being used to create the golem. Now the silly thing is though is that this doesn't really have any implications whatsoever for actually like solo leveling up a necromancer, and it would probably strictly be used just for fun. Of like, you know, you're like, hey, I want to level up a necromancer and just have fun with it, and like, so you make your Iron Golem out of something crazy, right? Well, Breath of the Dying is kind of, you know, that's too expensive. It's a Zod rune. A lot of people don't have Zod runes just laying around, especially not to waste on a low-level golem. But you could potentially make a low-level golem out of things that would be like really interesting as far as like what the golem could achieve, if that makes any sense. So I was thinking like a couple interesting options would be things like Rift. So first off, Rift is not particularly very expensive. It's only Hell Lem Gull. Gull being the most expensive rune in this. And it has the level 21 Frozen Orb on attack, which would basically, if you made like your Iron Golem of like a really low level Necromancer and you made your Iron Golem out of it, you would get like a whole bunch of free Frozen Orbs that would do like massive amounts of damage and kill like everything, which could be really fun. A cheaper alternative to that would be the other option, which is Voice of Reason. Voice of Reason is much cheaper at only Lemco Eld, and it has a level 13 Frozen Orb and a level 20 Ice Blast, which could also be really funny on a really low level Iron Golem. I mean, you're talking about like a Iron Golem. What's the level on Iron Golem? It's like 24. So like at level 24, your Iron Golem would be spamming level 20 Ice Blast and level 13 Frozen Orb. He'd be killing everything. Like everything would be dying around him. Another interesting option could be some of the higher level items, like I'm trying to think off the top of my head, like which ones would work. I mean, if it works the way that I think it's working, and that it literally doesn't care about the level requirement of the piece of equipment, you could use these like procking items that don't necessarily have very high level procs, that don't really have much use in endgame, but you use them on like a low level character just to get like some crazy procs off and do like massive amounts of damage. It's a lot more interesting like that way, just from like a leveling standpoint, to just throw one of these crazy items on the character and just let it do its thing. Like Earth Shifter, yeah, a bunch of high level stuff that has like low level procs that would actually work surprisingly well on a low level character. I think there's definitely some like fun to be had there, like in that direction. It could be very interesting. This is my last lemon head rope. The sadness. I had an idea for a character next season, and I don't know what I think about it yet. I'm still sort of playing around with the idea in my head. It's similar to that build that that guy came in and he was asking about, like building a what did he call it? A fireball. Like a non-fireball sorceress. But the general idea would be to use the Paladin's Conviction aura to try and create like almost like a proc paladin or something. I don't know exactly how I would pull it off, to be honest. Like, I'm still trying to like mull the idea over in my head. And another problem with the entire build is that like most of those items are unavailable early on, so I don't know how the hell I would even make that character work realistically. I really just don't know. It's one of those concept characters which might only like start to fully form once you hit like a certain level. I mean, my thinking is like a paladin, a proc paladin. I think if I make it, it probably ends up being smite. I think smite ends up being the ultimate choice there. Allows me to avoid building attack rating, which I think would help out tremendously with the build. And procs do work through smite, so I mean, there's a very good thing there. Like, the only downside to smite is that it doesn't transfer elemental damage, which is unfortunate. But I wasn't planning on building elemental damage charms, so I'm not exactly sure, like, if that's a bad thing or not. I mean, if I did plan on building elemental damage charms, I guess I could go to Zeal, but I think if possible, I'd rather keep it on Smite. Strictly because, like, I think that it makes the best choice for what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to think about my options, though. I'm literally running through the options in my brain right now. Just playing with the options. I mean, Conviction Aura obviously is a really big boon for any kind of elemental build. Especially maxed out, so just running full Conviction Aura would be amazing. I don't think you necessarily need a large amount of increased attack speed to hit the maximum breakpoint, especially if you go with a very fast weapon. So probably whatever we're making is going to be in like a phase blade or something similar. Dragon's Dreams and all that other stuff like require you to use Zeal, and I'm really kind of thinking Smite. Like if you're using Dragons and Dreams, like you're getting elemental damage on your attack, but none of that transfers through to Zeal. And the problem with building that is then you end up with really low attack rating, and your speed of your attacks becomes really low. Like the entire point of this is to proc effects. And if your attack speed becomes really low and your attack rating becomes really bad, then you're not going to be hitting the target. And if you're not hitting the target, then like you're not going to be proccing the effects quickly. Like the general idea of this build that I'm thinking of is the opposite, which is I want to try to attack as fast as possible, and I don't want to have to worry about attack rating. And I want to proc as many effects as I possibly can, which goes along with, of course, hitting the target and also making sure that like the proccing effects are triggering as quickly as they possibly can. So it would probably be more around proccing effects, smite, and a maximum amount of attack speed with Conviction Aura active. That way you get the massive negative resistance from Conviction Aura, and then you're also getting the massive speed for Smite, so you want to make sure you're hitting the maximum breakpoint on Smite, so you're just like holding down the button like a chain gun. And then since you don't have to worry about attack rating at all, because you will have instant hit Smite essentially, or defense really for that meter either, because you could probably also max out Holy Shield in that regard. You could focus primarily on your proccing effects, which is I think where this goes. It goes into the proccing effects specifically. Principal Armor could be an option as long as you can get away with the attack speed bonuses, because then you get a 100% chance to fire off Holy Bolt. That's one proc that you could potentially include in. Although that's not really affected by Conviction Aura, so like it's kind of an oddity.
Afternoon.
I mean, the main hand weapon could be any number of things. You could do Crescent Moon, which I think is a decent option. You could also do Rift. You could do the Voice of Reason. You could do Destruction. There's a lot of various options that are elementally aligned. And I don't know exactly which one would be like the best option for the build. Even like a dual Phoenix setup could be rather interesting from a smite standpoint, because you get double the proc on Firestorm. Phoenix actually could be a very interesting option to add into the build, because Firestorm is a close range, relatively okay fire damage. The Hydras on Dragon used to be good. They're not really that great anymore. The changes that they made to the Hydras really limit them, and they're just not as great anymore. It used to be, before they changed it, where you could have a infinite number of Hydras up as long as you could cast them, and they had limited the number of Hydras by essentially limiting the number that you could cast. And so Dragon was actually extremely powerful in that regard before they changed it, because you could have like an infinite number of Hydras up, and that made things crazy. But now that they put a cap on the total number of Hydras, the Dragon armor doesn't have really the same oomph that it used to. Because the Hydras aren't particularly very good, and the only thing that was really making them worthwhile before they changed it was the total number that you could cast. You know, it was like you could just have like freaking 30 or 40 of them up on the battlefield at any given time. But now you can only have 5, and it's just not as great. I've done some testing with it, and the damage output on the 5 Hydras that you can have is quite low. Definitely not worth building an entire character around, that's for sure. It's too bad you can't make Pride in a one-handed weapon. Or can you? Can you make Pride in a one-handed weapon? I'm pretty sure Pride is only pole arms, right? Because Pride would be a really interesting option, but unfortunately, no shield. So, kind of like rules out anything with that. Yeah, it's pole arms and spears. So it's not just pole arms, it's pole arms and spears. It does have this, which is the 25% chance to cast level 17 Firewall when struck, which is rather interesting. You don't necessarily need physical damage with a build like this, so it could be kind of fun to play around with an item that like gives you something like that. But then you're giving up essentially any other procs that you could have on your shield, and yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm not entirely sure that's a go-to item, but level 17 Firewall is a relatively high-level firewall that you would be spamming all over the place every time you got hit, so it could be kind of interesting. Well, Hellfire Torch isn't the same Firestorm as the Firestorm that the Druid has. There are two different Firestorms, but it's okay damage, yeah. I mean, there's definitely something there. You could do like Fire Claw or whatever. I think that's the general setup with that. You do like dual Phoenixes and Fire Claw, and then you synergize specifically the Firestorm. Where did I find the Rune? I got it from the Forge. That was my Forge drop. The Forge, my friend. The Forge. It was very kind to me. It was very nice to me indeed. It was very kind and very nice. So very nice and so very kind and so very nice.
What do you need?
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. 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 Oh, yeah? Well, send them on over. We'll get him right. And if he doesn't listen, we'll hit him with a flanged mace. Please do not hit me with flange mace. I would not like to be bonked with the flange mace. Please do not do this. Alright, trimp number 2. Corrosive Executioner Sword. 80 poison damage over 4 seconds. Huh. Still nothing really all that great. We'll keep trying. I should probably go do the, like, in between runs. I should probably go to Lower Kurast real quick and open up the super chests and stuff. Because I still need lots of gems and all sorts of other things. And there's, like, a super chest, like, right over here. There's also, like, tons of clickables, and I can just click on everything on the way. Like, it's not really that big of a deal. Just do a bunch of clicking, little thingies, get some gemmies. Should be like, ooh, see that flawless amethyst. Should be a super chest like right up here, I think. Did I forget the location of the super chest? Wait, no, here it is, right here. Alright, this is it. Yeah. Oh, full helm, wand, plated belt, demon hide gloves. Flawless sapphire, topaz, I'll take it all. I mean, it's money in the bank at the very least, and at the worst, it's crafting materials. I'll have to hit these in between the runs, so after we kill Shank and Eldritch, we'll have to do a quick sojourn down here, grab some crap, go back up. I mean, we got, what, like 3 flawlesses right there? That was pretty dang good. Just like 3 flawlesses instantaneously. We can just do that every single time and keep collecting some flawlesses for our little runs here. I mean, I don't have to go around clicking on everything, but there's a bunch of stuff to click on, so... Oh, there's another diamond. The jawbone visor, we should at least check it for stats, right? Nothing. Garbage. A jewel, we need those for crafting. Alright, that's good. That was pretty good. Worth it. Yeah, I mean, we can do this every time. I think it's a good idea. We'll just keep on running a little bit of LK every now and then for gems. Two necro, 20% faster cast. I mean, we can't use any of these things, so sell them to the shop and move on. No need to torture ourselves with items that we can't use. The jewel can go here for later crafting. We managed to get 3 flawlesses. Let's just go ahead and use them and craft this item up again and see if we can get something for the merc. Okay, 38% enhanced. That's better than what we had before. It's got 2 sockets. I don't think we have an Amarin right now. I mean, we could always just throw like a skull in there or something for the time being. Maybe hell it out later or something. I don't know. Or maybe just keep re-rolling it and maybe we'll eventually end up with something good. So the weapon base that I need doesn't drop from lower Kurast, which is why we're in Frigid. I would rather be in lower Kurast, to be honest, because all the super chests and clickables and everything there just make it exceedingly good. I wonder if, well no, because those super chests only drop magic items and that won't help me out at all. I was thinking Sewers level 2. But Sewers level 2 super chests, even though they're higher level, they're not, like, they're only going to drop me blue items. They're not going to drop me white items. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but super chests do not drop white items. They only drop blue, set, rare, unique. Like, they don't drop blue, white items. None of the lightning damage would transfer to the smite, so it would be completely wasted. If you're talking about the tick damage is not going to be worth it. The tick damage isn't even worth it with 2 dreams. Maybe we'll theory craft them later. It'll be fun. We'll have to see if we can figure them out. I'm trying to think if there's a better option than Phoenix Shield. I think Phoenix has a pretty decent fire damage on it with the Firestorm. And, I don't know if there's a better option than Phoenix. Is there anything better shield-wise that has procs on it other than Phoenix? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Shields, shields, shields. Shields that have proccing effects on them specifically. Well, Spirit Ward doesn't have any proccing effects on it as far as I know, with the exception of Fade. Which, I mean, while Fade is nice, that's not really what we're looking for. We're looking for something that damages the enemy, not something that we have to use defensively. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, yeah, lower res procs could be kind of interesting to add into the build. Lower resistance. Superior back to Corbin. Amethyst. Oh, it already is a theory craft drop. Craft. It already is a theory craft. The only question is do I, like, Theory crafted today, or do I turn it into its own separate video? No, I said Firestorm isn't good damage as a skill because it's not a caster skill. So to understand how Firestorm works, you have to understand that Firestorm is not really a caster ability. Let me kill Shank here, and then I will try to tell you what or enunciate more precisely what I am talking about, because it seems like you didn't understand before. Alright, so if I'm a melee character, right? So I'm a melee character. Raw, big melee character. Me have sword, me have shield. Raw, raw, raw. Me get in melee and me smack melee monster. Raw, raw, raw. Me barbarian, big brain. Okay, so I'm a melee character. I've got armor, I've got a shield, I've got block chance, I've got all this stuff, right? And I'm in melee range, and that's fine because I'm a melee character with melee stats, and I have the defense and the resistances and everything that I need, right? Well, Firestorm is a melee skill. Yes, it is a melee skill for a caster. It is the dumbest thing that's ever been invented. So when you are a caster that is building faster cast and mana, and you're generally trying to, like, you know, not be near the monster because you're kind of weak and you don't really have high defense and you don't really have like life steal and other things that can help keep you alive. Like, you don't really want to be next to the monster because it's stupid, right? Firestorm is an ability that doesn't really do good damage unless you're standing directly in front of the monster, okay? The way that Firestorm works is that Firestorm casts 3 projectiles. The 3 projectiles are like silly snakes that just, like, come out of the front of you and then start going in random directions wherever they feel like going. And when I say wherever they feel like going, I mean wherever they feel like going. Half the time, like, they'll start to, like, go backwards and, like, almost go behind you, okay? So another problem with Firestorm is that the damage that's written on the ability, like when you actually look at the ability and it tells you how much damage it does, okay? The damage is divided by 3, all right? And I can pull up the actual page for you. So let me pull up the page. So Amazon Basin Firestorm. And we're going to pull up Amazon Basin because Amazon Basin has the information that we need. A lot of people make fun of me because I use this website all the time. Like, I don't understand why. Like, this website has the information. The other websites don't. So, of course, whenever I pull up a website, I'm going to pull up the website that actually has the information. So, fires 3 piercing missiles that leave trails of fire in their wake. Each of these missiles travels for 40 frames or 1.6 seconds. The central missile travels in a straight line towards the target, while the other 2 follow more random paths. However, when cast continuously, the 3 missiles will follow the same paths each time if the pointed target doesn't change. And each missile spawn statics fires for the 3rd frame after casting it, everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then here it is right here. Displayed fire damage per second is calculated based on 3 fires applying their bitrate every frame of a second. 3 times bitrate times 25 or 256, depending on which one we want to use. Each fire actually applies its bitrate for just 14 frames. However, it's been observed that up to 5 fires can apply to size 1 targets, 9 can apply to 2 targets, and 14 can apply to 3 targets. So what does this translate to? Like, let me give you the layman terms on this. The layman terms on this is that to get the rated value that the skill actually displays, you have to hit the target with all 3 attacks, right? So you can't just hit it with 1, because 1 is essentially just 1/3 of the damage of the total that's actually being displayed. So if it tells you that it does like 10,000 fire damage per second or something, and you hit the target with just 1 of the 3 attacks, you're only hitting the target with 3,333. Okay? So to get the full damage, you have to stand in melee range. So it's a caster ability that you have to stand in melee range with. You gotta be a melee character with a damn mace
to cast a spell to actually get it to do good damage. Which is why I always make fun of Firestorm, because it's the worst caster ability in the world, because you have to stand within melee range to get good damage on it, on a character that you don't want to stand in melee range for. Now, if you're a proc character, on the other hand, which is designed to stand in melee range, then it becomes somewhat serviceable, because at that point, you're forced to be in melee range anyway, and you don't have to worry about the fact that you're in melee range. You're like, oh, well, I'm designed for melee range. I can life leech, I can do everything else that I need, and, you know, like, I'm standing within, you know, the range that I need to hit this target with all of the tines, essentially, right? So, like, in the case of a melee character utilizing Phoenixes as a procking, it works a hell of a lot better than a actual druid casting the ability, because the actual druid casting the ability probably doesn't want to be in melee range at all. The other stupid thing about it is that there are several druid abilities that don't work this way. So, like, Fissure can be cast at any range and goes right underneath the monster's feet. Volcano can be cast at any range and goes right under the monster's feet. Molten Boulder can be cast at any range and shoots toward the target, right? So, like, 3 out of the abilities, like the fire abilities, three of the fire abilities allow you to be at any range you want to be at and remain in relative safety, right? And then here's Firestorm. Firestorm's like, no, to hit the target, you must be in melee range. This is how Firestorm works. And then Armageddon's like, oh, no, to hit the target, you need to stay within, like, a general radius of the target, close enough that they can spit on you. And then, like, so when you look at the Fire Druid as a whole, the abilities don't match, right? So, like Firestorm and Volcano work really well together. They can cast right under the feet of the target. You don't have to be in melee range. They're very good caster abilities. Like, in general, they do lots of damage, and they're just fun to use. Then you have skills like Armageddon and Firestorm, which literally require you to be in melee range to hit anything with. And they're poopy. And then I don't even know what Molten Boulder is, because it doesn't fit into either one of them. It's a casted ability, but it also has a slow travel time. It hits the target. Sometimes it knocks them back. Sometimes it doesn't. Like, it's just something that you add into the rotation for, like, reasons or whatever. But, like, it's never really the most optimal thing. But Firestorm specifically is just one of those abilities that just doesn't really work the way that it's designed. It doesn't do the damage that it tells you it's going to do. And the majority of the time, it doesn't even hit the damn target. Which is the only reason I'm even thinking about it for a proc character, is that on a paladin with a shield, if I'm using a Phoenix shield, if I'm smacking the target with my, you know, smiting them with my shield, right? I don't have to worry about any of this, because they're going to be in melee range anyway, and they're going to be taking the full damage, at least the full damage that I can deal anyway. And so I'll have at least the proccing effect going off, which will be nice. It's just, I'm not sure if there's any other proccing shields. So, like, as a paladin, you have a lot of potential options, right, at your disposal for, like, weapons and things like that. But I don't think there's a lot of proccing shields that you can use. You know, like, Phoenix is a proccing shield that you can use. There's also a Firestorm on the Hellmouth War Gauntlets, which is a pretty decent level of level 12. But it's only a 4% chance, which isn't really the greatest. There's other proccing items that you can use, like Rift and Voice of Reason and Crescent Moon and, like, Nature's Peace, or not Nature's Peace, Wisp Projector, so forth and so on. There's a lot of various little proccing items that you could potentially use. And if you're running Conviction Aura, you can beef up the damage of all of those. So it should be kind of a really interesting thing to, like, play around with. And I'm not exactly sure how it would turn out, but it could definitely be very fun. You could also maybe include a Carrion Wind, even though it's not elemental damage. It would be like free stuns, so you'd get a bunch of free micro stuns and stuff from the Twisters coming out. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I'm running the calculations in my mind. I think I already killed on everything down here. Let me just do a quick double check and make sure there's no Legend Sword on the ground that I missed while I was yakking my lips. Lip yakking. Did I do the lower Kurast run on this one yet? I think I was saving it for after the Frigid Highlands. Let me go double check. Yeah, Medusa's Gaze with the lower res is an interesting idea too, because even though it doesn't offer an additional procking effect, which, you know, it doesn't, of course, it does, however, offer me the ability to reduce the monster's resistance a little bit further, which could be kind of interesting to add into the build. I mean, I'm not exactly 100% sure that an additional procking effect is going to have a massive, you know, like, change on what's going on anyway. So Medusa's Gaze could be interesting. It could be an interesting option. Just to get that additional lower res proc coming in. Isn't it Wind Struck though? Like, I can't remember. Could be a little bit difficult to get the proc on a character that has extremely high defense, like a Holy Shield Paladin, but could still work. Might still work. I can't remember what else Medusa's Gaze has. Doesn't it have Slow's Target on it? Slow's Target would be kind of interesting. Slow's Target, and what else does it have? It has like massive amounts of cold res, if I remember correctly. I mean, that could be another thing with the character too, is that like running full sunders could be potentially a thing, especially if we have multiple procs of multiple different elements. So we run like fire, lightning, and ice sunders, which means we might need large amounts of resistances to make up for essentially what we're missing, right? Because we have like 3 sunders with -70 a pop, which is going to be a lot of negative res that we're going to be like floating on. So it could potentially be something that we have to address as well. I mean, let's assume we did 1 Wisp Projector, 1 Carrion Wind. We also run either Phoenix Shield or Medusa's Gaze. Cody, quit digging, buddy. For the main weapon, we might even be able to swap back and forth between different weapons. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily something that we have to be like stuck with a specific weapon on. Like, it very well could be that we have like maybe a Crescent Moon on one side with a you know, the static field and the chain lightning, and then maybe we have like a Voice of Reason on the other, or a Rift on the other, or something. So like a combination. Maybe we just swap back and forth as needed between the appropriate items. Like, I don't see any reason why having Crescent Moon, as an example, in the mix would be a bad thing, because then we could spam static field whenever we wanted to. So we could just swap over, spam some static field, and then swap back to whatever weapon we want as like our main weapon source. Which, I mean, the static field proc is kind of hard to deny as one of the most beneficial procs. So I mean, Crescent Moon seems like a very interesting choice. Then you could also potentially go with Voice of Reason or something as your other item, or what about Destruction? Can Destruction be made in a... Cody, stop digging. Can Destruction be made in a one-handed weapon? I don't think it can. No. Pole arms. Oh, pole arms or swords. Okay. So I could potentially make Destruction in a Phase Blade. That's 23% chance to cast Volcano... Level 12 Volcano on striking. And we also get 15% chance to cast level 22 Nova on attack. So Volcano, Nova, and a small chance to cast Molten Boulder. 5% isn't particularly high, but it's there. It also comes with a little bit of Crushing Blow, Prevent Monster Heal. I mean, there's something there. Nothing like Vex Low Bird Jock Ho. Definitely one of the more expensive options for sure, but still could be rather fun. Slight problem with this though is that Volcano is half physical damage, so Conviction wouldn't have as great of an effect with Volcano. And then Nova doesn't really have very high damage when it's unsynergized. Level 22 is particularly high, but as far as I'm aware, even level 22 Nova is still going to be relatively low damage. Although at a 15% chance to cast level 22 Nova, it's going to go off all the time. That will be a constant, never-ending, small damage spikes. In one of my videos, I said Phase Blade wasn't always the best choice. Yeah, you're absolutely right. However, in this particular case, we're not using Phase Blade for damage, okay, because we're going to be using Smite. We're not using the Phase Blade for pretty much, or the weapon for pretty much anything. Like, so the goal of this build is to use the Smite as the delivery method, and we really need speed. That's the main thing. We need to attack as fast as possible. So with the Phase Blade, the only reason that you're using that in that regard is because of how fast it is. So you're getting that negative 30 base, and you're ignoring the physical damage of the Phase Blade in favor of the speed of the Phase Blade for that particular situation. So when I say that Phase Blade's not always the best choice, it's absolutely correct. However, we're in a situation right now where the Phase Blade is actually the best choice because we're not worried about damage, we're not worried about the durability, we're only really worried about the speed, and the Phase Blade is the fastest base. Unfortunately, Phase Blades just really do not have good average damage, and they're really not the best base for most stuff. So, like, especially if you're making like Breath of the Dying or anything that you actually are relying on the physical damage for, I would highly recommend not using a Phase Blade because the Phase Blade is going to be very low damage output. But Smite isn't based on the damage output of the weapon, and the proccing effect isn't based on the damage output of the weapon. So, like, it's just a situation where it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what weapon base we use, so we use the fastest weapon base to get the Smite to go as fast as we can possibly get it. We want the Smite to hit its maximum breakpoint, which is, I can't remember what the maximum breakpoint is for Smite, but we need it to go really fast. Like, really, really, really fast. Really, 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 really fast. Faster than fast. So fast that cheetahs can't keep up. Not the cheetahs! I mean, the Phase Blade not breaking is definitely good. I mean, it's an added benefit because there are definitely problems with really fast smiters breaking weapons relatively quickly. But it's not necessary. It's not a necessary component. The speed is more the necessary component than the durability. I mean, I'm not mad about it being indestructible. I'll say that much. But if there was a faster base, I might choose the faster base over it. So what it comes down to, Miles, is like individual characters need individual things, right? So normally, like, do I still got my Area at Summit page up here anywhere? I do not have my Area at Summit page up. This is horrible. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so let's do a hypothetical situation, okay? So in a hypothetical situation, let's say that you needed to make a rune word and you were actually worried about the damage output. So phase blades have a damage output of 33 average, right? But all the other weapons have a much higher average damage. However, the speed of the phase blade is negative 30, which allows it to go really fast. But despite the fact that it's really fast, it's still very low average damage comparatively, right? So if you're a character that needs to make a weapon in a fast base that actually has physical damage, then you look at the base damage of the weapon, and then you look at the average damage of the weapon, and you find the best source. In my case right now, like, I'm actually looking toward making a Crescent Moon myself. And as a melee character that actually needs damage, I still want a fast base, but I want one that actually does damage. And if you look at like the phase blade is a 33 average damage weapon. And the Legend Sword, on the other hand, since I'm a barbarian, I can wield that in one hand. It's 39 average damage with a negative 15 base. The Conquest Sword is 0 with a 45 average damage, and the Cryptic Sword is 41 with a negative 10 base. Cryptic Sword could be a good choice too, but I want to use mine in a two-handed configuration as well. And if you look, 33 average damage versus 72 in the two-handed configuration. So in this particular case, the Legend Sword is probably one of the better options for me. Because I need the speed and I need the damage all together at the same time. You have to like take into consideration what it is that you're trying to achieve. Now, Crescent Moon is a 3-socket rune word, and Legend Swords can be 3 sockets, but they can't be 4 or 5 or 6. So if I'm trying to make a 4 or 5 or 6 socket rune word, then you have limited options. So then you have to scroll down here, and you have things like the Colossus Sword, which caps out at 5, and the Colossus Blade, which caps out at 6. And then you look at the speeds, and you see they're not particularly very fast weapons. If you only need 4 sockets, then the Champion Sword is a decent choice, and so forth and so on. But you look at the Phase Blade, it's got 6 sockets max, right? So like a lot of people choose this because it's an easy option. Like it's fast and it's indestructible. Like those are the two main considerations. Like the damage is very low, and in most cases you use this for weapons where the damage doesn't matter. Like if you're trying to make a Crescent Moon elemental damage character, like a Holy Shock Paladin, my Thor Barbarian, or like other similar types of characters where the damage doesn't necessarily matter and you're really more concerned about the speed, then the Phase Blade becomes a good choice. However, if you're making a character that requires physical damage and you actually want to hit the target with a high amount of physical damage, then Phase Blade's not a good choice. It's usually one of the worst choices in terms of physical damage output, but it's one of the best choices in terms of speed. Hopefully that makes it clear. And you can even take that a little bit further, and you can talk about grief. So like the reason why people make grief in a Phase Blade is because the grief damage is separate from the damage of the weapon. Like the grief damage doesn't care about the damage of the weapon. So in that specific situation, the grief rune word, because the damage of the weapon doesn't matter, you can make it in any weapon and it still has the same damage output essentially. Then you always want to make it in the fastest base. So you would always make grief in the fastest weapon that you possibly could because the damage stays static. Whereas all the other weapons, the damage doesn't stay static. Because it's a plus percentage on the base, you usually have to choose wisely about what weapon you make a plus percentage of the base, right? But like with grief, the reason why everybody makes grief in a Phase Blade is because it doesn't matter what weapon you make it in. It's the same damage no matter what weapon you make it in, right? So you make it in the faster base because why wouldn't you? Like, why would you make it in a weapon that attacks once every 2 seconds when you could make it in a weapon that attacks 3 times in 2 seconds or 6 times in 2 seconds or whatever, right? That way you can get 6 times the damage output. And every situation is different, and that's what makes this game so cool, is that like a lot of the times when you're building a character, like you may not necessarily know exactly what you need, but as you start to figure out exactly what's going on with your character, what specifics you need, whether you're focusing on physical damage or elemental damage, or whether you're focusing on whether your paladin has fanaticism or not. Because if he has fanaticism, you might not need a fast weapon, right? And it's an interesting thing in this game, and that a lot of people don't realize, is that slow weapons are almost always, not always, but almost always the highest DPS weapons in the game. This is because there is a cap on essentially how fast you can attack. So when you have a weapon like attacking, like you can only go so fast. You can only attack so fast. And because there is a cap on it, the slow weapons basically have a higher damage output and can still reach the cap, right? But the problem is that the fast weapons have a very low damage output and they also reach the cap, right? So if you have two weapons respective of each other, and let's say one weapon does 100 damage a swing and it's very slow, and the other weapon does 25 damage a swing, but it's very fast, and they equal out to the same average damage, right? So if you take both weapons and you're like, okay, well, their average damage is still 100 per second, because this one swings once per second, and this one swings 4 times per second. And so they're both essentially equivalent, right? But if the cap is 8 times per second, say like this is the cap on the total speed that you can potentially attack, right? Well, which one wins in this category? Well, if you can increase the slow weapon to the speed of the cap, which is the fastest that you can possibly get it, and you can increase the fast weapon to the cap, which is the fastest you can possibly get it, the slow weapon always wins. Because the slow weapon will then be attacking 8 times per second, which is 800 damage per second. And the fast weapon will be attacking at 25 damage per second times 8 attacks, which is a total of 200. And so the slow weapon always wins in Diablo 2 because the cap basically forces the fast weapon into this like weird situation. So if you can get the slow weapon to the cap, the slow weapon always wins. That's why the like Eth Decapitator death on the Druid is one of the best damage weapons in the game, because it's so slow, it does very good damage, and if you can increase it to the cap, it beats out all of the fast weapons. None of the fast weapons even touch the Death Decapitator because of how much damage it does per swing. So with the character that I'm building specifically, or that I'm thinking of building anyway, the proc smiter. The thing about the proc smiter is that like the weapon damage doesn't matter at all. Like I don't care about the weapon damage. Not only does the weapon damage not transfer to the smite, it has no bearing on the smite whatsoever. Elemental damage doesn't transfer to the smite. So the only thing that matters is, number one, the smite damage itself. And number two, the proccing effect, right? And so since the proccing effects are percent chances, you're going to want to hit as many times as you possibly can in quick succession so that you can get those proccing effects to go off, which really just comes down to reaching the maximum breakpoint. Nothing wrong with that, Jove. Notepad is fun to pull up when you're trying to, like, type out thoughts and, like, you know, write them down in a way that's cohesive so that people understand them, so that I understand them. I need to be able to understand them, too. Let's see if I can pull some monsters up here real quick. Everything around him dies when he dies. So, like, if you can pull a bunch of monsters over to him, like, they all die essentially at the same time. Unfortunately, not a lot of monsters are cooperating with me right now. That's okay. He's literally running away. Where are you going, buddy? The slowly walking away monster wins. I don't understand why he's just running away. Into the corner. It's the same thing that other monster did, too. He did the same exact thing. Just, like, ran away into the corner. It's very strange. Alright, I'm still waiting for my legend sword to drop. Still hasn't dropped. No legend sword yet. Alright, that finishes off this one. Let's go to Lower Kurast real quick. See if we can get ourselves some more gems. Reroll that sword a couple more times until we get something halfway decent. Espandon, Espandon, come on down some Espandon. You don't care about Espandon, gonna hit you in your dome. Oh my god, I got addicted to watching this one funny clip reel. It's called like Don Juan Soup or something like that, or Don John Soup. And dude, I was freaking laughing my butt off at those things. I don't know if you guys have seen Don John Soup. It's all one word, by the way. Just hilarious. I don't know how to explain it. I do not know how to explain it, Don John Soup, but it is hilarious. They're hilariously stupid, is what they are. What does my merc wield? A bunch of blue crap. He needs better equipment. He's stuck on blue crap, but I need better blue crap. I need much more betterer blue crap. I don't know. I like pulling up Notepad because it helps me form my thoughts. It's not even really for you guys so much it is for me. Like, it helps me put my thoughts down in like a written form, and then I can get like a better way of enunciating it because I have the lead tongue disease. My brother was born with the silver tongue. I was born with the lead tongue. I've already been doing the 3 sockets and the blue crap to make the blue crap and the blue crap. I have been. I only have so many flawlesses to use though, sir. I'm currently on a flawless hunt. Gems don't come out of every hollow log. You got a rifle like a raccoon hog, and you gonna be looking every single gem, grabbing all of them like a gribby fiend. Oh, I'm gonna get them and grab them and stuff them in my bra, and I'm gonna take all the rubies, I like them raw. Oh, come on, rubies. Oh, come on, boobies. I need some rubies and some sapphires too. Flawless emeralds and the flawless rubies and the flawless amethyst too for me. And I don't care what you say, I'll take them all. You can even call me JJ Mall. Flawless topaz on the ground, look at that, it's really shiny. Amethyst come from a skeleton that was really scrawny. I don't care what you got to say. I'm a rifling through every frickin' thing. Oh, give me flawless gems, oh, give me all of them. I'll take your skeletons and rifle all away. I broke all your logs and rifled all your stashes, and I'm gonna be looking even in your sashes.
I can't carry anymore.
Flawless topaz. Jimmy, 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 Jimmy jams. 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 How easy or hard is it to kill Nightmare Trap? Right now, with the weapon I have, it takes me about 10 years to kill one monster. It's kind of the entire goal of a session that we're having today, is trying to like work ourselves toward a better weapon so that we can actually kill the monsters in less than 3 years. That is the Dookies. We're gonna do some crafting too. I'm trying not to get rid of my rubies, emeralds, sapphires. I got a lot of sapphires and amethysts though. We're gonna do some more crafts for equipment. Obviously, my equipment is not the best, and I could use better equipment. So we're gonna try and craft some stuff up. I'm also collecting all the jewels I can and runes I can, like as we go. So it's just it's a challenge. We're just trying to, you know, like do the best we can here. Trying to do the best we can here. Why you guys gotta be so rude? I just want to steal your stuff. A dimensional blade? Guffaw. Can you use the perfect topazes for anything? Yeah, there's some recipes, like socket recipes and stuff. I think I need them for. I can't remember if it's socket weapon. I think socket weapon uses a topaz. Somebody type in ! socket weapon with no spaces. I would do so, but I am in the middle of fighting, surrounded by hordes of demons, and I cannot do it myself. No, that's amethyst. Which one's the topaz then? I could have sworn one of them was the topaz. Maybe it's the armor piece is the topaz? I know the topaz is used in one of the socket recipes. I don't remember which one. I've got 4 amethysts. I got 4 of them. I mean, there's 4 different recipes. 4 different recipes. There's socket, shield, socket, helm, socket, armor. Armor is the topaz. Socket armor is the topaz. Okay. Yeah, shield is ruby, helm is sapphire, armor is topaz, weapon is amethyst. I forgot the bot doesn't show up on the chat panel up there. Oh, there's the Chinchilla. 2 socket Gladius. some chill poopy. Cody, quit licking yourself. Cody. I'm doing my best to help you with them fleas, okay? We did a flea comb. We got you some medicines. And we also got some spray for your stuff. Okay? And we's doing our best. And that means you gotta do your best too. Okay? You gotta stop digging. You're digging yourself raw. Alright? You gotta do your best. Shake on it. You gotta shake on it. So you gonna do your best. Alright. You shake it on it. Word of a gentleman. Word of a gentle dog. Did you ever hear that story one time? I saw it on I don't know where I saw it actually. It was like a TikTok reel or something. And it was like my owner is teaching me to shake for business dealings. He goes, I am now part of the company and I am a co-owner in his franchise. But the cat has pointed out to me that I often do not understand what it is that I am shaking on, and I could potentially have traded away my very immortal soul. And the cat has worried me deeply. Now I don't know what it is that I am shaking for, but I still shake anyway, because I have been taught to shake, and I am now worried that the business dealings that I am transacting in are not entirely above board. It's freaking hilarious. What is it that I agreed to? Yeah, legend swords should drop from every monster in this zone. That's the reason why I'm farming for the Highlands right now. Actually, I don't know about Bloody Foothills. I don't know about Bloody Foothills. I didn't even check Bloody Foothills. I mean, technically, I'm killing Shank anyway, so. Maybe it would be better if I just focused on Eldritch and then, I don't know, went down. It takes me a lot longer to kill Shank than it does to kill Eldritch. The Plasma Dog. Oh god, he's got a Holy Freeze. That's just rude. No, the Holy Freeze monster is here. What's up, Shank the butt face? That's right, I said it. Shank the butt face. Come on down and see Mr. Shanky butt face. Do 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 do. Oh my god, that is a lot of spears. Broskies, look at all those spears. Ow, my face. Why are there so many spears? What's the Q level on a mesh belt? I would like to upgrade the number of sockets on my belt. And my belt's not very good anyway, so probably gonna craft another blood belt. I didn't know he gets knocked back by leap. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna manhandle him. Oh my god, this is a ridiculous number of spear throws. Stop. Stop it. Level 43, so I should be able to get a mesh belt now. I should be able to gamble one. Yeah, everybody die. Everybody get wrecked. Get wrecked, son. I need some more flawless gems, that would be great. So if the corpses would just freaking behave, searching all the prison pockets for some gems. Prison pockets. You know, it's not actually that crazy to find like a gem or something inside of somebody's body. Like, there's like diamond mines and like all sorts of other things, like are in like third world countries and stuff like that, and they they have to do searches on their employees, like anal cavity searches and all sorts of other things, and like because they'll just eat the diamonds. Like they'll like if they're in a diamond mine and they mine up like a diamond, they'll just eat it, or they'll shove it up their butt so they can like smuggle it out of the diamond mine. Like, it's so, you know, it's not exactly unheard of that, like, you know, you'd be running along and you'd find some dead body or something and you check the prison pocket and there might be like a diamond hiding in there or something. Was that what the Rihanna song was about? I don't know. I don't know if I heard that one. Ooh, Talrid. Flawless ruby. Flawless rubies in the bank. Gonna make some blood gloves, tank and spank. Need some 20% increased attack speed. Yeah, we need it, please. Come on down and give us something good. Double resistance is in the hood. Gonna get the 10% crushing blow and the 20% IASO. Need them blood gloves, yes we do. Gotta get the blood gloves, put them in the bank. Gotta get the blood gloves, put them in the tank. Come on down and we can take and spank. Gonna get some blood gloves, yeah baby. Come on down and get rabies. Cause I'm rabid. Rabid. Going to click on every hollow log. Maybe we will get a jog. Gonna get some of them flawless gems. Put them in the bank and make them prim. Oh, look at that lower tomb one. Gonna get some money in the pond. Gonna kick them baskets, yo. Poor little people making them baskets. Gonna kick every single basket, yeah. Gonna put it in the house, oh yeah. Gotta give me a perfect ruby. Gonna be it's a perfect ruby. Got a gem shrine sitting right there. Now I converted one in the air. Got a perfect ruby, it's so sweet. Gonna make something really neat. Cause a man has got to eat. Swiss banks still have stolen treasure from the Holocaust? Yeah, because nobody came to claim them. Of course they didn't come to claim them. They're dead. Millions of dollars in loot, and I'm going to make you toot. Gonna put the money in the bank and never come back to tank and spank. Then the money just sits and it rots. Don't know what to tell you, got the trots. Trotsin', gonna trotsin'. Come on down, we've got some trotsin'. Okay, alright. Trying to see what we got, like, flawless wise. I'm trying not to waste the ones that we can actually craft with. That's the goal. The rubies, unfortunately, I think no matter what, those are crafting materials. We're turning those into blood gloves and blood belts primarily. So that's like, I'm not touching anything else. Safety stuff is actually surprisingly good for staying alive because it has MDR and PDR on it, which is huge for us. I believe we could take the flawless amethyst. We have a lot of amethyst already, so that's not horrible. We only have 2 though, so we can't craft anything right this second. Diamond up your butt, diamond up your butt. It's got a ring to it. Diamond up your butt, diamond up your butt, diamond up your butt, diamond up your butt. Ow. I mean, we're level 58. Moving on to 49, 59. We still haven't gotten our skill points from hell difficulty yet, so there's that. And we don't have our resistances from hell difficulty yet. I mean, an Act 3 mark would work really well. Might fix the whole crescent moon dilemma. I mean, I want to use crescent moon for the ability to proc static field, but I don't know. Could just be a way for me to add in another element. Like the ice one is a very interesting option. Unfortunately, you can't break cold immunities, so. But being able to freeze everything certainly isn't awful. We gotta beef up concentrate so we can get the attack rating, otherwise we're never gonna be able to hit anything. I think we're actually good at this point to start dumping points into vitality. I don't know if I need the. There's the toes again. What is it? 175 strength, 100 dex. So we are currently at 153 with the strength bonus from the sword. Okay, so if we take off the sword, we don't have enough to wear the legend sword. Do we have any strength bonus from anywhere else? That doesn't count. We're probably keeping that on the entire time. No strength on that. No strength on that. There's some strength there. Okay. Alright, so we need 2 more points in strength. Sounds like Final Fantasy. Alright. I figure let's just start working up the way here. Maybe we'll get something, maybe we won't. We can at least get access to Crystalline Passage. Kill everything on the way, though, so we have a good chance of getting the Legend Sword. That's my thinking. And it looks like we need 1 more level before we can put the Legend Sword on, so... Ooh, Conviction Aura Fire Archers with Cold Enchantment. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You know what? We actually really need the Ral or Tals. Like, we don't have any Rals, and we're really low on Tals. And we don't exactly have a large number of Orts either. Like, it wouldn't exactly be a bad idea to rescue these guys real quick. Ba, 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 ba. I was actually trying to think about like the mercenaries and like how you would set one up for the best damage output. I mean, obviously having Conviction Aura yourself as a paladin makes things a hell of a lot easier for you because, well, you know, you just have it with you at all times, which means all the monsters would be negative 150% to their resistances, and just a lot easier to kill things. I mean, I'm not exactly 100% sure, though, like, which mercenary would be the best. I mean, yeah, you could do like a proc merc, or you could do something else. I think technically I looked this up, and theoretically, if you were doing a proc character mercenary, I think the jab mercenary for the actual Act 2 merc actually wins in total attacks per second or something. I remember I tested it at one point to see like which one could go faster, like the faster attacks per second, and it was actually the jab mercenary. I don't know what I'm doing. I was going to kill stuff, and then I all of a sudden decided I didn't want to kill things. I am a big silly goose. Oh, I took off my ring. I forgot. Put that ring back on. I need my life leech. Got a combat shrine, though. Violence. Cody, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? He's being them goodums or he's being them badums? He said, don't talk to me. I was mad at you because you didn't give me enough snackums. So I'm big dog, and you know I'm big dog, and I need more snackums than just the little tiny bits that you gives me, and that's not enough snackums. And they just teasing my tummy, and my tummy is teased, and I don't like teasing tummies. Ever prefer just the retro graphics for the day? I mean, you guys want me to play retro graphics? Usually when I choose retro graphics, everybody starts complaining. They're like, no, my eyes, it hurts my eyeballs. No, my brain is melting. Oh, what a world, my brain is melting. Stop, turn it back, they say, no. I wish they had took the graphics and actually made them what's the term I'm looking for? Widescreen. That could have been the simplest thing they did, was take the old graphics and made them widescreen. I think that would have been great. Well, it's the CRT monitors. CRT monitors are like magic sauce. It's like makeup for women and beards for men. Like, a lot of people don't realize that CRT monitors had a lot of stuff going on in them. They had like a lot of post-processing effects and all sorts of other things that were happening behind the scenes that a lot of people just don't know about. And like they like hook up a Nintendo to like an LED screen, and they think that the LED screen looks right, but it doesn't look right. Like all the post-processing effects that happen in a CRT monitor change everything. And it's not that the graphics, these graphics look bad. That's not what's going on. What's going on is this is the way that the game always looked. So like, this is how the original game looks. What we're seeing is the truth underneath of the makeup is essentially what we're seeing, and the CRT monitors made it look better than it was, because CRT monitors do that. That's what they do. Like the CRT monitors have this like magic post-processing effect that like smooths out the image and all sorts of other things. There's like some side-by-side images of like the difference between... Cody, quit digging. Let's see if I can find like a CRT. Yeah, here we go. Here's a good one. This is a good one. So this is an image of like a CRT versus an LED. All right. So this is the same exact game in CRT versus LED. Okay. Like, so when you see that without the magical post-processing effects that CRT televisions like put into the game, you notice it just doesn't really look as good. Like, this is the LCD version, and this is the CRT version that like separated it, smoothed it out. Like, it's the same image, it's just piped through the CRT post-processing. This is the same thing too. This image is the same one from the what is this, Alucard, Dracula? Yeah, Dracula and Castlevania Symphony of Night. And then this is like Mega Man. Like, sometimes it looks a little worse, like the water looks a little worse in that one, definitely. There was definitely some sort of magic that was happening with CRT screens, and like the CRT screens just made things look better. And it's the same thing that happens with Diablo 2. Diablo 2, we played it back on CRTs. We didn't play it on LEDs. We played it on CRTs. And if you play Diablo 2 on a CRT screen, it looks better. But there's no way for me to translate that through, like, to you guys. Like, even if I had a CRT in front of me right now, and I was seeing it the right way, it would still be streamed out to you guys the wrong way. You would have to be viewing it on a CRT monitor to get the effect. I'm actually curious, like, if I did hook up like a, you know, like an old CRT monitor, and like just to see. I'm curious if there's any way that like you can actually simulate the old CRT effect But like I don't know if you can. Content is no longer available. Boom, 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 boom. I don't really see much difference. This guy has two pictures and there's really not much difference at all. The only real difference that he's showing here, like, that I see in between the two images, he has the rain going, which makes the screen a little bit darker when the rain starts, but, like, they look very, very similar. There's almost no difference between the two images. Yeah, I know. That post is silly. There's nothing in there that really like points anything out, and the two images look almost identical. Wop. Okay, no, not this way. Not this way. We're heading toward the Ariat Summit. That's right. Or Ariat Plateau waypoint. We're looking for the Ariat Plateau. Oh, there it is right there. There it is right there. I don't think there's any weapon racks around here. I don't think there is any weapon racks in the Ariat Plateau, but I know there's chests and I know there's other stuff. Oh yeah, I was also looking for the barbarians and I didn't get all the barbarians like I was supposed to either, did I? Well, we got the waypoint, so let's go back down now that we have the waypoint. In fact, you know what? There's no reason to go back this way. And wasn't there a gem shrine I was supposed to click on? Dang, I totally, like, fudged that up, too, because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Hold on, I think it was over here by the waypoint. I don't know. It was, like, right here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. Nice. It's another, potential item that we could make. Not bad, not bad. There's Iback the Unleashed. So we're right here. I didn't want to fight all these archers. The archers are a pain in the butt. That was my reasoning. I remember. I mean, I should still rescue all the barbarians, though. We gotta actually find them. Combat shrine. It's good for thwacking stuff. Damage goes up like crazy. Attack rating goes up like crazy. Can really start thwacking things down. We got a 95% chance to hit. I should. What's up, punkettes? I got a combat shrine. Y'all dead. Y'all super dead. Super duper duper dead. Rune staff. Ethereal. It's the poopies. It's the poopies. Poopy doopy doopy doop. Poopy doopy doopy doop. So many amulets. I should probably pick those up and save them for crafting. You know what? Why not? We'll craft with them. I'll make some more safety amulets. I'm probably going to end up stuck with a rhyme shield in my hand anyway, so... The rhyme shield. I like Ethrins. Ah, Burning Dead Archer. I think my Merc is stuck back there somewhere. Oh man, Dusty is super close to the camera. Look at him. Holy jeez, it's like he's posing for the camera. Holy crap, he's so close to the camera. What's up, Dusty Bo Busty? He said, I'm trying to eat this paper that you left in here. This delicious paper. This paper is so good. He goes, you don't understand. This paper is the best. It tastes like paper. Probably shouldn't have let him eat that paper, but it's too late now. Holy crap, I'm about to die from like 17,000 spear women. That is a lot of spear women. Holy crap, that's a lot of spear women. I mean, it's a paper bowl meant for, you know, like cereal and soups and consumption. I mean, I don't know if it has that many bad things in it, but it's certainly not, you know, like healthy for him either. I don't know why he's so determined to eat it, but whatever. They've eaten worse things. He's very determined too. Most of the time he doesn't even eat it anyway. Like I know it's kind of a cop-out, but most of the time he's not actually eating it. He just tears it and then drops the piece on the ground and then tears it and then drops the piece on the ground. He's very specific. Got my mercenary, a little dirty whore. Takes the cleansing fiber. I don't know what he likes. Not really sure. Chinchillas have odd tastes, that's for sure. They tend to like things that are more bitter and not necessarily like what you would think that an animal would prefer. I don't know. It's weird. Dude, they are just like wrecking my mercenary. Poor guy.
Yes.
It's such a big pack of freaking elites, too. Oh, look, now he's tired and he wants to go suck his wiener. That's right. Don't do that on camera. Yeah, talking to you. Wiener sucker. Holy crap, they ripped him to shreds in like a half a second. That was brutal.
That is quite a pack of monsters over there. Staring at me through the wall. Alright. Well, at least they got the big girl out of the way that had the lightning enchantment. She was like extra fast and a bunch of other modifiers. It's probably why my boy was dying in like a half a second.
What is it?
P8 Necro. Ooh. I mean, Necromancer can do naked runs through, you know, P1 no problem, but P8 is, you're going to find P8 a little bit of a challenge on a Necromancer. Even a summoned Necromancer. It definitely ain't going to be a quick run, that's for sure. I'm tired of my Merc dying. That's where the Mercenary comes in handy. So like a lot of people, I don't know why, but a lot of people are really weak on their Mercenary game. Like I'm like, hey, you got a Mercenary? And they're like, nah, he died like 10 hours ago and I never bothered to resurrect him, and he had some straw armor and I gave him a toothpick and he couldn't survive, so well, since that wasn't good enough for him, I decided that he was just gonna stay dead. And I'm like, what? Like, your Mercenary is one of the best tools you have at your disposal. What do you mean you left him dead? Gave him a toothpick and straw armor? Like, what the hell? Especially on the Necromancer. The Necromancer, like, your Mercenary is literally like the linchpin of your entire army. Like, he's literally the thing that keeps your army pushing forward. Like, your army's good for like broad spread out damage that hits like everything, but at the grand scheme of things, like, your army sucks at actually doing any cohesive single target damage, which makes your army like basically trash for the most part, because they're not actually finishing anything off. They just do large amounts of like AoE damage that like slowly kills the monsters over broad spectrums, like, and so it takes forever to kill anything. Your Mercenary is the monster that runs around and, like, you know, picks off targets, like actually finds the targets and finishes them off. He's the one that gets you your first corpses. He's the one that literally like makes the entire army, like pulls it together. Like, that's the key in those situations, is having a really good Mercenary.
Cody's having a nightmare. You had a nightmare, buddy? Don't worry, it's okay. They got snackums there, and there's biscuits, and they got tacos. Yeah, they got tacos. I'm trying to change his nightmare into a good dream. Yeah, and then and they told you to do a sit. Yeah, and then they got some tacos for you because you did a good sit. Cody woke up when I said sit. He said, what? What about sitting? He said, Donald, I'm already laying down. I can't do a sit if I'm laying down. That's not how that works. Here, have a Tums for your tummy. It's underneath your winter. It's down there, you go get it. It's down there, you go get it. Just made your first Enigma. Congrats. Grassy booty. Booty butt. Grassy, grassy booty butt. Booty, booty, grassy butt. Grassy, grassy booty butt. Booty, booty, grassy butt. Better grassy. It's the grassy butt. Booty, booty, grassy, grassy. It's the grassy butt. Grassy, grassy booty butt. Gonna tell you what. Grassy, grassy booty butt. Oh, 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 oh. Grassy, grassy booty butt. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, your butt. Got another combat shrine. Might as well use it. Combat shrine, amazing. I mean, Act 2 is hard to build. I do like Act 2. It has the auras. I mean, it's nice. But unless you've got a solid weapon and good faster hit recovery, and like your Act 2 merc's just gonna die all the time. I mean, the end goal is probably the Act 2 merc. Like the end goal. But early on, the Act 2 merc might not be your best choice. Until you can get them some good equipment. Bom 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 beam ba beam ba bom boom bomb bom beam ba boom ba bom beam bomb. I need some flawless gems. Give me all of the flawless gems. I'm gonna read every single one of them. My stashes and the hollow doggies and the skeletons too. I need some flawless gems from you. I don't care. No, I don't. I don't care what you got hiding in your prison pocket. You can give me stuff. I need a flawless gem is everywhere. I need some flawless gem is in your hand. Flawless gems. Flawless gems. Flawless gems. Regular gems. Flawless gems. Regular gems. Flawless gems. Flawless, flawless, flawless gems. Give me all your flawless gems. I do not care what you say. Give me all your flawless gems anyway. Quilted armor. Ooh, flawless topaz. I like those. They are the good ones, and I need the dams. A cheapie, the topaz. What demon hide sash? Jump over your head and click on your skeletons. Basket, basket, basket. Tisket, tisket, tasket. Basket, basket, basket. Tisket, tisket, tasket. A tisket, a tasket, a stash in a basket. Ooh, a flawless skull. I'll use that. all the baskets in all the world. And you had to kick my basket. Ooh, a hell rune. Nice. Tal rune.
I think we've searched pretty much the entire place and clicked on every skeleton corpse and in the 9 hells. I've always wanted to go to Japan. Always wanted to go to Japan. Japan seems like the most fun country to go visit. Seems like it would be fun. Not just from like, you know, because some people would immediately knee-jerk and say, like, anime and things like that, but, I mean, that's where, like, Nintendo came from, and, like, you could go to, like, the shops. I've seen a lot of people go to the shops there, and they've got, like, all, like, the old-school, like, Japanese hardware from, like, the Nintendo days. Like, stuff that we didn't even have over here would be so cool just to even walk through the shop and look at all the crazy stuff they have, and, like, I'm pretty sure there's tons of really cool shops, and I heard that the arcades over in Japan are really awesome too, and it's been a long time since I've been to a cool arcade. I think that would be really fun as well. Just go into like a freaking arcade. Just go to like really some boss freaking arcade. Now that's pretty nice. Soldier's Executioner Sword. 66 to 113, 42% enhanced, 73 attack rating. I mean, it didn't get life leech on it, which I really need, but that's pretty solid. That's solid. Yeah, even like G1 Transformers from like the Japanese only Transformers, those would be pretty cool to grab as well. Yeah, definitely. So 2 sockets. What do I put in the 2 sockets? I mean, life leech is pretty important for him. I mean, I can't really put an Amrune in there right now, but I could definitely salvage a skull. So let's say I put a skull in there, and so he has life leech. And then what do I put for the second one? A shale rune maybe, just to speed it up a little bit, so he's actually attacking quickly. Maybe do like shale perfect skull. That'd be pretty solid, right? Can he actually use it? He can't even use it. He's got 110 dexterity. He only has 102. And it has 170 strength requirement. Unfortunate. It's basically double the damage of what he's currently using, though. I'll think about whether I want to waste a hell rune in it or something. I'll think about it. I only have 1 hell rune. Well, technically I got 2 hell runes because I got the dull runes to transmute up. Does life leech work on base damage or multipliers? It works on multipliers, but there's penalties. There's tons of penalties. So many penalties. I think life leech is one of the things that has the most penalties, like, in the whole game. It's penalized over and over and over again. And then in PvP, it gets penalized one more time. So,
basically how life leech works is life leech is based on your damage, right? So it's damage based. It's only physical damage, which is the first penalty. So you cannot leech from elemental damage in any way, shape, or form. So you have to be actually doing physical damage, right? The second penalty is, of course, that a lot of the monsters in the game have essentially like 50% physical resistance or higher, which means that no matter what, you're almost always doing less than half of whatever your physical damage is, right? Then on top of that, monsters have what's called a drain effectiveness. And the drain effectiveness is essentially how they, like, prevent you from life leeching. Like, certain monsters in the game have a drain effectiveness of 0. Like Mephisto, Uber Mephisto has a drain effectiveness of 0. Skeletons have a drain effectiveness of 0. This means that no matter what, when you hit that particular monster, you get, like, 0 drain back from them no matter what. Then there's another penalty, which is the difficulty penalty. So the difficulty penalty is, I believe it's 33% in hell difficulty. I have a whole video, by the way, on how life leech works. If you wanna like watch it, it's right here. It's literally, I literally searched for life leech, and the first thing that popped up was literally my video right there, 3 years ago. I'm gonna share this with you guys so you can watch it if you want to. I'm gonna go over this briefly. I'm not gonna like dive into all the like nitty-gritty specifics. But there's a difficulty penalty with life leech. So the difficulty penalty is what is that? Where's that difficulty penalty? Nightmare. So here it is: 1/2 in hell. Or nightmare, and 1/3 in hell. Okay, so 1/2 in nightmare, 1/3 in hell. All right, and this isn't the end of the penalties. So like, some monsters have a drain effectiveness of 0. Some monsters have a drain effectiveness of 33. Some have a drain effectiveness of 50. Some have a drain effectiveness of 100. Right. So like, when you start applying everything to like the equation of like how much you're doing, right? So let's pretend that you hit a monster for 100 and you have 100% life leech. So let's just pretend you have 100% life leech. Or you know what, let's here, just so that we can show it one of the other penalties. Let's assume you have 99.6 or 7% life leech. I don't know how you have a percentage of a life leech, but let's just assume you do. All right, so 99.7% life leech, which means that because Diablo always rounds down with life leech, you're only going to have 99%, which means you're going to steal 99 life. All right. Now, you're fighting a monster in hell difficulty. Okay. So let's start applying penalties, right? So you dish out 99 damage, but the monster has 50% physical resistance, which means now you're only doing 49.5 damage. This particular monster has a drain effectiveness of 33, which means that we're also going to subtract an additional 66% from that 49.5, which brings you down to 16.83. And, you know, if that's not bad enough, like, we have other problems going on, which is 16.83 is not a whole number, so we have to round that down. So 16.83 gets rounded down to 16. And then we can take it even further and we can say things like, okay, well, maybe this particular monster has, you know, like something else going on. Like maybe you're fighting, oh, I don't know, like one of the ancients and he has MDR and PDR, which could potentially be reducing your damage by like another 5 or something. Which means that like by the end of the equation, your 99 damage hit, which should have been 99 life restored, ends up being like 11. And then the PvP penalty brings it even worse because like all PvP damage is reduced by like some ridiculous number. So your 11 life leech ends up being some ridiculously small number, like 1. You end up with like 1 life leech back in PvP. It's like, it's absolutely stupid. PvP like absolutely demolishes life leech from existence. Hey, just make him super tanky. Be alright. Merc died while I was looking at the helmet. Oops. Articulated mail. Superior greatsword.
Impossible.
One socket. That helps no one. Leather gloves. Okay. I wonder sometimes if the game isn't just trolling you and it drops you like when you're like hell difficulty and it drops you like a white quilted armor and you're like like bruh. What am I doing with a white quilted armor? It'd be like cracked too. It'd be like a cracked white quilted armor, and you're like, like, wait a minute. I'm kind of surprised they haven't had like a lottery at this point, like in real life. No, not in fake life, but in real life, where you lose, and you actually lose something. Like it could be the silliest thing in the world. Like you go in the lottery and it's like have a chance at like $10 million, like or lose your pinky or something. And it's like the winning would be winning. You know, there's tons of winning prizes, but then there's like a bunch of losing prizes too. And you're like, and if you lose the prize, like somebody comes harvest one of your organs or something. Like, you know what you were signing up for. You knew then what you were signing up for, okay? You knew it was in the stipulated contract. There was actually a Sliders episode about that. It was a lottery where you took out money. And instead of taking out a ticket for a chance to win, you just took out money. And you just basically what you did is you every dollar that you took out would put a ticket in your name into like a drawing, and if your name got drawn, like you basically just got put to death or something. It was like the death lottery or something. And everybody was allowed to take as much money as they wanted out of the lottery. Like you just went up to the thing, but it was with the full understanding that every dollar you took out was another ticket into the death lottery, basically. Did I watch the movie Jackpot? I don't know. I saw that one. Is he talking about the one with John Cena, where like when you win the lottery, everybody comes to hunt you down to try and steal your lottery winnings or whatever? That one was pretty good. I like that one. Yeah, John Cena. Yeah. That one was good. I mean, that one would never fly in the real world because, of course, you know, like they were out like destroying property and doing a whole bunch of bad things all over the place. I don't think that one would ever fly in any kind of like real scenario, unfortunately. But I mean, it was a fun movie to watch. It definitely was. And the whole entire idea that there was like, you know, people who would make their livelihood on protecting the lottery winner, and like the lottery winner would sign away a portion of their winnings for the protection fees. That's kind of cool. Whoa, gold magic find. Whoa. What did you do to your character? What did you do to your character, gold magic find? Oh, no. Yeah, they just spray the rioters with, like, blue dye and then go find them later. They're like, look, there's a Smurf. Get him. It's pretty funny, actually. Hey, a mesh belt. Man, that would have been really nice if I had found that during my set-only run with the sorceress. Sorry, if you're sensing a little hostility there, could be because not a single Tal Rosh's piece dropped at all during my run with the sorceress. Stupid frickin' set-only run, stupid frickin' sorceress, stupid frickin' stupid Tal Rosh's set, and your stupid frickin' frack. And then Charles was trolling me the whole time. Oh yeah, Tal set's gonna drop. You're gonna get it this time. It's gonna be so good. It'll be so nice. It's gonna fall right in your lap, and you're gonna get a full set from Mephisto. It's gonna come right up in the bottle. Never dropped. Lies. All dirty whore. Charles lies. Dirty whore, radioactive dirty whore. Does whatever a dirty whore can, 'cause he's gonna be a dirty whore man. I knew it wasn't gonna happen. I told everybody at the beginning of the run. I said, they were like, oh yeah, well, Tal set's faster cast. No, yeah, well, Tal set. I'm like, there's really no good sets for sorceress. And they're like, well, there's Tal set. And I'm like, bruhs, like, I'm not getting the Tal set. Like, it's just not happening. Like, I know I'm not getting a Tal. Even if I find like one or two pieces, like, I'm not getting a Tal set. And they're like, yeah, sure you will. You'll get a Tal set. And I ain't even find a single Tal set. Not a single dang freaking fracking one. I should roll a timer on my challenges. I mean, I got like the time on the actual tape or whatever. Die shank the butt face. Persistent torture has no timer. What? That's persistent torture. Nephrune. Wow, 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 wow. Ralrune. Did I ever talk to what's his face and get my Ralor towel? I must have. Yeah, I got it. I got it. One Ralor towel to rule them all. One towel Rasha's fine mesh belt to sell. To the NPC, cause it smells. Pew. I don't want to be tortured. I don't want the torture. The torture is not what he wants. We do not want it. I want the tacos. I want the goodness. I want the flanged mace.
Good to see you.
One little flanged mace, come on down. And one little flanged mace back to town. A cracked Kurast. Come on, little mercenary, don't get stuck on the stupid hairy monsters. They're gonna kill you if you don't keep up with me. Oh, little evil monsters, they are everywhere. Oh, little evil monsters, they are in your hair. Drink it well and refresh all your wounds, yes you will. You will be better, better than still. And when we roll around the edges of the map just to see, we're gonna find them jemmy gems for me. Oh, jemmies, jemmies, jemaroos. Jemmy gems, jemmy gems. Jemmy gems, gemmaries. Gonna find some gemaloo. Jemmies. Where are my jemmies? There are no jemmies. I feel like I've been. I don't know. I feel like they are chipping me. I opened up another rotten tree and there was no gems inside of that tree. Just a couple grubs, they were staring at me and they started singing songs that were really rude. They started singing about my bad attitude. They said, every single tree cannot have a gem. You're just greedy like a grubby grab. And I don't think you know what it is you're looking for. I think you're just a raccoon going for the floor. And every log you overturn again and upset all us grubs, so we hiding the gems. You won't get a single one, we're hiding every gem. Because you messed up all our sleeping places again. Oh, hollow logs and stashes, yeah, we too. Those are our hiding places, and you are mean to us. I said again, you evil little grubs, I'll eat you up, 'cause I need my protein. Look at these muscles, they're not going away. I need at least 300 grams a day. Nom 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 nom. I punched for 4 hours? No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. I punched for 9.5 hours. Okay. For 9.5 hours I punched. Not 4. 9.5 hours of straight punching. Naked. Naked punching. Okay, I may be slightly mentally unstable from that forevermore. Yeah, Ricky Bobby. Dude, what the hell was that? Did you guys see that? Am I losing my mind? There was like a ghost. Did you guys see the ghost? Am I just hallucinating things now? I'm pretty sure there was a ghost. All right, you guys ready? I'm gonna show you the ghost. Okay, so when I load in, all right, pay attention to the feet. And so when I shout, it puts the buffs around my feet, right? So watch what happens. You see this? There's a third footprint. It could just be the mercenary, and the mercenary is moving, but like there's literally 3 circles. And I was like, wait a minute, why are there 3 circles? And then I started to move away, and then I realized that like not only was there 3, there was 4. I don't know why I've never seen this before. And look, it just stays there. Like for quite some time until eventually like it goes poof. Almost as if there was like something there to shout to. It's really quite weird. I never noticed that before when I was shouting. It could just be that it's an animation that goes underneath of your feet and you're not supposed to move or something. And then so like if you move like in between shouts it like shows up, I guess. And I guess since the mercenary was moving is why it showed up, but I don't know why I'd never seen it before. You're gonna punch zombies for 7 days? Man, your fist is gonna be raw. It's good cardio workout, though. I mean, like, it's definitely good cardio workout. I think you'll enjoy it. Yum, 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 yum. Another level. Level 60. Another point and concentrate. Just keep beefing up that attack rating, I guess. Bladed steel knuckles. I mean, even then, like 7 days of straight punching. Pretty sure your fist, you're gonna be like mincemeat. Mincemeat. Oh, look, a Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. A Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. What's up, Eldritch the Buttface? Another amulet we can craft with, potentially. Painkillers, alpha blockers. You know, what have you.
The worst part was that I had to use bash. That's the worst part. It wasn't just that I had to punch, like, I had to use bash. There was no choice. Like, if I didn't use bash, I had no damage, and I was doing, like, 1 to 2 damage. Bash was the only ability that actually gave me damage. Even if it was a very meager and moderate amount. It was the only one that actually gave me, like, raw damage to add to my weapon, essentially, to add to my fist. Okay. But I need 2 more points. That was 175, so now I can start stacking points into vitality.
Afternoon.
Money, 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 money in the bank. Money, 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 money in the tank. Money, 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 money in the bank. Money, 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 money in the tank. Alright. I don't know what I've been told, but your mama's really old. We got 4 amulets that we could potentially craft. We only have 3 actual doojanks. Our amulet is not good, and it hasn't been good, like, ever. So let's craft ourselves up some new amulets. So I believe that's Thull runes. We only have 3 Thull runes, so I guess we're burning all 3 Thulls. Thull isn't used in Crescent Moon, is it? In case we actually do get... oops. It's tier, shale tier. Okay, so that's fine. We need 3 jewels. So uno, dos, más. That's a pretty nice little jewel there. 24% enhanced with 14 max damage. It's kind of nice. Let's use the rare jewel. Can't use that on anything anyway. Alright, first craft. 9% increased blocking, 10 attack rating, 1 res, DR and MDR. Interesting. 1% increased blocking, garbage all stats. That is terrible. 2% life leech, 8% chance for chain lightning on attack. DR 3 and MDR 2, no resistance. I mean, I didn't think we could do worse than what we already had, but we did. I don't think any single one of these crafts is actually worth putting on my character. I think they are all hot garbage. The inner sight charges could be kind of interesting to lower defense on the monsters. Maybe. I don't know how much they cost to repair, though. That could be, like, prohibitively expensive for repair costs. 9,000 to repair the charges. That's not too awful. How much defense does level 3 inner sight even remove, anyway? Don't I already have inner sight on the armor right now that I'm using? Oh, it's slow missiles, not inner sight. Okay. I'll craft up some blood belts. I'd like to see if I can actually get some mesh belts. So let's do some gambling. We should be able to get mesh belts now. I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to get mesh belts. There we go. There's one. That's a nice belt. Can't use it though. Two. Need one more. Come on, one more mesh belt, please. Here we go. Alright, so we got 3 crafts. It's not going to take much to beat this piece of crap. It's got, like, basically no stats on it. I mean, it doesn't even have any resistances. It does have poison length reduction on it. But, like, the 15 life is standard. The open wounds is standard. The life leech is standard. It literally rolled with, like, no good stats on it whatsoever, except for the base stats that, the blood belt rolls with. So, I can't imagine that we can't make something better than that. We should be able to get at least something better than that. Let's craft them all and we'll be surprised. Alright, so first one is pretty much identical to what I had, except it rolled worse in the life leech and the open wounds. So, objectively, a worse belt. Second belt is same life leech, worse open wounds, strength, life, and mana. Third belt is also just garbage. Wow, they're all garbage. Why are they all garbage? I mean, I guess technically this one's not like the worst thing that ever existed. It's got strength, life, and mana on it. And it's got 46 defense. This one has 53 defense. Also, I get full potion slots, which is really what I was hoping for. Yeah, whatever. They all turned out trash. That's awful. Garbage, 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 garbage. So much garbage. Wow, guys, I'm doing much well good. I'm doing many well goods. Much well max goods. Yes. Much well max goods. I'm very much goodly proud of me. Much more goodlier est. Prouder rester besters. $3,000 attack rating. I need more jewels. I need more jewels. I don't have enough jewels for crafting. I could craft up a bunch of other stuff, but I don't have the jewels to actually craft, so I guess maybe some more super chest farming. I mean, jewels are blue, and super chests do drop jewels, so it's a good option. Take our little sojourn up here, try and find some more gems while we're at it. of jewels so far. I think it might be worth my effort to just start moving down the way. Hey, good old infernal cranium. Can't use it though. Not that I would. Not at this level. You know, it's so silly. There's so many like stashes and like false rocks and hollow logs and stuff around here. Like, isn't it basically the equivalent of you know like when the first time they invented that was that hollow rock or whatever that you could hide like a house key in, and then you put it in your garden or whatever, and it was such a brilliant idea at first, and then like everybody has a hollow rock in their garden, and it got to the point where there were hollow rocks everywhere. Like, is that pretty much what's going on here? Is like in the city, some guy was like, "Hey, you can hide your goodies in this hollow log. I made these hollow logs that you can hide all your stuff in." And then like everybody's got a hollow log, and it's really obvious. And then like everybody's checking all the logs. They're like, "I'm pretty sure this is a hollow log here that you've got." Like, no, it's not. I didn't hide anything in there. Yeah. You say that, but like, I'm pretty sure this is like. It even has his initials on the side. Like GGM's hollow log. See, it's right there. GGM's hollow log on the side. No. There's nothing in there. I didn't hide anything in that log. No. Dude, there's like 63 GGM's hollow logs, like all over the place. Like I'm checking your hollow log. Oh look, there's jewels and gems in there. Oh look, how did they get there? Oh no. How did these get here? Well, they're not mine. You know, I can kind of understand some of the hiding places where people put their keys, like under the mat or like, you know, under a flower pot or something. Like, but I never really, the one I never really understood that was like always kind of like a mind boggle for me was when somebody like hid the key to their car in the visor. Like in the movies, they would always like get in the car and they would be checking around for the key. Like somehow somebody left the key in there. And I'm like, yeah, right. Nobody left the key inside the car. And then they would pull down the visor and the key would just like fall out of the visor. And I would just be like, who leaves the key in the visor? Like, who's doing that? Never understood that one. I don't know. Somebody might have to explain that one to me. Like why that one was a good idea. Just leave the key in the visor. It's no big deal. You're coming to get that car tomorrow. It'll be alright. Frigid Highlands, come on, let's go. Frigid Highlands, come on, let's go. Frigid Highlands already did this, man. Oh my goodness, look at me. Forgot that I already killed the rectifier man and I burned him alive. Burned him alive, my friend, burned him alive. Dead. Bastard, silver bastard sword of swiftness. That's pretty. That's pretty. That's pretty right there. That's pretty. That's pretty right there. Bastard sword is it's normal quality.
Yeah, it's Gothic Sword is the one I would be looking for. My boy still needs a weapon, and this thing is way too high statted for him. Unless I throw a Hell Rune in there, he won't be using it.
Come on back. Come on back. Heart attack. Heart attack.
Look at all these doojangs.
Make sure I'm not transmuting up like the topazes and stuff. Past flawless. So I can do the flawless recipe.
Bow, bow, bow.
Alright, let's go get our resistances in Crystalline Passage. Why not?
Into the crystalline passage. Into the passage of the crystalline. Drinking from the well 'cause it's mine. And slurped up all the water and you've got none left. What's up, Thresh Socket? Get wrecked, son.
Wow, he's a lot bigger in the new version. They increased his size by quite a bit. Look at him, he's all small. He's a little tiny little thing in the old one. They increased his size. Alright, let's get rid of this evil curse from our shoulder necks. Nice. Nice. Ooh, I'm possessed. I'm gonna berserk his face. Face berserking. My beard's getting so fluffy. Ooh, a barb shield. 2 sockets? Aww. Why is it never gotta be 2 sockets? I need a stupid rhyme shield already. I just want a rhyme shield. Just want some candy.
But no, I just get to be chilly. Chilly willy willy. I don't want to be chilly. I don't want to be cold. I don't want to be chilly. I don't want to be old. I just need a big old blanket to keep me warm. Yeah. I remember one time the power went out during one of like the big snowstorms in Virginia. Massive freaking thing. And power was out for like weeks. I mean, literally weeks. We were all huddled together in like one room and we had like a kerosene heater keeping the one room warm. I remember going to bed. When we went to bed in the in our bedrooms that weren't heated. And we just bundled up with like 18,000 blankets. I remember like I went to bed and I had like, I don't even know what it was, like 7 or 8 blankets on top of me. I woke up and could see my breath. It was a little chilly. It was a little chilly, just a little bit. Look at Mr. Dusty over there chowing down. He just chomping on everything. I see you over there chomping. He said, yes, so. He said, I'm meat and I'm sunglasses. I feel my bellies. Gotta check the refrigerator, see if there's anything new in the fridge. Oh my god, I never thought about it that way. So you know how like as adults we'll go up to the fridge and we'll check the refrigerator to see what's in the refrigerator, right? Even though we know that like there's nothing new in there if we didn't put it in there. And like the chinchillas on the other hand, they go to the bowl and they check for food. And like, you know, they're actually in a very odd situation where that actually does happen. Like food just magically appears in their bowl, right? They're like, you guys don't, you're never gonna believe this. Like I checked this morning and there was like some treats in the bowl and I started eating them and I didn't come get you guys though because I was gonna eat them all myself. But there's so many in here, like you guys might as well have some too. I mean, I'm not having any trouble getting through this stuff, so, I mean, there's that. I like it. I ain't mad at it. How do I have poison damage, though? Where's that coming from? Oh, yeah, the ring, that's right. Oh, yeah, that one ring that I was waiting on to level up with has poison damage on it. Yeah. Nice. I got some poison damage on my ring. Got some poison damage on my ring. Poison damage is big. Gives me an additional way to stop regeneration besides open wounds, which is really nice. And eventually I may not have as much open wounds as I would like, so having a little bit of poison damage in combination with the open wounds would be a nice way to stop the regeneration. Ow! Itchy back is itchy. I need a back scratcher. Wait a minute, I know. Aha. Yes. Oh, baby. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. Dude, a flanged mace makes a really good back scratcher too. This is great. Slay your enemies, kill freaking zombies with it. Home defense item and the doubles as a back scratcher. Like, oh my, dude, this is amazing. Oh, baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it really gets in the nooks and crannies in there. Oh, yeah, that is too much. That is amazingly good. Oh, yeah. Got the flanged mace back scratcher. I mean, look at that thing. It's got like the little points all over it. It works great for the back scratching. This thing's amazing. Or rip my skin off my back, that'll work. And then I don't have any skin left. And then
it can't be itchy if I have no skin left, right? So this is the way. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my god. That is like 10,000% better. Just rip all the skin off my flesh. Flange Maze Black Scratcher, you see, gonna scratch the skin off me. I don't need no skin, sir. I just want the itchies gone. So I use the Flange Mace to scratch my back in my place, and I'm going to get some scratchies. Gonna make it all better. Scratching, itching, itching with the Flange Mace. Don't tell me what to do in my frickin' place. Itchy, itchy, itchy back. Flanged mace attack. Shark tooth armor. 2 socket shock tools. Itchy backs will make you sad, and if that is gone, you're rad. Gonna get them itchies gone with the flange mace in a song. Get your flange maces, sir. Gotta make them all over. Gonna scratch the backs, yeah, with the flange mace attack. I'm over here just dancing to the beat. Oh, both Chinchis on the camera today. Hit him again with a scratchy itch. You gotta scratch the itch so the itch don't scratch. Scratch to the itch, to the itch, to the scratch. Scratching that itch so it don't no scratch. Superior Claymore. I need a fresher bottle of colder water now. This water is not cold enough. I'm a cold water Nazi. Das unkalten Water Nazi. I like my water so cold that it may potentially be harmful to me to drink the water at the temperature that I'm drinking it at. That's how cold I like my water.
This is not safe. You can't have water that's cold.
Never tell me what I can and can't not do. Oh no, my W energy drinks are all like jacked up. See if I can wrestle some of it free. I don't want to breathe it in. I want to drink it. I I don't want silica halitosis. Oh, looks like a mighty big glob. There, get in there. No. Whew. Saved by the bell. Boom, 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 boom. Shake it up, put it in a big old cup, shake it up, shake it up. So I got some plans for some testing videos I want to do. I kind of want to finish this run first, and then we're going to focus on testing videos. I'm not going to go right into the next challenge. I have quite a few things I want to do some testing on, and a lot of ideas for videos, obviously, as well. Every time I run these, I just want to run these, and I don't want to make any videos because I want to finish my challenges. What are my thoughts about what, Gregory? What is my brain working on? Oh, the testing videos? Mainly revolving around like golems and like iron golems. I want to test those. There's some minor stuff that I wanted to get out of the way with like the poison video, poison testing. A lot of various things. More than just that, but succubus demons, succubus demons. Oh God. Mercenary getting his booty cheeks clapped over there.
Thanks.
You alright there, buddy? Are you gonna be okay? Boom, 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 boom. So many sirens, so many succubis, so many succubis. What they gonna suck? They gonna suck your bus. Ow. Amp damage plus many tack plus meanness. Grumpy. Make Ginger grumpy. What is the best thing I found with the find item skill? I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know. My memory is terrible. I don't even remember, like, sometimes whether I lock the door when I leave for work. Like, I go back and check.
Afternoon.
I'm surprised I remember anything, to be perfectly honest. He needs a better sword than what he's currently got. And I have an idea. It's a stupid idea, but I have an idea. That didn't turn out very well. One more attempt. It's pretty horrible. I mean, it's got 2 sockets. That's about it. I don't think the one he has on is his Y-hander, so... Yeah, it didn't turn out very well. It's the 3-chip gem recipe. Dang it. Oh my god, immediately cursed with amplified damage.
Amplified damage everywhere. Amplified damage in your hair. Amplified damage on the floor. Amplified damage gonna hit you in the drawer. The under bottom of your cage. Gonna hit you with a big old page.
Yay, they're floating over the thing and I can't hit them. My favorite. Valcada. Wait, isn't there weapon racks down here? There are weapon racks down here, aren't there? Huh. Maybe we could try and get our legend sword here. It's a possibility. Although, not exactly the greatest one in the world. And fraught with danger. Weapon racks and armor racks are usually in like little offcuts, if I remember correctly. There's usually like a little offcuts and it kind of like goes out away from the main path, and that's usually where the armor racks and weapon racks are. Champion Succubus. How? Yeah, so there should be, well, no, that's not it. So that's not the offshoot. Where's the offshoot, then? I'm gonna run past these stupid things. Oh, is this the one where there's no offshoot? That's unfortunate. I mean, there's Rosenstein right there. Get my resultances. Let's take a look and see if we can find the weapon rack. There should be a weapon rack somewhere down here. Holy Jesus, that's a lot of monsters. I think this is it right here. Okay, yeah, so there's an offshoot here. And there should be a weapon rack here. And an armor stand. Okay. So let's find a short path to get to this thing. And let's see if we can farm it a couple times. Maybe we'll finally get our legend sword so we can craft the item that we're looking for. So pretty much all we're going to have to do is just like jump through this. Assuming that there is no glooms or anything. Because we don't exactly have cap lightning res while we're using our two jumping swords. And then also from here, like, we have to go to the waypoint. It's not going to be as easily controllable as the lower Kurast one. That's for dang sure. We're going to have a lot of crap to, like, run through to go to that weapon rack. A lot of crap. There's no way I'm going to be able to control it. I mean, I could be able to farm it multiple times. You know, just get there, click it, see if it drops what I'm looking for. If it doesn't, rinse, repeat. I mean, that's a possibility. Let's go get our resistances at the very least. That'll help in case there's glooms down there and other nasty things that have elemental damage. So, 49% lightning with our two-hander, and then
Not here.
still capped out with our shield and board. Helmet I can't use, unfortunately.
Stop licking yourself raw, buddy. Don't huff and don't puff. You gotta stop. Okay? Why don't you go eat some food and get fat? How about that? There's probably some kibble in there. And you can get some water to wash it down. I love you, buddy. I don't want to see you chew yourself to death. Okay. You want a chip'ems? Would you like a chip'ems? Hmm? He said, yeah. So, duh. Of course I want a chip'ems. So that's, he said, he said, you just stupid. That's, of course I want chip'ems. Why wouldn't I want a chip'ems? That's just dumb. So you don't even have to ask that question. You say you just give me a chip'ems. If there's a chip'ems involved, you just put it right in my mouth. Oop, I didn't mean to go back down there.
I don't know. Let's do the. I'll see if we can do the armor rack or the weapon rack a couple of times. I don't know. Maybe. It's definitely going to be a rough one. I mean, we can try clicking on some stuff on the way. It's still going to be nasty the whole way, just even running down to the cave entrance, and then we have no idea what's actually going to be in the cave entrance. So. Trying to make sure I'm clicking stuff on the way so it's not just going straight for the rack, but ghosts. Scissors quab.
Scissors. Quab.
Impossible.
Yeah, I don't know about this. This is like way too much effort for such a minimal amount of gain. And even then, like, I'm not even getting anything because it's not dropping.
Good afternoon.
Chilly Willy, Chilly Will, I don't got no can I be frozen, so I'm Chilly Wills, Chilly Billy, Tilly Wills. Look at me, just Chilly Willy Willy, I'm a Chilly Billy silly, Chilly Billy Willy Willy Chilly. Chilly Billy Billy, Chilly Willy Willy, give me that emerald, Chilly Chilly silly. Try it one more time. Probably gonna be clones this time to murder me. Oh god. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean the clones. I didn't mean it. Please stop murdering me. So many glomies everywhere. So many glomes in my hair. Great pileup. Oh. Man. It's just too far down there, and I can't click on it fast enough, and it's so far away from like any kind of variable manipulation. I can't really force it to drop me the item that I want either. It's just not a good source. Cody, quit digging, buddy, and get over here so I can see you, please. Thank you. He thinks he's smart when he digs. He'll go off to somewhere else where I can't see him, so he can dig in peace without me interrupting him. He's like, oh well, if he doesn't want to see me dig, then I just won't dig in front of him, and then he won't know, and he won't know that I'm digging, and he won't be able to see me, and so he won't be upset because I'm digging, and then yeah, that's how that works. I mean, that's really not how it works, but... Dude, where is the entrance at? Didn't I find it? Okay, it's right there. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. I think getting to terrorized nightmare difficulty, at the very least, would be a huge boon for us. Start working toward TZ nightmare. Get more EXP that way, and we can start slowly working our way toward it. That's worth some money. I mean, there's really no reason to fight all this stuff anyway. Whatever's advantageous for us is really what we're sitting at. We kind of want to look for places where we got the advantage. Like fighting a bunch of moon lords is just not really... and monsters we can't leech from. It's just war of attrition at that point when you're fighting monsters like these. They're just going to slowly kill you and drain all your resources until there's nothing left. Tend to try to avoid skeletons whenever I'm on a melee character. The 0 drain effectiveness really kind of turns them into nasty monsters for melee. And Moon Lords are not exactly nice either. Okay. Spirit Shrine. There it is, Frozen Tundra. Good, let's get the hell out of Dodge. Vultures don't drop weapons, and skeletons. I don't think we fight these guys either.
Impossible.
Those guys are actually okay to fight, but they gang up on you really quick. Alright, onward to Ancient. Ancient, not Ancient. What was it? Why am I forgetting the name all of a sudden? My brain doesn't work. Period. Plateau. Ancient's Way. Ancient's Way. Yeah, Ancient. Ancient was the right word. Alright. Let's get the Mercenary. Dark Lances is actually good for us. They're surprisingly weak to kill, although they're a little bit nasty in melee range. They're still pretty easy to kill, so let's get the cadre back together and start actually fighting through. See if we can find the waypoint too while we're at it. Butchery. Amplify damage. I'm always taking a look just in case something good pops up in here, but you know, like it's pretty rare. Alright, Mercenary, we got work to do. Come on down and we can take a poo. What is that? A message? It has a message. Message, 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 boys. Ah, messages. There was no message. It was a lie. Those freaking spam bots. Okay, well, we got Hell Lords. Yep, that's pretty much what I expected was going to happen with the Hell Lords. And ripping my poor little merc to pieces.
What is it?
Nice. And this area is going to be a pain with the Lion Lancers and the Hell Lords together. It's not really that like one or the other is that ridiculous, but both of them together, it's a little much. It's a little much. Especially with how tough they are to kill. Oh my god, look at them. Take forever. The dual flails on the Minotaurs is kind of cool, I gotta admit. Alright, everybody focus on the same target. That way we're doing more damage. Focus. Focus. The shared stash and the character corrupted. Not just the character or the shared stash. Both the character and the shared stash corrupted. It was pretty rough. I lost everything.
I lost it all. I lost it all.
And I lost it now.
Every single bit, I lost all of it. Every single bit, I lost all of it. Can't believe how much I lost. Okay, it was a pretty freaking bad. I don't know. Hey, it was a pretty good. It was really freaking bad. I didn't like it. It was super duper bad.
Alright, this is going to be a slog the whole way through, I can tell. Those Moon Lords are making this just ridiculous. The Dark Lancers were easy because the Dark Lancers have low HP and are easy to kill, but like in combination with the Moon Lords, Dark Lancers have high damage output and the Moon Lords end up being tanks because they distract my Valkyrie and my Mercenary. So like it's a lot more difficult to take out the Dark Lancers when they have the Moon Lord support essentially. Come on. Get in there. Get in there, do your thing. Nice. Nice. Oh god, another fast pack. Boom, 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 boom. Flawless Sapphire. Oh my dear Lord Jesus. Get over here, Mercenary. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, he's not listening to my commands.
Good afternoon.
Come on, back up just a little bit. I don't want you over there. I need you over here. Over this way. Over this way. He's not paying attention to me at all. There we go. I think we might have managed to succeed at something.
Maybe, maybe, baby. Maybe, baby, baby. Maybe, baby, baby. Moon lords coming at you for days. They don't care about nothing, cause they going to haze you, and they smack you, and they whack you, and they hit you again. They got my aura, and it might be the end, and my mercenary's hanging in there as good as he can. But my mercenary, he just bit it with a can. Try, 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 try. One more time, let's try again. Hey, thanks for the follow, Wave the Crane. Welcome to the party. Oh no, he shattered. No! The one thing I didn't want to happen. No, 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 no. Shattering is not what I wanted to see. I needed a corpse so I could make up for me a grim ward of evil intentions for me. But he died and then he shattered, which made all my way. I don't know what to do now. Oh my god, these freaking hell lords, just die. Just die already. Just die. 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 Thank you. Oh, you shattered too, you little punk.
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow.
Take off the shield, smack him directly. Hit him with the big old sword. Tell him what to do in Fjord. Not enough mana, I see. Why am I running out of mana all of a sudden? These guys must have like mana burn or something. I mean, I know I don't have any mana leech, but it seems rather ridiculous. Like I'm running out of mana way too fast. Get him, get him, get him. Taking way too long to kill some hell lords. It's a pretty rough configuration in this place. Alright. Re-up the shouts. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, this is going to take forever if I fight through this. I mean, the Lancers are okay. The Moon Lords take forever to kill. Like, they literally have, like, infinite HP or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, they die eventually. Enough concerted blasts to their face, eventually they fall down. Gotta find the waypoint. That would be great. If I can find the waypoint, then I can hop out of here and I can come back and swap these Moon Lords out for something a little less nasty. That would be an ideal goal. Flawless Hammerbeist. Ow. Waypoint? Waypoint. Nice. Alright. Let's swap these frickin' Moon Lords out for something else, hopefully. Let's just save and exit. And we'll come back in and see if we get something better than the Moon Lords. Because those things is nasty, and I can't do like hardly no damage to them at all, and it's pissing me off. I stand there and get wailed on. I mean, granted, it would really help if I had a better weapon.
like a lot. It would help a lot if I had a better weapon. So very much. So very much. It will help so very much. I do not know. I like graffiti. Okay, okay. Tainted ain't too bad. Relatively low HP pools, high damage output though, so they do hit kind of hard. Especially on my poor little mercenary who's getting his butt kicked right now. But I mean, yeah, I mean actually that's not bad. This isn't bad. I'll have to see what the next monster type is. Like afflicted are high damage monsters that have relatively low HP, and as long as you have good fire, good lightning resistance, sometimes cold resistance, and some other, you know, like physical ways to block their physical attacks when they do decide to swing at you. I mean, they generally are okay to deal with. In hell difficulty, I would be scared for my life though, because I know my lightning res isn't going to be capped. But as you can see, I pretty much bodied the group, no problem. Let's see what the next type of monster is. It's more tainted. I always kind of wondered if, like, because I know it's always 3 monster types, right? It's always 3 monster types no matter what. But, like, is there, like, a primary, secondary, and like, third monster or something? Because it kind of seems like that. It kind of seems like there's always, like, one monster is above the others. We got Hell Lords again. Okay. Time to find the Ancients and move on, then. Ugh, we got Quill Rats? Yuck. Not the Quill Rats. Blech. Blech. Moonlords and Quill Rats? Blech. Blech. The Tainted were alright. The Quill Rats? Oh man. That was worse than that was worse than we had before. Not the Quill Rats. Can you have 2 Valkyries? No, you cannot have 2 Valkyries. The Mercenary doesn't get a Valkyrie. That would be silly. Mercenary is currently amped. I don't know if my Mercenary is surviving this. It's got to be down here. It's like the only place left. Screw it. Let's just go up to the top. Tired of fighting these Moon Lords. Alright, so we need a potions before we take on the Echons. Let's just fill up on all the potions that we can get. Alright. I mean, if we die, well, we die. If you die, you die, but did you die? Maybe. Run away. Ah. Basic tactic for Ancients is always just to run away. Like there's 3 of them. It's 3v1. Okay, look. For your first like task should just simply be to isolate one of them from the rest of them. Like just try and get like, you know, one or 2 isolated. It doesn't have to be like, you know, 1. You can just even not having Talik in the group is like a huge benefit. and then that's pretty much it. And then you just work them down like separate from each other. It's so much easier to kill them separate from each other. I'm just gonna keep both of them open wounded. Oh god, look at those amazing graphics, guys. Those are, look at all them pixels. Look at all my pixels. I know you're jealous of my pixels.
Pixely, pixely, pixels, pixely, pixely, pixels, pixely, pixely, pixels.
Smack 'em and smack 'em and whack 'em, smack 'em and smack 'em and whack 'em, smack 'em and smack 'em and whack 'em and smack 'em and whack 'em. I feel like I should take off the shield, but I don't think I have enough room to take off the shield. Like, my merc's doing pretty good, and I'm holding my own here. Let's just full DPS output Mad Dog while they're tanking. Tanking and banking and tanking and blanking and banking. I don't care what you're doing over here, my friend. I'ma keep on swinging. I'ma swing till the end. I'ma use my berserk on you, son. Gonna hit you right in your bum. Defense is 0, but I don't care, cause I'm a hero and I know that. This has like been my life playing this game. Wish we could give our mercs some direct commands. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely times where I've been upset, like, at how the mercenaries are really dumb and do stupid stuff, but yeah. Man, this cold enchanted has got to go. Keep on swinging, swang-a-langin', keep on swinging. I gotta keep on swinging, yeah, swinging, yeah, we's gonna. Gotta keep on swinging, yeah, swinging and swinging, swinging and swinging. Gonna tell you what we's been swinging. What's up, Corlick? Why are you so ridiculously tanky? You got like 10 trillion HP or something. Like, I don't even know what the hell's going on with you, buddy. I feel like I could sit here forever and just like wail at this guy. I'm gonna switch monitors. Look, ma, no hands. Look, ma, no hands. This is literally gonna be like a 7-hour Corlick kill. I mean, it'll happen eventually, I guess. One of these days, maybe it'll happen. We can go back and we can sap and gonna hit you in the ugly head. I don't really care if you be dead. Come on down, come on brown. What's up, Corlick? Back to town. That's right. Only the pros had to do the no-hand mode. No hand Corlick for days. See, that gives me time to get snacks. Yeah, so that I can get some snacks and stuff. Yeah, we can get snackums. We get out here. Oh no. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Huh.
Hard-boiled egg. I think my weapon's gonna break. Talik's cursed. Unfortunate for me. Thankfully, I seem to be taking the damage rather well. Alright, Talik. I know I'm gonna break my weapon on your face. It's already down to 3 durability. I guess I'm gonna have to switch over to one of the spirit weapons after this. My weapon's broken. You see the red? It's up there. It's broken. It's not actually shattered yet. There's actually a glitch in the game that prevents the weapon from shattering until you actually stop attacking. I wonder if I just hold down the button forever and never stop attacking, will it stay in good condition? It'll shatter the moment that I stop attacking. I don't know why. But as of right now, it is still intact for the moment. I have to be very astute to not stop attacking him at any moment. Punch Barb is back. I don't think I'm punching Talik to death. Not with his broad armor and flaming sword. I see he has chance to cast Nova on his equipment, which is kind of hilarious. Come on, Barb Merc, we can do it. Keep on swinging, swinging hot. Keep on swinging, swinging light. Gonna hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it in a hit. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Don't stop hitting. Just keep on hitting. That's right. Punch, 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 punchy, punch, punch, punchy, punchy, punch, 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 punchy, punch, punch, punchy, punchy, do. Punchy, punchy, punchy. Punch, punchy, punch, 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 punchy, punchy, punch. Find item finger? Oh, no, not the find item finger. I'm gonna give my find item finger carpal tunnel. Almost got him. Almost there. Level 61. Hope we get level 62, probably, right? Boom, 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 boom. Nice, we did it. Now my weapon is completely broken. It's literally 0 out of 50. The next monster that I tap, it'll just auto shatter. It's kind of funny. I don't know why the game is like buggy like that, but whatever. Oh, look at that. Dang. Okay. Level 2 right there. Gloams. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's put the shield back on. We need it. Let's do a pre-buff in Frigid Highlands before we go in. I know my buffs were wearing off, like, middle of the Ancients fight, but I didn't want to stop attacking because I'd lose my effects. I should be able to take the Gloams. I've got 75% resistance, and my Mercenary has 75% resistance, so I don't see any reason why they should be trouble for us. We should be able to handle it. I wonder what the... Well, I was going to say I wonder what the TZ is right now, but hardly matters. It's what the TZ is going to be in, like, an hour when I kill Bale. Holy... Tons of monsters, Batman. Man, I don't necessarily think the monster types are horrible here or anything, but... Oh, there's a lot of monsters. Let's go find the waypoint. I'm assuming probably right here. I hired mercenaries in Shadowrun. I love Shadowrun. I want to do a full playthrough on Shadowrun one day. The Sega Genesis version. One day I'll play through Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis. None behind me. Oh yeah, absolutely love frickin' Shadowrun. The SNES version was weird. I tried to play the Super Nintendo version. It's like a completely different game. It's just completely different every way, shape, and form. It's not even the same game at all. Like, it's a different story, different engine, different everything. Yeah, the Sega one was way better in my opinion. Way better. It's like, you know, it's like eating margarine all your life and then you finally have some butter and you don't want to go back to margarine.
Like the SNES version was just nowhere near as good as the Sega version. So once you play the Sega version, it was just a much better title in general. Then you go to the SNES version and you're like, feels like you're walking through soup. Can't go back, my friend. Can't go back.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Wheels on the bus go round and round. What's up, Gold Magic Vine? How's it doing? How's it doing, my friend? How's it doing?
Do Souls attacks have minus lightning res? I don't think so, no. Lightning just has a really large damage range. It's much crazier than you would think. Like sometimes when the souls will hit you, it won't do a lot of damage, but sometimes when they hit you, it does like a massive amount of damage. And there's a certain brute force to it, where like even if you have 75% resistance, like if they hit you hard enough, like it doesn't really matter that you have 75% resistance. Especially in hell difficulty when they start doing like massive amounts of damage. To give you an idea, like think about it like this, okay? Let me pull up a calculator. So let's pretend that you are, you know, a relatively well-geared character and you have 75% resistance, right? Well, lightning is an attack that varies between 1 to like a larger number, right? So let's say like 20,000. So like plus 20,000. And so, like, if you divide that by 2, there's an average damage of, like, 10,000 or whatever, right? Well, the thing is that, like, if they hit you for, like, 5,000 damage and you subtract 75% from that, that's still 1,250 damage left. If they hit you for 20,000 damage and you subtract 75% from that, that's still 5,000 damage. Like, lightning is one of those weird things where it sometimes can hit you for, like, 250 and you subtract your 75% and it's like, oh, that didn't hurt that much. And then the next one comes in for like 2,000, and then you subtract your 75% from that. And that one doesn't hurt too bad because it's only about 500 damage. But then, like, one of them comes in that's like 20,000 damage, and even with your measly 75% resistance, it's still doing like 5k damage to you, and it's like absolutely bonkers. Lightning is one of those, it's just one of those abilities that has such a high top end that it can like absolutely bypass your 75% reduction. Ooh. Thankfully, I'm in nightmare difficulty right now, not hell, so they don't have a huge amount of lightning damage yet. They don't get the ridiculous lightning damage until we get to hell difficulty. That's where they really start to get the massive amounts of lightning damage. I think I'm gonna kill these guys. There's no gloams around, and this is a fairly good setup. Let's go ahead and re-up our buffs. Start working on these hell spawn one at a time. It's good EXP. We're close to leveling. Oh, chain lightning's amazing now ever since they fixed the next hit delay stuff. And of course, your chain lightning sorceress is always going to be a lightning sorceress as well, so it's not like you wouldn't have lightning to fall back on. I'm hoping one of these guys will drop me a legend sword. That's my hope. Don't have to be nothing special, just a plain white legend sword, no sockets. I'll take it to Lars or Yonker. I mean, if you want to drop me a 3-socket one, that'd be great too. Or maybe, you know, like a 15% enhanced 3-socket, that'd be even better.
King's Executioner of Evisceration. Your mom's an executioner. Ooh, burn. Can I explain why 2 crescent moons is negative 70% and not negative 35% per hit? Yes. So, there are certain stats on weapons that count toward the whole, and there are certain stats on weapons that do not count toward the whole and only apply to each individual weapon. They can be categorized as applying on hits or applying overall to your entire character. Think about it like this, okay? If you have a stat on a sword, has like life leech as an example. Life leech is only going to apply to that weapon, and that's it. It doesn't apply to the other weapon that you have in your hand, all right? But if you have a stat like strength or vitality, then of course the strength and vitality apply to both weapons because it's adding to your stats, which causes you to have that bonus on everything that you do. Because now you have 20 extra strength or you have 20 extra vitality, right? The negative target's defense is not applying to the weapon, it's applying to you specifically. It's giving you negative 35% target's defense. And that negative 35% target's defense is just simply something that you're getting as a reward for wearing the item. Not everything applies to the weapon. Some things apply to the weapon, like for instance, open wounds, crushing blow, lifesteal, and various other things like proccing effects. Trying to think of all of them off the top of my head. There's a lot of things that apply to the weapon itself, but not everything applies to the weapon. Like lightning damage applies only to that weapon. Cold damage applies only to that weapon. Poison damage applies only to that weapon. Defense versus missile applies to the character as a whole. Mana applies to the character as a whole. 22 vitality applies to the character as a whole. +4 magic absorb applies to the character as a whole. +2 skills applies to the character as a whole. Faster cast applies to the character as a whole. 55% faster hit recovery applies to the character as a whole. You have to understand which ones apply only to the weapon and which ones apply to your whole character, right? There's always going to be things that will apply to your whole character, and there's going to be things that will apply to just that weapon strike. One way you can clearly see this is like, let's see if I can show you a method for this. So, like, see how this weapon doesn't have any poison damage on it, and this weapon does have poison damage on it. But see how this weapon over here doesn't have any poison damage on it. I'm not actually showing you, but hold on, let me free up some space so I can actually put the weapon down. All right, so you can look on the panel and you can see this. So if I take this weapon off, you notice there's no poison damage on this weapon. However, both the spirit swords have poison damage. So poison damage and poison damage, right? However, if I take one of the poison damage swords off and I put the non-poison damage sword in place, concentrate only attacks with one weapon. It doesn't attack with both, right? So this is now the offhand weapon, and this is the on-hand weapon, right? So if I take this one and switch it to the on-hand position, you'll notice that the poison damage comes back, right? So you can clearly see that the poison damage does not apply to the weapon just simply by looking at this. And you can't always do this because the character screen isn't always valid. But in this particular case, it is. So it's showing you that the lightning damage is not applying to the weapon. It's not applying to the main hand weapon, and it's basically just giving you that coordination. Now, sometimes in here, it'll tell you the wrong things too. Like it'll add up the total lifesteal off of 2 different items, and it'll like tally it up in the thing, which is wrong. But some effects always work across both weapons, and some effects do not. I mean, you can look up a full list of them. You can look up things like crushing blow, open wounds, lifesteal, proccing effects, like lightning damage, poison damage, cold damage, damage to demons, damage to undead, enhanced damage, like all these various things. You can look them up and see what applies and what doesn't for the offhand versus the main hand weapon. And there's a listing of essentially what does and what doesn't. And negative resistance is one of those things that is a general
bonus to your character. It doesn't apply to just that weapon. It applies to your entire character. I mean, that's something that the developers could have changed. They could have made it that way. They could have, like, at some point been like, hey, maybe we want it to work this way. And then nerfed it, which is probably what they did with most of this stuff, right? They probably were like, okay, we don't want lifesteal to work. Like, you know, if they have it in their offhand, we want to make sure they're actually using the lifesteal in their main hand. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It really only applies to the barbarian anyway, because the barbarian's the only one that can use 2 weapons. Well, I guess technically it applies to the assassin too, with 2 claws. Alright, would have thought you'd already known this, Miles. You've been hanging around for about 1,000 years. You're one of my oldest viewers. But then again, I don't really play Barbarian very much, do I? Not as much as I like to play the other classes. Fear not the lightning, for it is very frightening, but you are grounded. Lightning everywhere, lightning in my hair, static electricity coming for my booty cheeks, and I do not like all the meanie frights, and they trying to beat me up, they trying to frighten me. If he plays Barbarian, you make sure to watch the full video. Why is that? You like Barbarian? Is Barbarian your favorite? You like the Barbarian, the beast? You like the Barbarian? I don't know why the Barbarian is Italian. You like the Barbarian? Capisci? The Barbarian. Did you guys ever see the husky that had an Italian accent? Can't crack me up. You know how huskies like to talk back to their owners all the time. It's something that like, they're known for. This one husky, he's literally trying to talk back to his owner, and he's Italian, and he was raised in an Italian family, and he's talking back to his owner with an Italian accent. The dog's like, it's freaking hilarious. I ain't never heard a dog talk in an accent before. I only started 4 years ago. Well, plenty of stuff to explore. I feel like 25 years in, I'm still learning stuff about Diablo 2 every day. Throw Barbarian. Throw Barbarian. What was the Throw Barbarian I did? I don't even remember a Throw Barbarian. Was that one of my challenge characters or something? Was that that was the 8-player Barbarian run, right? 'Cause that's the only Throw Barbarian I've done in a while is the 8-player Barbarian run. So much concentration. I'm gonna concentrate so hard a turd's gonna pop out my butt.
Yeah, that was the 8-man barbarian run where we like struggled and died trying to fight the Uber Diablo. But we succeeded in the end. We succeeded. It was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. The 8 barbarians were victorious. We died like 1,000 times. But that's okay, because we did. We killed Uber Diablo, and that's all that matters. Not the 7,304 deaths that we had while our bodies on the floor. Oh, not anything that happened in between. Oh, just the victory. Hey, you didn't see it. Every time that we died. So many deaths, it was ridiculous. I'm pretty sure he was laughing. Diablo was laughing at us. Because we died so many times that he said, bro, my KD ratio is going up so freaking fast. I can't believe I'm at 300 to 1. Ba 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 ba. Throne of Destruction. Alright, we need to clear this, so time to put on the game face. Oh yeah, let me put my ring back on. That would be smart. I took it off because I was trying to demonstrate something and I forgot to put it back on. Oh god, dollies! No! Get away from me, dollies! Evil little dollies. Look at them. Look at them. They're so mean. They're so rude and mean. Look at them. Look at them. Evil dolls. Ew. Ew. They're going to blow up. Kill them. Kill them. Definitely don't want these things coming back from the dead. It's an interesting debate that we can have here. So the necromancer has skeletons, okay. And I actually know the answer to this, so I'm not gonna tell anybody the answer because I want you guys to talk about it. So are the skeletons that the necromancer makes, revives, creates, imbues, whatever, are they actually undead? Or are they something else? Do you know the answer to the question? I know the answer to the question. I want to see if you guys know the answer to the question. Slow, steady murdering of pit lords. Oh, ye unfortunate pit lords, fall in your mighty chalice. Alright, so we're locking in our answers at undead. That's what we're locking the answers in on. We're doing a lockdown on the undead. Lockdown. They're locking it down, boys. We're locking it down. Oh, Frank Man's locking in with the not undead. He's locking in with the not undead. Alright, we got one not undead. We got a couple undeads. They're locking in, guys. They're locking in. Gregory says not undead. Wind Fury says undead. Alright, we got quite a few people here who are claiming different things. One saying undead, another saying not dead indeed. Not saying don't indeed. Alright, so let's reveal the answer, shall we? So, how do you know if something is undead? Well, there's a couple ways. One way that you know whether a monster is undead or not is, well, like, are they affected by spells or things that are only against undead? So, for instance, Holy Bolt only damages undead and demons. Things like undead damage multipliers only affect undead, and so forth and so on. Sanctuary Aura only affects undead. And, interestingly enough, if you go into PvP with a Necromancer and you try to use Holy Bolt or Sanctuary Aura against a Necromancer's army, it does not work. So at least as far as the game is concerned, your army is not undead. Now, that's not to say that revives aren't technically undead, because obviously you're actually taking the corpse of a monster and reviving it. And theoretically, I mean, that's also how Skeleton works, is you're taking the bones of the monster and you're making something out of it. But if the game is not classifying them as undead, and in a PvP scenario, none of the undead skills work against the skeletons, well, then doesn't that mean that they're not undead? At which point, what are they? Are they constructs? I guess they could technically be constructs. I mean, the Iron Golem is a construct, right? So it's not unheard of that the Necromancer has constructs that are made out of things. In this particular case, he's making the constructs out of, you know, skeleton bones, right? He's just making them out of bones. Like, all right, it killed a monster. Monster has bones. I mean, he uses bones to make a construct out of it. And it actually kind of makes a little sense when you think about it from that scenario. Now, that's not to say that, like, canonically, they might not be undead, but, like, at least as far as Diablo 2 is concerned, like, they're not undead monsters. I don't know what they are. Constructs, maybe he's creating a shell and then he summons a soul to go into the shell so that the soul can run around and do things. You know, like, maybe there's more to it than just simply, like, you know, one thing. Maybe it's like a combination of things. But they don't seem to be affected by any undead specific magic. So Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt, Sanctuary Aura, like, none of those things seem to affect the undead skeletal mages and skeletal warriors. I actually don't know if it affects the revives. I'd have to check that. I don't think I've ever tested the revives. Then what the heck is a bone spirit? I don't even know.
I can't carry
I mean, you got to understand that the Necromancer is using magic that none of the other characters have. So, like, Sorceress, Paladin, Barbarian, you know, Druid, whatever, like, they're all using magic that is sort of, like, ingrained in the Sin War. So, if you think about it from a certain perspective, the Sin War is angels versus demons, okay? And the angels made babies with the demons, and the demons made babies with the angels, okay? And they made the Nephilim. And the Nephilim have the power of both, right? They have the power of angels, and they have the power of demons. So, like, when the Paladin uses, you know, an ability that is, you know, holy, he's essentially harnessing the angelic power within himself. When a sorceress fires a fireball, she's essentially harnessing, like, the evil powers that are within herself, the demonic powers, right? But when the Necromancer summons forth an army or uses his curses or does all the things that he's doing, those don't come from angelic or demonic powers. They come from a third being, which is separate from the others, which works in a completely different way than the angelic and demon powers, and that is the dragon, known as Tragul. I think it's Tragul, not Trangul. The dragon Tragul is this big giant beastly thing that apparently the original Necromancer ends up communicating with, and, like, it's an entirely different power source. He was basically the guardian of Sanctuary after Sanctuary had been created, and the only thing I can think of, it doesn't actually say this anywhere. It says he's a mysterious entity, a celestial dragon. But he could potentially be the neutrality within the Anu. So, like, the story of Anu basically goes that, you know, like, Anu saw the evil within him, cast the evil out, right? And when he cast the evil out, he made the dragon Tathamet. Tathamet basically was all of the evil that was ever inside of Anu. And, of course, Tathamet wanted to kill Anu, and they fought each other, and they ended up smoting each other asunder. So we're literally where, like, Tathamet became hell, and Anu died as well and turned into heaven, and blah, 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 right? But what if Tragul represents the neutrality within Anu? And he could potentially be, like, a third type of power within, like, the general, like, power scheme, right? And so the Necromancer is the only one that has the power from Tragul, which is, like, a completely different type of power than the other two. He's not so, like, all the other characters are wielding either demonic or angelic powers. They're not wielding anything else. But the Necromancer is the only one that gets to wield this like necromantic power, which apparently comes specifically from Tragul and no one else. So we don't really know what the hell his powers are, to be perfectly honest. I mean, they're not holy like the angels, and they're not demonic like the demons. They're something else. I mean, one of the things that we do know is that, what's-his-face, the first Necromancer, I can't remember his name for some reason, Lilith's son, Inarius and Lilith's son, he had the power of prophecy. Like, he was able to see into the future. He knew basically everything that was going to happen. Like, he knew that his father was going to kill him. He knew that, you know, his mother was going to come and like, take the key. Like, he knew basically everything that was going to happen, like, down to almost like an nth degree, because he was in communion with the dragon. Able to see, like, the past, present, and the future, like, all at the same time. Starts with R. Rathma? I think it's Rathma, right? Yeah, Rathma. Yeah, so Rathma ends up communicating with Tragul, and then he actually forms the Necromancer, like, Brotherhood or whatever, and he actually starts training the other Necromancers in how to harness the power of Tragul, which is a whole thing apparently. Like, so they're just working on harnessing a third type of power in the universe. Not really sure what to make of Rathma's power, to be honest. It seemed like Rathma was well aware that the power that he had didn't actually come from him, and that he wasn't essentially like the ruler of the power, that he was drawing it from another source. I'm curious if, like, Trag'Oul were to ever die, would the Necromancer's power just simply disappear? I'm not really sure who would be powerful enough to kill Trag'Oul, but...
Dude, this is slow going, but we're making progress. Almost there. Slowly but surely, we's working through the game. Slowly but surely, we's being really lame.
There's a certain, like, rhythmicness to the barbarian that's like hypnotizing me while I'm playing like I am. I'm over here like, he's like ooh 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 ooh, and I'm just like, I'm getting lost in the sauce over here, just listening to him like rhythmically like smash monsters to death. I'm gonna have to pull up my stream later and I'll fall asleep to it. Fall asleep to the Oonga Boonga of the barbarian. Oonga boonga, oonga boonga, oonga boonga, oonga boonga. Oonga, oonga, oonga boonga.
Your friend's like, oh man, ever since I got this wave tape, I just play the waves, man, and they roll in and out, and I fall asleep to the waves. You should try it. And you're like, no thanks, I got my own tape. And you're like, he's like, oh yeah, what kind of tape do you listen to fall asleep? And he's like, oh yeah, here, you want to hear it? And he's like, and it starts playing, and all you hear is just ooh 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 ooh. He's like, what the hell is that, man? Oh, he's like, that's a concentrate, Bob. Yeah. That's the rhythmic blows of the concentrate barbarian. That puts me to sleep every time. Just listen to the Oonga Boonga of the barbarian and you will fall asleep in minutes. Oonga Boonga land. Come on, Oonga Boongas. Hey. In my defense, I don't want to go slow, okay? I just don't have a weapon. It's not my fault Oonga Boonga Barb requires a good sword.
Oonga boonga boonga boy, come on down and get a toy. Oonga boonga boonga boy, come on down and get a toy. We got a oonga boonga boonga barb, gonna hit him in his bar. Oonga boonga boonga barb, come on down and hit him hard.
Ow. Super duper slow. Chilled and decrepified. Look at this. 1 attack per hour.
One attack per hour is the best that I can do. 1 attack per hour is the best for me and you. Come on down and you can see the best for you and me. 1 attack per hour, man. Come on down and we can plan.
Kalenzo the Annihilator. Fire and cold enchanted.
Swing that sword, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Shk-ding. Shk-ding. Oh my god, slowest Colenso kill ever. Finally. Okay, now we can drag these monsters away from the Decrepify spammer. We can't drag Colenso away. He doesn't follow. Not really. Most of the time he actually just runs away. Warped one demon minion. Oh yeah, I could have tried to like bash him out of range of the grip. That would have been smart. Look at you thinking ahead and stuff. Look at you being smart. Like some sort of smart man. Some sort of person who's smart. Oh my god, it's taking forever just to kill warped ones. Man, what's gonna happen when I get to the actual tough monsters? He was regenerating. Oh no. My chance to hit, 91%? Why was he regenerating? That's scary. Stop bashing him away from me. I'm trying to kill him. Stupid, cold, and shining, but all. Oh man, these are evil little warped ones. I'm gonna get carpal tunnel just trying to click them to death. If I hit him with the old berserk. 17 years late, town gonna kill them dead. A warped one, got to hit him in his ugly head. Don't care what you say, hit him anyway. Right in his purty mouth. Boy, you got a purty mouth.
Good afternoon.
Trying to get rid of some of these potions. Carrying too many of them. Alright, next is the evil ones that we gotta pull away, right? Let's have some fun with it. Skip the other waves. Yeah, I don't think that's possible, but... Eisenhart's breastplate. Oh, you shouldn't have. I'm trying to use the totems to force them to run the wrong direction. Seems to be mildly working. But granted, I ran out of totems, so. Oh no, shouts wore off.
I need you guys to come over here. Stop being such a weird boy. I need y'all to come over here so I can kill you and make you dead. I can't suffer y'all to live. No, I can't. Because he took out my eye. And if I get the chance, I'm going to take out his. That's a Waterworld quote, by the way. For you uncultured heathens. You uncultured swine. What's up, Mr. Deathmage? It's time to punch you in the face, too. Thanks for coming out to see me. I really appreciate it. Makes me feel good inside. Alright, I do believe that's it. Now we just work on the Herodrum. The Unravelers. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little unravelers. Gonna punch them right in their loincloths. I don't know what possessed me the other day, but I watched Running Man again. Arnold Schwarzenegger. And there's just something so great about those like 80s, 90s movies. Like I don't understand like why they're so much better than the movies that we're like putting out today, but like we're just like there's like I don't know what it is. Maybe there's like a passion problem, or maybe there's I don't know what the problem is precisely, but all I know is that like the movies that we've got today are just not as good. Like I'll go back and watch some of those older movies and they're freaking amazing. Like I legitimately like in like Amazon Prime and stuff like that, I'll literally just type in 80s movies. I'll type in like 70s movies or 80s movies or 90s movies or whatever. I mean, I think so. Yeah, I think that Mang Song's is best in slot for fire druids. It's really because there's no such thing as a fire druid. So the problem comes into play is that people assume that the fire druid is a, you know, quote unquote fire druid. But the fire druid is not a quote unquote fire druid. The fire druid is a fire/physical druid. Alright? So when you think about it like this, so instead of thinking about it as a fire druid, adjust your perception and think about it as a fire/physical druid. And once you adjust your perception a little bit and you start to understand that like the majority of the fire skills are also physical skills. Like for instance, if you pull up, let me pull up a tree real quick for the druid. Ugh, not that website. And not Diablo 4 either. Dang it. Why did I type in Diablo 4? I ain't typed Diablo 4. I'm gonna start punching people. Alright, so let's take a look at the elemental tree real quick, and I'll point out what I'm talking about to you. Alright, so this is the elemental tree for the druid. And that is a horrible way to look at that image. Alright, this is the elemental tree for the druid. Alright? So Firestorm is a physical damage is a fire damage only skill, but it's a melee skill. Requires you to be within melee range. It has relatively bad damage unless you're in melee range. So unless you want to be a melee fire druid, probably not a good skill. Okay. Molten Boulder is half physical, half fire. Right? So half of it is fire damage and half of it is physical damage. So if you want to use Molten Boulder, it is half and half. Fissure is a really good skill. It's the only pure fire skill in the tree, and it is really good, but it's not enough to carry the tree by itself. Very, very good fire damage. And if you wanted to set up like a pure fissure druid or whatever, it would be pure fire. But the thing about fire skills is that you can't spam any of them, because they all have delays on them. So like if you're going to be a fire druid, you're probably going to end up being more than just a fissure druid. Armageddon and Volcano are both fire/physical too. So out of all of the skills that you have active, right, Firestorm is pretty much out of the equation because you don't want to stand in melee range to use it. Molten Boulder is fire physical, right? So that's one fire physical. Fissure is only fire. Volcano is fire physical, and Armageddon is fire physical. All right. So with 3 out of the 4 skills that you're going to be spamming, since 3 out of the 4 skills are actually physical skills as well as fire skills, you have to approach it differently than what most people approach it. Most people approach the equation as, okay, I'm just going to run like phoenixes, and I'm going to get like as much negative fire res as I can, and I'm going to stack negative fire res to the moon. But the problem with doing that is that as soon as you start stacking phoenixes and getting as much negative fire res as you can, you're also completely neglecting the physical side of the skill. So you're just dumping half of your damage, right? And you don't even really gain the same amount that you're losing. And on top of that, because if you focus entirely on the fire side and if you don't focus on the physical side, what happens is you end up being a pure fire character, right? And if you don't have enough negative res as a pure fire character, you're going to have a horrible time. So instead of considering it as a fire character, consider it as a dual element character, which is that it has fire and physical. That you would want things like amplify damage, that you would want negative res, yes, but you also want as many plus to skills as you can get. By choosing 2 phoenixes, you're going to lose a large number of plus to skills. By choosing Mang Songs, you get +5 skills and you get negative fire res. If you choose something like Hodo and a Spirit Shield, you get no negative fire res, but you get +5 to skills, right? So the Mang Songs is the best intermediary between the two that still gives you some negative fire res and also gives you the +5 to skills, which just works out the best for pretty much everything. Because then you get your +5 to skills, you get your negative res, you can throw a fire facet in there, and you can make the entire build work properly. And then you don't have to like completely ignore the physical side of things and focus on the fire side of things. And you're not completely ignoring the fire side and focusing on the physical. You get to actually build both damage types. And then you usually put amplify damage on your mercenary, because that boosts up the physical damage tremendously. Overall, it works out better if you treat it as a dual element build than a single element build. That's why Mang Songs tends to work the best on the Fire Druid, because it's a dual element build. And then a lot of people are like, but what about the faster cast? Well, you don't really need a faster cast. I mean, you can use Decrepify, but Amplify damage is better. It's double performance, essentially. If you can get Amplify damage instead, it's 2 times the performance. Alright, let's just work on Akmel the Cursed over here. Another point in concentrate. Okay. I think I'm going to take some advice here and see if we can bash him out of range of the Decrepify would be nice. Kind of looks like he's stuck in the corner and I can't move him. he's just not moving. I can't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just can't move him. He seems to be stuck. Let's just kill him. It'll take a little while, but... Nah, I don't have taunt. And cold? Where are you getting the cold from? Are you building Hurricane? What that sound was. It's weird. So long to kill the stupid unravelers. I don't know what to say about them. Dude, this poison's ridiculous. Oh my god, when he chills me and I get frickin' hit at the same time, it's so bad. It's going right through the pillar, isn't it? That is so rude. I mean, I don't see how you're gonna get a significant amount of cold damage, cold magic fine. There's pretty much no way you can do it on a fire druid. I admire your gusto, but the number of skill points that you have does not adequately allow you to build Hurricane and also have the fire skills. You'll just end up being a extremely subpar character in both categories. The number of synergies that's required to like max out the damage on the fire skills is pretty much all the points that you're going to have. And if you spare any of them for Hurricane, the Hurricane won't be very good, first off. And second off, like, I don't even know how to explain it. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Stuck. Got me on frickin' super download ridiculous mode over here. Just like slowly getting my butt clapped in. Druid, a lot of people have a picture of the Druid as this amazing hybrid character. They can like hybridize into all these various things, and I hate to break it to you guys, but like I'm gonna write it in like big bold letters here. The Druid is horrible at hybridization. It is like the worst hybridizer in the game. Okay, like it is not good at hybridization. There is no good hybridization on the druid. Don't do it. It doesn't work. Like there's almost zero hybridization that you can do, and usually when you do it, it's still really horrible. Even when you can do it, like if you do a summon druid and then you hybridize into a melee druid, like by putting like 1 point in all the like werewolf and shapeshifting skills and stuff, and then you like rely on your plus to skills to help bring them up to like a workable level. Even then, you're still not going to be the best like melee druid like there is. You're going to be a horrible hybridization of the two. The druid is such a terrible hybridizer that like I don't understand how they ever got the like what is it, the reputation. I don't understand how they ever got the reputation as a really good hybrid character, because they're not good at hybridization. The number of skill points that you need to build a successful fire druid is basically all of them. The number of skill points that you need to build a successful hurricane tornado druid is basically all of them. The number of points that you need to build a successful summon druid is basically all of them. Like, every single build that you can possibly imagine on the druid uses up so many skill points that by the time you're done, you have basically no skill points left for anything else. And it's terrible, because the fire druid is stuck as a fire druid and he can do nothing else, and the hurricane druid is stuck as a hurricane druid and he can do nothing else, and the shapeshifting druid is the only one that can hybridize into other builds, but only the builds that don't cast. So you can't hybridize the shapeshifter into the fire or the hurricane one, because you can't cast most of the spells on the fire and the hurricane side. You can cast Hurricane and Armageddon, and that's about it. Or Cyclone Armor. I think they recently made it so you could cast Cyclone Armor. But, like, you can't cast the majority of the important spells over on that side of the tree, right? And with the summon tree, you need so many points in the summon skills to make it work that you're left with, like, 1-point wonders over in the shapeshifting tree. And that's, like, the only hybrid that works on the entire druid, is literally adding in shapeshifting to, like, a summoning build. And even then, you're still a summon druid that has, like, subpar shapeshifting abilities. You're not really, like, a true hybrid. There's just almost, like, no hybridization on the druid at all, and it's unfortunate. But for some reason, though, they have a reputation as being, like, this amazing hybrid character. But they suck at it. They suck at it so badly. Alright, let's use my Mercenary as a distraction to keep the cold mage away from me so I can kill this last Unraveler. Can War Scepters roll with Holy Shield? Yes, but it's so exceedingly rare that, like, I'm pretty sure if you got one, it would be worth, like, real money. I remember looking into it at one time, and basically the answer was no, it's not supposed to. But there is, like, a extreme possibility in which it can happen, and that extreme possibility in which it can happen is better at hibernation. This extreme possibility in which it can happen is basically where it fails multiple times in a row. So the way that I understand it is that it's something like this. So, like, the item drops, and if the item, when the item rolls the skills, it has a chance of rolling Holy Shield, okay? And if it rolls Holy Shield, the game will force a reroll, okay? It forces a reroll. And if it rolls, it has another chance of rolling Holy Shield again. And if it rolls Holy Shield again, it will force another reroll. And if it rolls, then it has a third chance of rolling Holy Shield. And I think it also rolls a reroll. I can't remember if it does it 3 or 4 times. It forces another reroll to happen, okay? And then it has to roll, like, one final time, so it gets another chance of re-rolling. And it re-rolls one more time, and it has a chance of rolling Holy Shield. All right, and if it finally rolls Holy Shield, like, the last time, If it re-rolls it like 4 times, and it re-rolls Holy Shield every single time, and the last time that it's able to re-roll the Holy Shield, it fails again, and it re-rolls the Holy Shield one last time, then it can roll Holy Shield on the item. And only then. So, like, it has to literally roll Holy Shield like 4 times in a row on the same item to get that modifier. And from what I understand, the odds of it happening are, like, worse than getting hit by lightning like 15 times or something. Like, so, like, the chances of you ever seeing one actually roll in the game is next to 0. If you do ever see an item that has Holy Shield Plus on it, well, then you literally have struck pay dirt, because it exists, but you've got, like, the only one that will ever exist. Or the only one that you will ever see in your lifetime. Can it happen by shopping them? I don't know if you can shop them. I'm not entirely sure about that. I know that I've never seen one in the entire time I've been playing, so. How was the balance in the game before synergies existed? Much different. Because without the synergies, there was, like, tri-element sorceresses. There was all sorts of other crazy stuff, and, like, you would have tons and tons of various, like, characters, like sorceresses that would be running, like, fire, lightning, and ice all at the same time, and, like, paladins that would have, like, you know, 4 or 5 different main skills, because of course they could put 20 points into every single skill that they wanted. There was also other problems, though. So, like, one of the bigger issues was that certain skills just didn't really have the damage output to actually do anything, which was one of the things that they tried to fix with synergies by essentially allowing them to gain damage from, you know, stacking other things. And it worked a little bit. Like, some of the abilities that were completely useless before became useful after synergies, but they also pretty much killed entirely any kind of, like, multi-classing or multi-element like builds. Like, the tri sorceress just died outright as soon as synergies came out, because it was very difficult to build any kind of, like, triple sorceress. In fact, even today, triple sorceress, element sorceress is almost completely off the table. It's, like, possible by the very, like, barest of margins, and it's not really a good character. Gotta pull them away. See if I can separate them a little bit. They're cross-healing each other, and I don't really have the damage to out-DPS their cross-healing, so we're going to have to do it this way. I don't think you can get Holy Shield with the cracked recipe, Charles, because I'm pretty sure that the cracked recipe only rolls low-tier items, or low-tier skills. So one of the things about the cracked recipe repair is that it sets the item level to 1. And once it sets the item level to 1, the skills that can roll on the item go down with the item level. So you can only have certain skills on the item. And I'm pretty sure that level 30 skills can't roll on a cracked reroll. I mean, I don't hate synergies. I just wish they were more balanced. Like, that, one of the main issues with synergies right now is that some synergies are super easy to the point where literally you could build them on any character, and it doesn't really even cost very much. You know, like, take for instance the synergies for... Sorry. So the synergies for shout or battle orders, right? It's only 2 things. It's only 2, right? So if you wanted to build the full synergies for shout, you only got to spend 60 points. Whereas, like, some of these abilities, you look at them and they have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 synergies plus the ability themselves, right? So this is what? Like, if you look right here, right? This is 20, 40, 60, 80. Then the skill itself needs another 20, which is 100 points. So Frenzy has like 100 point synergy. I mean, one of the very simple things they need to do with the synergies, which, like I said, I don't necessarily hate the synergies, but they need to like dial these down a little bit. There should be a maximum number of point investment for any of these synergies of like 60 points. Like, no synergy should have more than a 60-point investment, and that includes the main skill itself. There should not be more than a 60-point investment on any skill. If any skill requires more than 60 points, they need to dial it down. And I'm not saying reduce the damage, because some of you might be like, oh, no, we don't want them to reduce the damage. No, you can change the synergies and keep the damage exactly the same. All you got to do is just up the amount of the percentage that you're getting per point. That's it. Come on, Bartuk. Da. Da, 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 da. Yes. Another thing that kind of went out the window with synergies was the ability to have multiple skills for multiple scenarios, which was honestly better. Like, it felt better to have more skills on the bar. In many ways, you know how, like, in Diablo 3 and in Diablo 4, where, like, they have, you know, only, what, like, 6 abilities on the bar or whatever at any given time for you to use? Well, like, synergies kind of did that. Like, synergies took you down from, like, a large number of abilities that you could use. You could have, like, multiple different things. Like, barbarians could have, like, some points in taunt and battle cry and like, various other abilities. They didn't have to, like, dump every single point into synergies, so they actually had, like, the ability to grab some of this stuff that was useful. Like, you had more useful abilities on your bar pre-synergies, like, where you had, you know, the things that you needed to accomplish the goal. You know, like, kind of like the Paladin and the Necromancer have multiple curses and auras that they need at any given time. And the synergies kind of took that away because it made it harder to build those things. You know, like, you didn't want to put any points into that stuff because, well, I mean, you couldn't really max it out. And if you couldn't max it out, it wasn't useful, especially if you didn't have the extra points to build the synergies for it. So, like, a lot of them just didn't work very well because you didn't have the points to build the synergies. And it's unfortunate, but there were definitely some good things about the pre-synergy versions, and then there were some good things about the after the synergy versions too, though. So, like, I can't say it's all bad. Oh boy, my mercenary is getting clapped. Let's pull that back real quick and see if we can draw off some of the pack without getting all of the pack. Well, we got the main boy. Extra fast, Ventar the Holy. Well, that's never going to happen, Charles. No, you can't max out Fire Blast. I tried. I set it up one time just to see. Like, you can't max it out. It always ends up short. Yeah, what's up, Steph? Slowly killing everything in the throne of darkness. Slowly killing everything in the throne of destruct. I don't know where I wanna go. 'Cause I wanna kill Bale, but it's slow. And we're working our way down to Venom Lord Town. And we're killing all the monsters in the throne of destruction. But the monsters, they won't die, and I keep on punching them in their eye, and I don't know what to do, don't know where to go. I keep on swinging, but they won't die. I gotta kill them all, I really don't know, but I really gotta smack them out. Yo, 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 gruntin', gruntin', oh, oh, gonna grunt, go, go, gonna grunt, grunt, yo. Gruntin', 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 yo. Boonga, 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 go. Tusk sword. 3-socket tusk sword. Tusk sword is what? Exceptional? Yeah, that's an exceptional blade, right? 23.5 average damage. It's not much better than the one I'm currently using. Not much worse than what I'm currently using. It's like smack dab right in the middle. Berserk's already broken enough. Berserk does not need any buffs. Evil venom lords, gonna punch them in their fjords. I don't really care, my friend, gonna punch them anyway. Every single freaking day, gonna punch them in the butt. Butt, right in the big butt. Keep on swinging on that sword. Pew, 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 pew. Come on, baby, get 'em kid. Come on, baby, kill 'em dead. We got baby, come on, yeah. Get 'em, got 'em, good 'em, get. Alright, who's next? You? It's a condom ad? Where's a condom ad? Hey, what's up, foul for trade for the win? I don't know why I said for trade. Thanks for the raid, man. Bum, bum, bum. What, you guys don't need condoms? I got a funny condom story. When I was much younger, like, I was, you know, a little more, you know, promiscuous, active, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so one day I'm on, like, Amazon, and, like, something pops up, and it's, like, some sort of big-ass box of condoms, and it was, like, some ridiculously sized box, but it was, like, on 90% off sale or something. I don't know why I bought discount condoms. I don't, you know, it doesn't even sound like a good idea now that I say it out loud. I don't know if that was definitely not a good idea. Anyway, back to the story. It was some ridiculously large box. It was like 300 or something in a box, and it was like 90% off. And I think I remember paying something like $10 for like the whole box or something. It was ridiculous, right? So like when I saw it, I was like, oh man, I should get these. And I got them, and I opened it up, and I took them, and I put them in like random places. You know, I was like, I grabbed some and I threw them in the the glove box, and I had like, I think I had one in my wallet or something, and like there was like, they were in various places. Okay, let's say I put like one in my like a car dash or something. Like I had them around in case they were needed, and so. Flash forward like many years, like I'm talking like 10, maybe 15 years. I had peppered these bad boys all over the damn place, like confetti. Yeah, one in the mailbox. You know, you never know. Okay, you never know where you're gonna need it. All right. So anyway, like flash forward like 10, 15 years, and I've got a steady girlfriend, and like she opens up like the glove box, and like a bunch of condoms pop out, or like she opens up like the the center console, and like a condom comes out, or like she's reaching in some sort of drawer like in one of my dressers, and a condom pops out, and she's getting pissed off at me every single time. She's like, "What do you need these for?" She's like, "What do you need these for? Who are you using these with?" And I'm like, I got a big giant box, like 15. These are really old. They're like 15 years old. I was like, I peppered them all up. She's like, yeah, sure. Like even to this day, like one will randomly pop up at some, like I'll be going through some box or something, and like I'll pull out some like old electronics or something, and I open up the electronics, and there's like one hiding in there, and I'm just like, and she sees it and gets mad at me. Oh man. Did I get snipped? The pullout game is strong. That's all I'll say about that. It's not strong with everybody. I mean, we're getting into dirty stuff here, but basically, some people can pull out safely, and other people cannot. It has to do with whether or not you have what's the term? Semen in your pre-cum. It's like a whole thing. You can look it up if you want to. I'm not going to talk about it in detail on stream, but basically, it's like a biological thing. And if you are a person who has that specific like genetic, I don't want to call it an abnormality, a genetic function, like you, it doesn't matter if you pull out. So like if you have that in yeah, it's getting really awkward here. But if you have the thing that makes it so that you can't do the pull-out thing, and you do the pull-out thing, you'll get the girl pregnant. Like, that's just how it works. It has nothing to do with self-control. Like, it literally will make her pregnant even if you don't actually ejaculate. It's a whole thing. You just look it up if you want to actually be safe. Not everybody can do that. Like, so, like, I'm not recommending, like, don't be like, oh, yeah, Ginger said, pull-out game strong. No, because if everybody does it, and you happen to be one of those people that's a genetic freak, I mean, a genetic, abnormality, I mean, you have a genetic superpower, you're going to get her pregnant without even doing anything. So, like, yeah. So don't even assume. You can't assume that, but, like, once you find out whether it's true or not, I mean, it's up to you. Genetic differences? Okay, sure. I'm just kidding. Why don't you ask the AI? There you go. Ask the AI why the pull-out technique doesn't work for everybody. Let's see what the AI says. That'd be funny to ask the AI, and the AI would give you like an actual technical answer with all the details and everything without blushing. Do I have or want kids? I mean, sure, I want a kid of my own, but I've also helped raise like way too many kids in my time. I feel like I'm an old man who's had like 1,000 kids at this point, even though I don't have any of my own. I mean, to give you a backstory into like my raising kid heritage, raising Cain heritage. Like, man, I was taking care of kids like when I was a kid. Like before I was ever even an adult, I was taking care of other kids. Back when I was like, I think 10, 11, 12. Like my sister, she had a child when she was still in high school, and like they ended up living with us because of course she had nowhere to go, and he was with us and like I was a kid and he was a kid and we were both kids basically. Like, I mean, my sister was like 16 years old when she had him, and I was, I think, 6 years younger than she was. So I was 10 years old when he was a baby. And so as he grew, I was there like the entire time, kind of like he was my brother, but he wasn't my brother. He was just a kid. You know, he was a baby basically. And I was slowly becoming a teenager at the time when he was still a baby. So I was taking care of him basically the whole time until she moved out. Most of the time, and like, blah, blah, blah. I still remember to this day, like, I'd get up in the morning and we'd watch cartoons together, and then, like, and then after that, like, I would go to school and he would stay there, and I'd come back and, like, I'd change his diapers and all sorts of other stuff. And, you know, she had other kids too, and I helped take care of those as well. And for the longest time, I would go over and, like, you know, babysit and like, make sure everybody was okay and feed them and, like, get them off to school, take them to the bus and all sorts of other things. And, like, I mean, it was a pretty steady process of, you know, just taking care of the kids. And then, you know, eventually my brother had kids, so I was helping take care of his kids as well. I mean, not as much as I was taking care of my sister's kids, but I was still there for, like, a lot of their early childhood and, like, helping out and raising them. And then my sister, she ended up having a kid, and she moved down to Florida for a while, only to find out that, like, the dad was, like, a deadbeat father that had, like, 6 kids with, like, 7 different mothers or some crazy thing. I'm sure I've got it wrong, but it was a lot of mothers and it was a lot of kids, and it was more kids than mothers. Like, it was a crazy. Like, he had so many, like, fingers in his paycheck, like, pulling out child support, that it was absolutely insane. Like, there was literally, like, 5 X, you know, like, X's pulling out money from child support. Like, that's, and he was so bad off that literally, like, he had to work under the table just to have any money to even, like, spend, because, like, the government was just stipending all of his checks. So anyway, she ends up moving back with us. And Mark was like 9, I think, or something like that, or 8 or 9 when he came back, and I was already an adult at that point, and I ended up help raising him until he was like freaking almost like 18 years old. And speaking of which, I'll use this as a chance to plug Mark's channel. So if you guys want to check out Mark has his own channel. He's on the Discord as well, by the way, but I would really appreciate it if you would check out Mark's channel. I'm going to link his channel for you guys. And, I mean, I practically raised Mark as well. Like, I mean, I'm not really his father, but I'm his uncle. And we lived together for a very long time, and I'm pretty sure I rubbed off on him in just about every single way. So if you guys want to head over to Mark's channel and check his channel out, he has some pretty cool videos, too. He does, like, some old CRPGs. He also does, like, new games, where he basically just always does, like, a new game, like, every other week or so forth. He's got some pretty cool ones on here, like, he did some Baldur's Gate. He's got Return to Moria, Shipbreaker, Tomb Raider, Rising Hell. He's got some pretty neat ones. He does some League of Legends as well. And anyway, that's my nephew, Mark. I pretty much helped raise him as well. And then, like, I ended up getting together with my girlfriend, and she already had a kid, and she was, like, I think, like 7 or 8 when I got here as well. Now she's 14. So, you know, like, I'm like the serial raise somebody else's child person. No child of my own. I get to raise everybody else's kids, I guess. Hopefully that answers your question. Ow. 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 Amp damage. Ow. When am I going on Llama's trivia? I don't know.
Salutations.
Yes.
I gotta get that frickin' amp damage guy separate from the other ones. Otherwise, I'm never gonna kill him. Let's see if we can work on this one right here first. Work down.
Hello.
What is it?
I pay for all the medical. Man, I need the Valkyrie up before I start this fight. Oh god, fanaticism. Not what I wanted to see. Let's go to Cold Plains real quick and I'll just like murder a bunch of little fallen real quick and get my try and get my Valkyrie up. Hey, I'm going back to the noob area and I feel like I'm actually doing stuff. Look at this. I can actually smack some stuff down. This is great. That's right, come get smacked down. Smack down, boy. Smack down. Smack 'em down. Smack 'em down. Smack 'em down. Smack 'em down. Way down. Still no Valkyrie. Dang it. I just want a Valkyrie to come and save me. Valkyrie! Valkyrie! Nice, Fan PQ. Good job. You don't have the space for all your javelins? Aw. Aw, boo-hoo. He doesn't got the space for all his massive gold. He's got to build himself a vault. Oh, no. The poor baby doesn't have enough money for his gold. The little poor baby doesn't have enough money for his gold. Oh, no. He's like, man, I'm so rich, I don't even have enough money for all my richness. I need more room. I need more extra space for all my jaws and burrs. I need extra jaw and burr space. Of course it would hurt. Once Lister dies, it should be a cakewalk. Like, he's really the only one that was really tough there. Man, that took some doing. They sound kind of squishy. Cody, what are you doing? Being bad. You better lay down and be goodest. Yeah, that's why I said be goodest.
He thought, don't tell me be goodest. Let down and be goodest and stop going over there on the other stuff that you not know you're not supposed to go over there on. You know you're not supposed to go over there, but you do it anyway. Because I'm not looking. I'm going to get this ear and I'm going to rip it off. You don't need this earrums no more. Oh, God, that's my earrums. And I got to use earrums and I'm going to eat it. Delicious. Here, you can have it back.
I chewed it up a little bit, though. He said, that's not nice. Chew up your ear. While you sleeping. Charles, you want to be my son? Okay. I'm not giving you an allowance, though. And you gotta mow the lawn every week. And you gotta walk Kubas. Every day. Gotta walk the monster dog. How many more of these little bastards are left? I see we got a couple more of them. Yeah, I was trying to tell my girlfriend the other day that the Coast Guard is pretty big and they have a lot of large naval vessels. Very similar to the Navy. They just stay closer to home. And she didn't believe me. I mean, Coast Guard has some pretty crazy vessels. They do a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, for some reason or another, there's like an odd sort of a perception of the Coast Guard that they're not like a legitimate military force, which is weird. I mean, as far as I'm aware, the Coast Guard has a lot of ships. They've got cutters. They've got what is it called? I'm trying to remember the name of it. White hull versus gray hull. Is that what it's called? Where like some ships are deliberately designed to be more peaceful looking and like like friendly ships, and some ships are designed to be more overt, aggressive. Obviously, like more war-style ships. It's kind of like yeah. I can't remember the exact details. But I mean, a lot of people think of Navy, like Coast Guard ships, as not having any weaponry. They don't have any guns. They got no like anti-aircraft batteries. They got no cannons, which isn't really quite the case. Like the Coast Guard does have ships that are definitely capable of warlike behavior. I mean, I don't know if they've got like aircraft carriers or anything. I haven't researched into that. I doubt they have aircraft carriers, but we finally at Bale. Finally. cutter is any ship over 65 foot in length. I mean, I'm not like a buff on it. I just know that they have actual like wartime ships. This fight's gonna take forever. I do have some crushing blow though. I got 25%, which isn't horrible. Let's take a quick trip to town and pick up potions and whatnot because I know we're gonna need them for this fight.
The morning comes.
Let's just go ahead and fill up. I think it's probably gonna be mainly health potions. Actually, I don't even know. Okay, let's just do this. Womp womp womp. Womp womp womp. Well, I mean, let's do a search real quick. So, what is the largest ship in the Coast Guard? Question. The USCGC Healy at 420. 420 what? Feet? The USCG... it's Coast Guard. The Coast Guard GC Polar, which is 400 feet. I think that's feet anyway. The Polar Star is 399. The Eagle WIX 327 is 294. The Legend Class Cutter. Hey, we built that here in Newport News. The Newport News shipyard is one of the biggest shipyards in the area. Armament. One Mark 110 57mm gun, a variant of the Bofors 57mm gun and gunfire control system. 120mm Block 1B baseline 2 phalanx close-in weapon system. 4X Cruiser 50 caliber Browning M2 machine guns, 2X crew served M24 OB 7.62mm machine guns. Interesting. Electronic warfare, decoy systems, chafe, radar systems, propulsion. Ah. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Cody, what's the matter? You won't fight? Why you got your nosems up there? Everybody can see your nosems. It's on camera. Yeah, they can see your nosems up there. See his little nosems up there? Yep. They seen it. They seen your little nosems. Oh my god, all the tentacles. I'm fighting you in melee range. Quit it with the tentacles.
How closely related is the Coast Guard and the Navy? Like, are there branch transfers between the Coast Guard and Navy? Like, do you have Coast Guard sometimes working on Navy ships? Or Navy sometimes working on Coast Guard ships? Do you sometimes have task force, like, between Navy and Coast Guard, where, like, you're running, say, like, I didn't know you could bash the tentacles. Did you see him knocking back the tentacles? That was hilarious. Where you have, like, maybe task force set up of Navy and Coast Guard vessels.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh god, so many tentacles. Oh, interesting. So the Navy aren't allowed to take over other vessels, but the Coast Guard are. So, like, if you find an abandoned ship or something like that out in the waters, the Coast Guard have to take it over. Interesting. Yeah, I thought I remember something about that. That, like, the Navy basically controls the Coast Guard under certain times. And obviously movies don't really count as fact or anything. But, like, I do remember quite a few times in certain movies where, like, the, you know, like a Navy pilot or something would crash or something, like the plane would get destroyed and they would have to eject, and a lot of the times the Coast Guard would be the ones that would go out and, you know, pull them out of the water. Like, it would be a Coast Guard helicopter that would pull them out. Like, I'm sure that there's, you know, even like in those situations, it's probably whoever's closest. Probably a lot of interagency stuff going on there, especially since Coast Guard's probably more geared toward rescuing people from the water anyway, right? They probably have all the hardware and, like, technical know-how and people trained in the rescue. So it makes sense if the Coast Guard are nearby, especially if they're the closest. Well, this is like, I mean, it's not the most excruciating Bale kill, but oh my god, can he stop making tentacles for like 2 seconds? Bale, come on, this isn't a hentai. There's so many tentacles. Why? Calm it down with the tentacles, brother. Calm it down with the tentacles. He hasn't made a clone the entire time, has he? I had to say something. He's going to make a clone now. Kill him quick before he makes a clone. Don't let him do it. No! Kill him.
What was that movie with the Coast Guard guy that like tore his arm up real bad or something? I can't remember the name of it. It's been a while since I've seen it, and I can't remember the details exactly. Like where he was holding on to the guy too much, and like he ended up tearing like his upper shoulder and like the ligaments in his arm or whatever, and then it was he was some sort of I think it was about some sort of famous Coast Guard rescuer. I can't for the life of me remember right off the top of my head, but I think it was like Kevin Costner or something. Boom, 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 boom. Which one was the Kevin Costner one? I don't even remember. The Guardian. That was the Guardian one. That was the one where he gets all wounded and banged up. I know I've seen that one. That's the one where he like rips his arm to pieces or whatever. So you said there's another one. It's The Finest Hour. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, it's got Chris Pine in there. That'd be fun to watch. I have to put that on my list. Cody, quit digging. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bing, boom, 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 boom. Alright, I added it to my watch list so I don't forget, because I'll forget. Always do. What's up, Tyrael? How's it going, buddy? Chaos Sanctuary's on TZ. What's up, Gold Magic Fine? A new Countess farm? Oh no. Oh no. Yes, anytime you do crafting recipes, it's going to re-roll whatever's on the item. It doesn't carry over any of the effects from the items that you use in the crafting. It's going to be a whole new item completely re-rolled. Which I know is not what you wanted to hear. Just like me, you know, when I was trying to make my recipe, you want to find the base, like the perfect base, and craft it out of the perfect base. I think that would be like the better way of doing it, but that's not the way that they did it, so it doesn't work that way. Boom, 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 boom. Your mama's a hoe and she looks like one though.
What do you need?
Come on back, come on back. Mom's a hoe, come on back. Hit 'em with the big old tack. I wonder if I should just go to hell difficulty. I don't know. Chaos Sanctuary is nice and all, but on players 8, it's kind of hard to kill anything there as a barbarian with single target damage only. Certainly not going to have a very easy time there. Bloodmore in hell difficulty is level 67. I mean, if I can at least kill stuff in the blood more, like focus on the fallen, probably, I could potentially farm some bases from them. I mean, I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea if I can kill them, if they don't murder me. If they don't murder me. Murder. Murder, 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 murder. Come on down and get some murder town. We got some murder and I'm pretty sure it's brown. We got the murder for you. Come on down and get a little bit of murder too. We got murder. Murder, murder. We got that murder. Murder, murder. Good old Egg Theow. We're going to swap to Egg Theow. My boy's underleveled. He's underleveled by 2 levels. We're scrapping him for Egg Theow. I mean, I'm kind of mad that he already got scrapped already. I had Barlock. Barlock was my boy. He was my boy. Barlock was my boy, and I don't have him no more. I don't want to do Chaos Sanctuary. Chaos Sanctuary is going to be an absolute pain in the butt for me. That one just started, so we have pretty much no choice in it. Still haven't gotten my dang Legend Sword, which is freaking poopy. That's what you call the poopies. Smash them in the winter, punch them in the head, then kick them right in their other ugly head. I've never been attacked by the frickin' Eldritch's little minions. Like just walking up out of the thing. They were really close. It's kind of strange. I'm not used to them being that close. Yep. The Happy Gilmore movie was good. I liked it. It was a nostalgia kick. There were a lot of funny little things in there. I really like Shooter. I don't know why, but I was like super excited to see Shooter McGavin. And also like his role in the movie. I just thought he was freaking hilarious the whole way through. I was waiting for him to do the finger guns, and then and then Adam Sandler like puts his hands into the finger like guns. He like folds his fingers over and he's like, hold on. He goes, let's get you set up here. And he's like, all right. All right. He's like, all right now. He's like, freaking hilarious. What's his name? Christopher McDonald? Christopher McDonald is hilarious. How old is he now? '70? 1955? Oh my god, he was in Greece? Nuh-uh. 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 Is that literally him right there? Is that freaking no, that's Michael Carrington. Hold on.
Let's search for his name in Greece. I want to see what he looked like in Greece. Christopher McDonald was known as playing Goose Mackenzie in the 1982 Grease 2. So he wasn't in Grease 1, he was in Grease 2. There you go. There's Goose Mackenzie, guys. There you go. There's Goose. Goose Mackenzie. I don't know why it's so funny to me. We need a young life of Shooter McGavin. The young life of Shooter McGavin. I mean, yeah, he's 70 years old. Like, he don't want to die before it happens. They should do another Caddyshack as well. Caddyshack would be great. I think most of the actors for Caddyshack are still alive, aren't they? Oh, my weapon's breaking. Yeah, but man, Happy Gilmore was that was really good. Happy Gilmore too, it's just really good. Adam Sandler's been killing it recently. Like, he kind of fell off for a while, and a lot of his movies weren't as good as some of the older ones, you know, like Mr. Deeds and whatnot. But like, these last couple years here, he's been putting out like banger after banger. He's back on the sauce again. I don't know what's going on. Back on the sauce. He got the sauce again. The sauce. I'm so tired of spending like friggin' hundreds of thousands of gold to repair this weapon. Got another soul rune. I mean, that's useful. I really only have one jewel. I haven't found another jewel the entire time I've been playing. That sounds kind of crazy. Check Ancient's Way. Let me see what's in here. I don't know what monster types are in here, but... Oh yeah, the Hell Lords are still in here. You know what? Let's just go to Hell. Let's see if we can kill monsters in the Bloodmoor. Let's just do it.
Good day.
Biting the bullet. Or biting the bullet. The bullet has been bitten.
Beware foul demons and beasts.
Might be able to pick up a new weapon for the Merc. Wow, she's got like no swords.
Yo mama, she's a hoe. Can't believe that you didn't know. I don't know what to tell you about nothing or anything. She's a big hoe and she knows how to swing.
Man, 4,000 attack rating for hell difficulty is not even 4,000. 3,651 is terrible. Oh my god. I don't even know how I'm that bad either. I've got maxed out blade mastery. I've got almost maxed out concentrate. And I got as much attack rating as I can get, like ring. And then there's no attack rating on the weapon though, which is kind of a big one. I'm gonna have massive amounts of issues with attack rating. I already know. Let's see if we can just find like, or no, yeah, these guys. That's what we want. Let's just see if we can kill these guys. If we can kill these guys, that's enough, and we can potentially farm a weapon from them, hopefully. We just need a nice 3-socket base. And these guys can potentially drop it, so...
A superior fanged helm. Garbage.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about the Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon does have ITD on it, so it'll at least help me with the trash mobs.
A bone knife. 1 socket.
1 socket bone knife just for you. 2 experience shrines right next to each other. Okay. Alright, everybody focus on the target, guys.
Don't let Mr. Zombie bite you.
I was reading this little short story one day, and it was pretty funny. This, it was about zombie apocalypse, and this lady was running for her life from a zombie who was chasing her at a leisurely pace. Oh, she screamed and like kept tripping and falling and hurting herself, and the zombie was just slowly getting closer and closer because she was panicking too much. She finally ends up getting trapped in a corner, and the zombie gets closer and closer. And the zombie's about to bite her, and she knows that if the zombie bites her, that she's gonna turn into a zombie, and she's gonna walk the streets as an undead, just the same way that the zombie will. And she panics before the zombie has a chance to bite her. She bites the zombie. The zombie turns back into a regular human. The zombie then realizes that like she has the ability to like bite people and infect them, and he starts running from her because now he's scared of her instead of the other way around. Turned out all you had to do was bite the zombies first. It's pretty funny. Yeah, let's bite the zombies first. Yeah, let's bite them. They turn into humans. Let's bite them first. Did I ever end up seeing 28 Years Later? No, I didn't. But I did watch the original. I watched the first one. Yeah, I mean, my girlfriend got mad at me because I was a little critical of it. I think I said, you know, like, I didn't necessarily hate the movie. So, like, don't get me wrong before I even start. Like, I didn't hate the movie or anything. I just said it's not really a zombie movie, is it? I mean, I didn't think it was a bad movie, and like I didn't think it was, you know, like not worthy or anything. I'm sorry for that yawning. I mean, it's like there's not really a lot of zombies in it at all, like at all. There's really just not a lot of zombies. There's a whole lot of man penis in there, though. A whole lot of man penis. Never seen a movie with so much man penis in it. I mean, it's less about zombies and it's more about like interpersonal relationships between humans and like how humans deal with problems and you know like and it's interesting because you know it's from that particular aspect of things and they go you know like they have like they go to the you know the grocery store and they go shopping and you know like but like there's never like that feeling of tenseness that the zombies are always around the corner or that like somebody's gonna get attacked or whatever. Like it doesn't feel like there's actually zombies. And then like when I finally found out what the zombies were, you remember we had that whole conversation, you know, at one point, and we were talking about how you know, like there's specific types of zombies, and like some of them are undead zombies, or some of them are mythical zombies, and like the zombies in 28 Days Later aren't even zombies. Like, I mean, by the strictest standards of what a zombie is, they're not even zombies. They're I don't even know what they are. Infected. Like they're still alive, right? So I'm assuming that they could potentially be turned back into humans. I don't know if that's the case or not. I haven't like dived that far into it. And then like at the end of the first movie, which is really old by the way, so hopefully I'm not spoiling it for anybody, but like you find out that they haven't even taken over the whole planet yet. Like it's pretty much just like Europe. That's it. Like, or not even Europe, it's like the UK. Like it's just the United Kingdom. They haven't taken over basically anywhere else but the United Kingdom. And that was kind of disappointing too, because like, I mean, yeah, it was kind of a neat little ending to it that, you know, they managed to, you know, like get rescued and whatnot, but I mean, like I said, I didn't hate the movie. I just felt like it wasn't a zombie movie. Like I don't know how to explain it other than that. Like everybody likes zombie movies for different reasons, right? There's like different reasons. Like some people like zombie movies because of the horror of them, you know, like the endless sea of zombies that come after you and try to murder you in your sleep, and you know, like the never-ending plague or whatever, right? Some people like zombie movies because of the interpersonal relationships between the people, you know, that are trying to survive, and like how the interpersonal relationships develop, and you know, like stuff like that. And some people really enjoy the survival aspect of the zombie apocalypse, where like, you know, where like you're constantly trying to figure out ways to survive and ways to deal with the zombies, and like tricks that you can use to like, you know, make the zombies fall into a trap, or set up like specific like, you know, passageways or something that the zombies have trouble traversing, or you know, like 1,000 different ways that you could potentially survive a zombie apocalypse, like ways that you could, you know, like get water and get food and all sorts of other things. And like, I'm not exactly saying that like the movie's horrible or anything. It's just it was missing a lot of what made zombie movies great. Like it had the interpersonal relationships, sure, like that was there, but it was missing the zombies, and it was missing the survival part as well. Like it was like a zombie movie that was missing like almost like 3/4 of what makes a zombie movie, and only had like the 1/4 that actually made it a zombie movie, like the infected part. Like that's pretty much all it was the infected and the interpersonal relationships between the infected. Like that's all that was left. I mean, I'm not saying that we expect zombie parts exploding and stuff like that, but you expect a what's the term I'm looking for? I'm sure there's a term for it. Like, if you were being hunted by a person, let's just pretend that you are like you're getting hunted by a serial killer, right? And no matter what, you know that the serial killer is always there hunting you, and that if you slip up for even a moment, if you like make a noise or yell out or you relax your butt cheeks for even a minute, the hunter's gonna like appear behind you and immediate butt sex. But like there's a certain tenseness that exists because of that constant, you know, like danger that's hanging over their head. And like the danger was not there in the movie. Like there was no danger. What danger? There was no danger. They weren't in any kind of harm's way. In fact, the funny thing was is if they had stayed where they were, they probably would have been absolutely fine, but they went to go seek help, and that's when they ended up screwed over. The dad was the best character, by the way, and he ended up dying. Pissed me off. I'm just over here slowly beating the death out of zombies. I mean, on the upside, I think they give good EXP. Yeah, they're giving good EXP. I mean, I guess that's something. Can't just leave the flange mace. I already have a flange mace. Hey, what's up, Kevin? I don't know. There was a lot to like about the movie, though. Like, I mean, I don't want to talk bad about it only. There was a lot to like about it. Like, it was a very good movie from, like, one, you know, little corner of what makes zombie movies great. Like, they focused really heavily on that one section. And I will say they did a good job on that section that they focused on. Like, that, the interpersonal relationships and, like, the character building and stuff like that. It lacked the suspense. It lacked the, like, you know, overall arcing, like, enemy, like, that was supposed to exist. Like, there was a couple scenes in there where you felt tense, you know, like when they were stuck in the tunnel and they had to repair the car, or like, when they were running up the stairwell. I think that was, like, the only two scenes that were tense in the entire movie that had anything to do with zombies. Which is kind of silly for a zombie movie to have only like two scenes that are actually have any kind of tenseness. But yeah, it's it was a good movie. Just not the best zombie movie I've ever seen, that's for sure. I think if I had to guess, I think the real reason that movie has kind of like a cult following is probably due to the fact that what's-his-face is in there, and he's naked. Yeah, that church scene was kind of weird to me because there were a lot of infected in there, as far as I was aware. It looked like it was a whole sea of infected, and only two of them got up. Like, what is that? They're just sleeping, I guess? They're having a nighty-night? They just having a little night time. Yeah, but there were a lot of zombie movies already in production and out at that particular time period. I mean, it's not like that was the first zombie movie that ever existed. I mean, come on. I mean, we had Night of the Living Dead. We had, I think Shaun of the Dead came out before that too, didn't it? I'd have to look up a list of like zombie movies and like their time frames. A Shamshir. Yeah, like I said, I'd have to look at a list. I can't remember when all the movies came out. I know there was a lot of freaking zombie movies before 2002. There was like a zombie craze for a while, and it seemed like they were putting out zombie movies like every other day. Oh, and I'm sure that I'm going to get some flack for saying this, but the quality of that movie's not very good. I'm not sure what, like, film camera that thing was shot on, but it didn't seem to be a very good one. Like there was definitely, like, some weirdness going on with, like, the actual, like, not the, I don't even know if the camera has anything to do with it. It seemed like it was shot on, like, low quality stock film or something. I mean, there were plenty of movies shot before 2000 that had better quality than that. So, like, I have to assume it was just really low quality. Let's see. Zombie movies by year. Blah, 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 blah. So let's go down to the... We want to sort by year. Give me by year, sir. I mean, these are all older zombie movies in the 40s, 50s, 60s. I mean, if we go, like, at least by the 70s, I Eat Your Skin, Isle of the Snake People... I haven't seen any of these. Garden of the Dead, Horror Rises from the Tomb, Curse of the Living Dead. Oh, she got a whole titty out. The hell? She got a whole boobage out. The Corpse Eaters. Night of the Seagulls. The Dawn of the Dead, 1978. Man, there's a lot of them here. I don't recognize all the names. Toxic Zombies, I do recognize that one. I do recognize that one. Oh yeah, Evil Dead came out in 1981. I forgot about that. We're still in the 80s right now, and there's so many freaking zombie movies on here. Day of the Dead, George Romero. I Was a Teenage Zombie. Return of the Living Dead Part 2. Bum, 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 la, 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 la. Where's that one? What year was that one? I remember this one really good. Is the My Boyfriend's Back or something like that? Oh, there it is right there, 1993. My Boyfriend's Back. My boyfriend's back and you're in trouble. Hey, nah, hey, nah. My boyfriend's back. And there's Return of the Living Dead 3. That was 1993. Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's 1 and 2. Not exactly zombie movies, but that's kind of... I don't know why that's on the list. That's just a dead person that they're, like, moving around. I don't really... That one doesn't belong on the list. That one doesn't belong on the list. It just says infected humans. So even in the zombie list, they've differentiated the 28 Days Later as not zombies. They're just called infected humans. That's pretty funny. They're like, yeah, they're just infected humans. They're not really zombies per se. They're not really zombos. Okay, they're infected humanos. Humans of infection. Pet Cemetery, I don't know if that really qualifies as a zombie movie. I feel like that's more like an occult. Like, I don't know. Like horror, occult, or something like that. I don't know if I would classify that as a zombie movie. Good movies. The Pet Cemetery movies are good movies. Don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing them. Like, I don't think they classify as zombie movies. I don't know. I mean, maybe my definition of zombie movie is just a little, like, different than other people's definition of zombie movie. I don't know. I didn't think the pets were zombies. In Pet Cemetery, I was always under the impression that the pets were dead. I mean, they made it very clear that the pets were dead and that they weren't coming back, and that the human was dead and that he wasn't coming back. Like, at the conclusion of the movie, it was very clearly stated that whatever had come back was not the thing that went into the ground, essentially, right? So, like, you bury the cat, and I don't know if the cat has a soul or whatever, but, like, so if the cat has a soul and then the cat comes back, like, the soul of the cat is gone, and the cat isn't actually alive. The cat's dead, and there's, like, an evil spirit possessing its body and, you know, manipulating the dead corpse, but it's not actually, like, a living corpse or anything. It's a evil spirit that is essentially possessed the body, which puts it more into the occult for me than the zombie like realm. Because at that point you're basically talking about like poltergeist. Like you're in the poltergeist era, or like the demon possession era. An evil soul possessing a cat, so a normal cat. Yeah, in some of the movies they explain the zombies as like hell is full, and and no more room in hell, and so the spirits of the dead will come back and repossess the corpses of the living. Yeah, but like that's not an evil like demon monster spirit. Like again, we're making distinctions here. The distinction is that in the case of Pet Cemetery, it was literally like a demon. Here we're talking about like an actual evil, malevolent creature that is completely separate than a human being. Kind of like Evil Dead. Yeah, Evil Dead was more demonic as well. Even though I think they did possess some corpses at some point and then like turn them into evil, you know, like, I'll eat your soul. That sort of stuff. Yeah, Satan has a real estate problem. Another experience shrine. Just keep whacking away, I don't care. I ain't got much else to do here. Just look for loot. I need my sword. A 3-socket elite base sword would be amazing. Anyway, did I completely forget what I was like talking about earlier? I said like the elements that make up a good zombie movie, and then I think I completely forgot to like properly enunciate all the elements that make up a good zombie movie. Like to me, zombie movies basically revolve around the apocalypse. So like if there's not an apocalypse in the zombie movie, then it's not really a zombie movie. Like that's like a #1 consideration for me, is that like it needs to be an apocalypse where the entire world is essentially like in disaster mode. They don't have to be like completely apocalypsed. They just need to be in the middle of an apocalypse. It can be taking place. It can be already finished. It can be in the beginning phases of an apocalypse. It can literally be like the day before an apocalypse, and then the apocalypse happens and everybody freaks out. Like, it doesn't matter to me as long as there is actually an apocalypse. And that was kind of one of the things that kind of like threw me off with 28 Days Later, is that sure, like, there seemed to be an apocalypse, and then later on they found out, hey, there wasn't really an apocalypse. Like, and it kind of like threw me off. I was like, wait a minute, so like the rest of the world's fine and there's not actually an apocalypse? And they're like, yeah, actually, yeah, the majority of the world is fine, and we just cut off UK from existence. I mean, I think Night of the Living Dead would qualify as the beginning of an apocalypse. Like, the same thing with 28 Days Later. 28 Days Later would qualify as the beginning of an apocalypse. But then by, like, completely confirming that the rest of the world was 100% fine and they were just looking at the UK from the outside as they quarantined it safely, you know, like, that seemed a little off-putting. It was like, yeah, we had completely isolated the apocalypse and averted it so that the apocalypse stopped happening. And the rest of the world is safe, and we're just looking at you guys like you're stupid in there. I remember Night of the Living Dead having like where the person who died retained their soul and could even like retain a measure of their like humanity. where I can't remember which one it was. Was it number 2 or number 3? Where like the boyfriend turns and like he ends up sacrificing himself to save them or something like that. I can't remember the details. It's been so long since I've seen it. Yeah, with the goth girl. I remember the goth girl. Multi-shot, lightning enchanted hurts. Okay, so the good news is that I'm pretty sure there's a super chest right there, and I could probably farm this super chest. And well, actually, no, super chest doesn't drop me any whites. Dang it! Totally forgot about that for some reason. Yeah, but in Living Dead movies, they had the survival thing down. There was the zombie thing was pretty much well down. Like we could round it out to like tick boxes, and we could literally go, okay, do they have this? Like, is everybody running for their lives trying to survive? Like, okay, are the zombies omnipresent and seem to like show up at the worst times? Okay, check. Like, are they? The zombies seem to be chasing people down ever so slowly. Like you could start checking off little check boxes, and like. Some of the zombie movies, just, they don't check off a lot of the boxes. There's like a lot missing. Like there's no survival aspect. They're not trying to, you know, like find a safe place. Like they're not boarding up windows trying to keep the zombies from getting in. You know, like it's I don't know how to explain it other than like there's just no suspense in some of them, or like some of them don't have any kind of survival aspect to them, and that's kind of what I mean is like everybody watches zombie movies for a different reason. Like, and if you have a zombie movie and it has all the elements in it, like everybody's interested. And if you have a zombie movie that only contains like 1 or 2 of the elements, then you're gonna lose like, you know, the other parties that are interested in the other parts of the movie, like the zombie infection sort of a thing. Like some people are interested in like the scientific part, and like some people are interested in the survival part, and some people are interested in the interpersonal human relations, and other people are interested in like the world, you know, like how the world is gonna handle it, and like you know, there's a lot of different little caveats that sort of like form, but it definitely seems like the best ones seem to have just about everything in them as opposed to nothing. World War Z had some good scenes in it. I'm not gonna say it was a good movie. But there were some good scenes, like when they were actually in the hospital, and they were, I'm trying to remember the scene exactly, but like they were in the hospital and they were looking for the, was it the cure in there or whatever? They were actually inside the building. That was kind of a cool part. The part where they went outside to Israel or whatever, and then there was the wall, and people started praying, and the zombies started doing like Gumby crap and like jumping over the wall with like mega Gumby mode activate. Everybody just like form together and make a Megazord zombie. Like that part was stupid. Oh no, they formed a Megazord. What are we gonna do? They had a lot of really weird lines in there too, like North Korea already solved the problem. When they heard about the infection, they pulled out the teeth of everybody in the village or something. So nobody has any teeth anymore, and they can't bite anybody. No teeth for you guys. No teeth. No teeth for you. They just climbed each other? Nah, they did some Gumby level stuff there. They were doing some Gumby tactics. They were over there. They might as well have been green. They were Gumbying. I'm sure I could find a clip of them Gumbying up the wall. Gumby mood. Wow, that is an amazing weapon. 40% increased attack speed, 182% enhanced. It has cold and poison damage on it, and lightning. 182% enhanced with 40% increased attack speed. That's amazing. And it's an Espondon. Can't use it, but it's beautiful. Where's the Gumby? Let me find the Gumbies. Hold on. Gotta find the Gumby GIF. I got the good GIFs on here. Where's the good GIFs? Where's the good choosy moms choose GIFs? These are all such low quality too. They're like 400 by 240 pixels. Like, what the hell even is this? 500 by 326 pixel. Can we see something a little bit better than this, please? 220 by 144 pixel. What the hell? These are all so terrible. Like, and they're not even showing the full clip. They're just showing like one little tiny part of it. Womp. Wom 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 wom. Wom 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 wom. Is that actually a good one? Yeah, I can't find any that are good quality. They're all so low quality, it doesn't even matter. I always thought the stupid thing about the movie, though, was that, like, they went through this whole process of, like, talking about how they were like, we had 5 men, and if every man voted that something was impossible, we had determined that there was a protocol that the 5th man would have to prepare for the impossible. Because we had done this before, where we voted that something was impossible and it became true, and then we had no eventuality to protect ourselves from it, or something like that. And then they like go through this whole process of talking about how they prepared for this eventuality, and that they were, they were 100% prepared for a zombie apocalypse. And then the zombies just climb over the wall. Like, it was the stupidest thing ever. Like, the whole scene was just so dumb, where they're like, yes, and we had the 5 men, and the 5 men all voted against that it was possible for a zombie apocalypse. And so we had a dead man's protocol, where the 5th man, who was going to vote yes, would have to prepare for the zombie apocalypse. And so we prepared for the zombie apocalypse in excruciating detail, and we were able to deter the zombies from attacking. We built a wall 7,000 feet tall with parapets and guns, and impenetrable laser beams, and big giant lasers, sharks with freaking lasers on their heads in a moat. And then the zombies just crawl over everything like they did absolutely nothing to prepare against zombies. Like, it was the stupidest thing ever. Like, I don't even know why they went through the process of, like, talking about it and telling everybody about the scene and how cool it was and, like, how awesome it was that they prepared for the zombies and like all the various things that they did to prepare for the zombies, and then they just completely defeated the entire point of preparing for the zombies. Like it was, it was so dumb. I still remember to this day like being all like I was all like freaking out. I was like, oh my god, they totally prepared. Like this is amazing. I can't believe they built the wall and they did the dead man thing and like. And they voted on it, and like they all voted it wasn't gonna happen, but then they prepared for it anyway, and it was so cool. And they built this like ridiculous 300-foot wall, and like the zombies couldn't get in, and like they had like guys on the top with guns, and then after they went through all this and impressed me very deeply, like with what was going on, I was like, oh man, this is really cool. Like they actually prepared. Like I can't believe this. Like, I thought the whole world was done, but no, they actually did. So, like, somebody prepared and actually, like, defended themselves. And then they just, like, destroy it with a nuclear bomb. And I'm just like, oh, okay, never mind. The coolness factor is lost. Yeah, you're talking about, like, what movie was that? Roger Moore... which movie was the Roger Moore movie? Why am I blanking? Was it You Only Live Twice? Was that the one? With Scaramanga? I think it's Scaramanga, right? Scaramanga? Can't remember. Voodoo. It was the Voodoo movie. Live and Let Die with Roger Moore. Yes. Baron Samedi. A voodoo priest and henchman for Dr. Kananga and Mr. Big, who is depicted as having ties to the occult and seemingly the ability to cheat death. Yep. Live and Let Die. That was the movie. Womp, 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 womp. I'm pretty sure that has ties to exactly what you're talking about, Charles. Because, like, in the movie, they even, like, play it up like he's dead and paint his face like he's dead, and he rises from the grave and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, they really ham it up like he's, like, a super dead guy. I remember being pissed because Mom kept killing him, and he kept coming back from the dead. Oh my god, this is like slow and excruciating. I feel like I'd be better off running around clicking on chests. I mean, I could figure out where all the chests are, and I could just run around, click on all the chests, and see if I get an item. I mean, there's a bunch of chests all over the place. Loose boulders. Chesty chesticles. Chesty chesticles. Come on down, some chesticles. Who doesn't like some chesticles? Everybody's like me. I don't like chesticles. Nobody likes those. What are you talking about? Oh man, dying. Okay, I think I already got this chest up here too, and I don't want to fight Mr. Ridiculous over there. I say we do a run around, we open up all the chests and do jinx, and then if we don't find anything, we just come back and we do it again. Like, I think that's the best way to handle this. See if we can get our weapon so we can move on into hell difficulty. We need our crescent moon. We have the rune, we have the shale rune, we have the tier rune. We're ready to get it. We just need the base. I've got a socket quest left, so in case we find a white one, I can go take it and socket it. I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Click on your rock. Your rock. Oh no, I missed the building. Missed the building. Mr. Fieldings. That's a ruby. Mesh booties. Yeah, Insight has decent damage too, but I need to use a shield. I don't have the resistances to be able to take on hell difficulty without it. Like, if I switch over to my two-handed weapons, or like my dual wields, you see I'm at -14 fire, -9 lightning, 6 cold, 39 poison. There's no way I would be able to survive without the shield right now. Even with the shield, I'm at 25, 30, 40, 75. As attractive as the damage on Insight is, it doesn't do anything to protect me and keep me alive. I mean, granted, if things are dead, I don't have to worry about them killing me, but that doesn't really help me when I have like a bunch of glooms around me trying to murder me.
Murder glooms, come on down, some murder glooms. We got some murder tomes, we got all the murder glooms. Murder glooms. Don't tell me I don't see murder glooms coming at me, cause I know their lightning bolts is gonna hit me in the grolts, and I don't wanna get murdered again, you see. Cause I died already 3 or 4 times, and I don't wanna die again by the glooms. And they gonna be really mean when they roam, and I don't like to be dead again. I don't wanna have to put my head back on again.
Yeah, natural resistance always gives diminishing returns. I'm already at 7 points. Or 6 points base, 7 points total. And any other more points than that, and I mean, it'll give me something, but that's not, it's not, I don't think it's worth the skill point investment at this point, unless I just want to waste it. I mean, my thinking is get myself a crescent moon, some type. I mean, if I have to, I have a 3 sockets Y-hander I can make it in. Like, if I just get completely unlucky and I can't seem to get one. Y-hander is not my, like, preferred choice, but it is a choice that I can make.
I mean, the item that I'm looking for comes from this area just fine. I mean, it should drop from here. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. We'll take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Poor barbarian and his no weapon butt. I mean, if I have to, I'll freaking make it in a 3 sockets Y-hander, but like I don't want to make it in a 3 sockets Y-hander. The crescent moon. I don't want to. I don't want to make it in a 3 sockets Y-hander. What's up, Rothschild? Discord 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Zelda, Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. He's a 0 hero. All right, use your little toe to scratch your little head. I saw you scratching your head with your toe. Toe to head scratcher. Toe head scratchums. How can they be so accurate with like their toe like that? I don't understand. They are super toe accurate. I mean, with a name like Rothschild, isn't that some sort of like famous millionaire or something? So is he pretending to be a Rothschild? Or is he really a Rothschild? What is the answer, Jimmy? Did you see Mr. Beast is making a cartoon? And it looks kind of like it's kind of like Teen Titans. A little bit like it's a little Teen Titanish.
Where can I take you?
What can I do for you?
DENSTITTN. Oh, repair. Keep repairing and do not stop repairing. Keep repairing. Do not stop repairing. Repair, repair. You must do repair. Can you finally use this weapon yet? You can use it. Yay! Big upgrade for the Merc. Okay. Drop that crappy Y-hander on the ground. He's an executional sword now. I really wish I had an Amrune, but I don't have an Amrune. Can I transmute up to an Amrune? No, I can't. So, let's do what I was going to do. So let's put the skull in there. And then I was thinking we do a shale rune. Or was I doing something else? Huh. I don't know what to do. I could do F. Skull at F or skull at shale. I mean, F is good because it increases his overall hit rate. Shale is good because it increases his total hit rate. The weapon's higher damage than the one that I'm using, honestly.
Let's go ahead and put the skull in there since we definitely need the life leech.
I mean, that's without a doubt. It has to have life leech. Otherwise, he'll die. I also got this thing with 24% enhanced and 14 max damage, which is kind of nice. But I think Eth. Nah, he'll never survive if he doesn't have the. He'll never survive if he doesn't have life leech. It's impossible. I think his damage is higher than mine now. Let's watch him manhandle a quill rat. What's up, Edward? So, since I'm not looking for anything specific, maybe a little bit of find item might not be a bad idea. Like, I did have this helmet that had +3 find item on it, and like, I guess I could just do this. Actually, I don't want magic find. Never mind. I don't want magic find. Because if I put on magic find, then, well, that just makes it worse, right? That more likely that it'll drop as a, instead of a blue, it'll drop as a, you know, as a, or a white. It'll more likely drop as not a white item. It'll drop as a blue item. So yeah, magic find not good. We don't want that. What's the recipe for this? I think it's Ral, isn't it? Try and make another pair of boots and let's see what happens. Awful. Effing awful. Effing awful, man. Holy poopies. What is with these boots just rolling like the worst possible things they can roll? Like, I don't even understand. They never roll good. They roll the worst possible stats they can ever roll always. They're like, what's the worst stats I can roll? And then they roll it. Every time. Without question. Not a lot of damage? It is not. You are correct, sir. Technically correct. The best kind of correct. Sir, yes, correct. Working corpses is what we really want to do. Working corpses looking through them prison pockets too. Come on down and you can look through all the pockets, yeah. Come on, get some pockets and we can go brag. Gonna get all of the prison pockets, get all of the stuff. Taking all their contraband and putting it in the fluff. slowly dying over here. Don't mind me. Takes forever to kill the zombies. I think we just skip the zombies. I think that's what we do with them. They get skipped. It did. Nobody likes your stupid zombie butts. Punch and a punch and a punch and zombies gonna punch them hot. Look at all these fallings, gonna tell them effing what. Take me forever to kill one zombie. I don't even know what's hitting me. Well, they got the mercenary. They got him, guys. They got him. Oh no. I just got my merc taken out by a newbie pack of falling in the blood. More blood, 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 more.
Yes?
Poor egg the owl. Got wrecked, sow. He got wrecked. Wrecked. Egg the owl, come on down and we can vow. Egg the owl, come on down and we can vow. Random question: what could be expected to get from an un-ID'd ethereal titans? Well, the only reason that you would want an ethereal titans is for the damage, because that's the only thing that really goes up. So the physical damage. So in general, when you're IDing an F titans, you're looking for the enhanced damage, like specifically. So seeing how much enhanced damage it gets. If it's a perfect enhanced damage, it goes a long way. The second thing that it rolls is the life leech. So it rolls a variable life leech of whatever type. I can't remember what the rolls are for the life leech, but having good life leech is obviously useful. It's not necessarily required by any standard, but the closer you get to a perfect item, the more inconsequential bonuses tend to matter more. You know, you already have a highly valuable item in an F Titans. Doesn't really matter what it rolls. It's better than a non-F Titans pretty much no matter what. And it has value. So I wouldn't worry about IDing it and then you find out that it doesn't have any value. Because it does have value no matter what as an Ethereal Titans. However, there is the possibility that it could roll extremely low on the enhanced damage and might not be worth more than, another Titans that rolls really high on the enhanced damage. But overall, the ethereal version is exceedingly better than a non-ethereal version in physical damage. However, it's not generally the preferred option because it has to repair, so it has to auto-repair itself, which usually means you need one or two of them. Or it gets used as a melee weapon, or you can trade it unID'd. I mean, it's up to you. It's worth money no matter what, but if you ID it and it happens to be nearly perfect, well, and you've got yourself a multiple jobber scenario there. A nearly perfect F Titans is a very valuable item. Extremely valuable. I mean, a non-perfect F Titans is still valuable. So, you wouldn't be completely losing out no matter which way it goes.
I don't remember what the rolls are on it. Let's take a look. The rolls are between 150 to 200, so it's not even that big of a range. And 5 to 9% life leech. So a perfect would be 200% enhance with 9% life leech. I did not mean to fight all these zombies, whatever. Marty almost killed them, so. Like, what do you mean you didn't mean to fight him? You was beating him down for like 5 minutes. I wasn't paying attention. Boom 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 boom. Did I play any ladder? Yeah, I played ladder. I did indeed. And then I played Diablo 4 ladder, and then, or rather, season. And then I did. Then I started a challenge, and I did the challenge, and then this is the second challenge. I go at it hard. I mean, you can always pull up some of my older VODs if you want to, like, follow along with me on my ladder journey. I'm pretty sure I played Diablo 2 ladder for at least, I think it was like 2 weeks. 2 weeks straight. I mean, that's 14 days. 14 days of ladder. Yes, Ginger. That is 2 weeks. I mean, I like Diablo 4. I think it's a good game. I think that they've got some very odd ideas of how they want to pursue, like, the future of the game. And I'm concerned that they're giving in to, like, the baby players way too much. Like, it's an odd game that seems to be designed around, like, 2 different completely separate, like, markets. Like they want all the money, and they don't want to give up any of the money. Like, if that makes any sense. Like they have like this whole side of the game which seems to be like hyper casual. And when I say hyper casual, I mean like they want like a dad who has like 1 weekend a month and only has like 30 minutes to play, like to be able to get to like max level and get a character decked out. And then, like, at the end of the game, there's this really hard part where, you know, like, the blasters and the elite players and the sweaty boys exist. And they're trying to, like, market toward both crowds at the same time, which is really strange. I mean, it does have some similarities to D3. It does have some similarities to D2. It's got like a bunch of things going on. I don't know exactly how to explain it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's fun to be had there. Of what I've played, I've enjoyed, but this latest season was like the shortest one yet. There was barely anything to do. Like, and barely anything new anyway. I mean, if you haven't ever played the game, there's plenty to do. I mean, I'm like 9 seasons in or whatever. Like, I've pretty much done it all, played it all. Did all the classes and all the builds and
had fun testing out everything, and I'm sure there's like a thing or two I've missed, but nothing I'm overly interested in. Falcata. One socket. What's up, Cam? Oh, the story's great. The D4 story is really good. I think if you watch it just for the story alone, I think it's worth it. Watch it. If you play it just for the story. There'll probably be some kind of deal coming out soon because I think they got an expansion cooking. And I would imagine that at some point or another there's going to be like a whole new expansion, and then they'll probably have like one of those dealy things where, you know, they give you like the expansion plus, you know, whatever plus whatever. You can get like the original base game plus the previous expansion plus the new expansion for probably some sort of deal. Well, I'm almost 67 now. This is excruciatingly slow, by the way. We need to avoid the zombies. They are a waste of my time. I mean, I don't see why they would add Act 6 to Diablo 2. It doesn't make any sense anyway.
Yes.
I feel like they'd be much better off just simply focusing on Act 4, which obviously is missing a large amount of content. They probably have a lot of data on what was supposed to be in Act 4 from the original files. It wouldn't take a genius to go back through the original files, maybe dive through some like David Brevik interviews or whatever, and like I think there's a couple of them where he talks about what he was going to do with Act 4, and then just take it from there. Like I don't think it takes a genius for that part. No loot filter, no more inventory space. Stop trying to ruin the game. Character slots, though, yes, please. They won't add that stuff anyway. You're asking for stuff that's never going to happen. Turn back. I'm not for a loot filter? No. Hell no. Ugh. Disgusting. Yes, I think more inventory space would ruin the game, yeah. Definitely. I already went over this like 1,000 times, guys. Item count, total item count, determines almost everything in the game. Like, it doesn't really take a genius to figure this out, okay? Let me roll it over real quick for you, okay? So, total item count determines everything from loot drops, what stats spawn on an item, what clickables are in an area, what monsters are in an area, what the name of the monsters are, what stats the monsters have. I mean, I could go on for like an eon here. Like, the total item count, as I've determined, like through my testing, is a integral part of the way that the game functions, and just simply adding in a huge number of items could have overwhelmingly detrimental effects to the game, or change it in a way that completely removes it from the original title. You could essentially break the game, you could create an entirely different game, you could make it so that burr runes drop from the heavens on every single monster. Like, there's no telling what enabling an infinite number of items would do to Diablo 2 Resurrected, or if the game would even maintain, like, the core of what made it itself. Total item count is one of the things that literally determines almost everything in the game. So adding in huge amounts of inventory space would ruin that. And the shared stash tabs that they added into the game with Diablo 2 Resurrected count. They all count. Everything they did counts. They already added a huge number of additional items to the item count. And giving us an infinite number of stash tabs and infinitely stacking items and infinitely stacking runes and infinitely stacking like gems and everything else would just massively complicate the problem even further. Like, you're talking about fundamentally changing the way that the game works. It's not a good idea. And the idea that they even understand this, when I didn't even understand this like 2 or 3 years ago, is laughable. I don't even think they even know what's going on. Because they already added shared stash tabs, and the shared stash tabs already add to that total. So they didn't know about it before, otherwise they would have isolated it the first time. And they're not going to know about it the second time when they start adding tabs either. Characters, there's nothing wrong with character slots as far as I can tell. And it's the lowest hanging fruit for monetization. I don't even know why they haven't done it yet. Like, that's one of the things that I really don't understand why they haven't already done. We should have had like monetizable character slots that we could have purchased at some point, because it's the easiest way for them to make money to support the game for future changes, which would encourage them to continue making changes, because they would have a actual monetizable thing that people would purchase. Like, having more mule counts, mule characters, like whatever, like, it doesn't matter. We can make infinite number of mule characters. I'm fine with that. I would sit there and buy characters all day long. I already said this though. I said this at the beginning. Like, I'm fine with character slots. There's nothing wrong with character slots, and they should have made character slots available from the very beginning. Like, that should have been day one. Day one, they should have had purchasable character slots. I don't know why they don't. Maybe there's some sort of technical limitation. I mean, would it really break the game economy to have more character slots? I don't really think so. I mean, at the end of the day, you still have ladder resets. The only economy that would probably get, like, affected is the non-ladder economy, and even then, I don't even think they would care, because the non-ladder people love to hoard stuff. So The added stash tabs do change drops. Yes, they do. We've actually discovered this in the kinship because one of our rituals is the swap game. And in those rituals, we drop basically everything that we have on the ground so that other people can pick it up. And we clear out our inventories, almost like a cleanse. And during this time where we cleanse our inventories, we notice that our drops change significantly during the time period when our inventories are empty. And they start to decline rapidly as our inventories become full, as if there's something going wrong with the way that the inventory, like the drop system, works. And the more full our inventories get, the worse our drops become. There was a case where literally I was farming Mephisto, and I was farming Mephisto for sets, and every single time I killed him, he would drop me like 1, 2, or 3 set items every single time. And my inventory started to slowly fill up with equipment. And at a certain point, he just stopped dropping me sets completely. He would not drop me a set again. It was like 7 or 8 or 9 runs, and he would not drop me a set. And so Leon jokingly mentioned, he's like, oh, time to empty out your inventory. And I laughed at him, but I went ahead and did it anyway. And I went and like sold a bunch of crap from my inventory. And sure enough, the next kill that I killed Mephisto, he dropped me 2 sets. And the next kill, 2 sets. And the next kill, 2 sets. And the next kill, 2 sets. Until eventually it got to the point where I was full again and he stopped dropping me sets. And every single time I would just empty out my inventory and he would start dropping me sets again. The item count is very integral to the way the game works. And I understand what you guys are talking about. You guys are saying the same thing I used to say several years ago before I learned about how item count worked and how it was an integral part of the game. You want stacking gems and you want stacking runes and you want more shared stash tabs and like sell us some stash tabs and all this other stuff. Like, I understand that because I was right there along with you. And then I came across this item count thing and I started to understand how item count worked. And I started to understand how integral it was in the game and literally how it functions within the game. And then I started to realize that literally, like, the Diablo 2 Resurrected added more stash space in and messed up the whole system. And so the drops started to change. Like, one of the things that we noticed about Diablo 2 Resurrected was that runes were dropping more often than in Diablo 2 LOD. And we had originally kind of thought that the Blizzard devs had like secretly changed the rune drop rate to a higher amount or something, because like it was more than just anecdotal evidence. Like, across the board, it seems like runes were dropping a lot more often than they were like previously, right? And it could very well be that some of the runes are designed to only drop when your inventory is mostly full, essentially, right? When you get to a certain point where you're full. Well, it's easier to be full when you have 4 stash tabs, right? The other odd thing about the original system was that the original system was designed around the 1 personal stash tab, right? Well, the maximum number of items that you could have in the original stash tab, and like your character and whatnot, was a very finite number. But on top of that, if you had big items, like for instance, if you have an item that is a large item like this Zweihander, it only counts as 1 item, right? But if you have an item like this ring, it counts as 1 item, okay? So when it's going through the process of counting all of your items, you could potentially have like an old school stash filled with like rings, and it would count as a much higher account than, somebody who has their stash filled with like swords or armors or something like that, right? So like you have a much lower count if it's filled with swords or armors, and a much higher count if it was filled with like gems and rings and small items. And it's very strange because like there was just this entire little thing that just kind of like messed around with it, where like back in the day, like you didn't really have very much storage space, and depending on what you muled away, your item count was way different than somebody else's. So even if like you had 2 people and their inventory spaces were both full, right? Well, one person might be full with more items than the other, and so their inventory count would be different and they would get different drops. How should you keep your stash? The general consensus that we've managed to come to is that like clearing out your stash on a regular basis seems to be the way to go. It's more of an item count system where like it goes from 1 to like a number, and somewhere in between there are all the good drops, right? So it's in between this number, right? And if you have 0 items in your stash,
well, then you're at 0, and like maybe 0 isn't a good drop. And if you have maximum number of items in your stash, well, maybe that's not a good drop either. It seems to be the consensus is to constantly empty your stash and refill it. Empty your stash and refill it. Empty your stash and refill it, because this process resets your item count, which then refreshes essentially what's going on, and then you run back through the numbers again, and then you empty it out, and then you refill it. And as you do that, you're constantly running back through the numbers. So you're constantly changing it back to 0 essentially, and then running back through the numbers and hoping to get one of the good drops again. And you just keep doing that over and over again. I mean, off-mule your items. Items on your mules don't count, as long as they're not in your shared stash. But to be very clear, every stash counts that your character has access to. Your mercenary counts, you count, your minions count. Yes, your minions count. Even your Valkyrie counts. Your shared stash counts, your personal stash counts, your Herodric Cube counts, your potions count, your belts count. Like, basically every single item that your character has access to counts, including your mercenary, including your minions, all of it. They all count. Believe it or not, your minions have equipment. I don't know what equipment they have, but they have equipment. Even the wolves. When you summon a wolf, it changes the item count by an undisclosed number. I haven't figured out exactly what the number is. I was trying to test it out, and I couldn't figure it out. But literally, even just summoning a wolf changes the item count. So having minions out changes the result from if you don't have minions out. Exactly. Keep the variables changing, Cam. That's the general gist of the idea. Just keep them changing. Keep them flowing. Keep them rolling. Sounds like they need to fix it. Sounds like that's the fundamental way that the game functions at its very core, because that's how it was designed. That would be like me saying, well, Cam's broken. Let's cut his brain out and put a new one in. You're not going to be Cam anymore after that. Like, the way the game functions and how it behaves is because of that engine. It's because of that underlying mechanic. Like, to rip that mechanic out would be to completely rip out what makes Diablo 2 special. You can still be a hoarder and clean out your inventory. It's called making mules. Or we particularly refer to it as off-muling. You just need to start off-muling your stuff more often. It's not wild for me that it took 30 years to see it, and it's not 30 years, it's 25. And it's not even 25, because they saw it a long time ago, too. They just never put 2 and 2 together. There's a reason why it's obfuscated from your sight. It's because they deliberately hid it behind a wall, like the Wizard of Oz, you know, with like the bag of tricks, and he's like, oh, the big booming voice in the background and everything. You know, it's like a big theatrics. Diablo 2 hides a lot of this stuff behind theatrics. It hides it behind changing the map. It hides it behind changing the seed code. It hides it behind making sure that it's a random one every single time you play a new game. It basically makes it so that you can't see it unless you stop the randomization. But it's all there. It's all there underneath the surface. It's like somebody playing a cup game with you where they constantly keep switching around the ball, and even though you guess correctly on the cup of where the ball is, the next time that you play the game, they move the ball to a different place when you guess it every single time. Like, you can't keep up with it because they're cheating, right? They're basically making it so that you can't see it. So for 25 years, when people play this game, they don't see it because of how the game is designed. I think I've pretty much got everything here.
It's only on the character that you're playing at that particular moment, yes, but it's all stash tabs that are associated with that character. So all shared stash tabs, your personal stash tab, your personal inventory, your Herodric Cube, your Mercenary, your minions, etc. Like, it's not your other characters that are on the same account. But if there's stuff in the shared stash tabs that is shared between those characters, then yes, that stuff counts for all the characters. This is only true for running the exact same time route every time. No, it's basically the fundamental thing about how the game generates everything. Like, we're not talking about trying to make routes and trying to get specific items and trying to force like a burr rune to pop out of a butthole. That's not even the conversation we're having. We're talking about the way the game generates everything. Ugh, conviction. Good quill rat. Disgusting. Why do you get more jaw drops than burrs? Because you hit the part of the sequence that's jaw drops more often than you hit the part of the sequence that's burr drops. That's different for each person and how they play. I tell people all the time, your specific play style governs what you find. There's people who tell me all the time, they're like, I've played this game for 25,000 years, and I've never found a single burr rune the entire time I've played. And I'm like, yeah, that can happen. Like, if you play the game wrong, like in a specific way for 25 years, then it could potentially happen that way. There is a specific pattern to the way that things work, and like, you could potentially just be like that unlucky person that plays the game wrong for 25 years and never finds a burr rune. And when I say wrong, I don't necessarily mean that the person is playing the game wrong, because they're playing it the way that they want to play it, and that's perfectly fine. But they're not playing it the way that would get them a burr rune. Diablo 2 superstitions are real. Let me give you an example, okay? I'll give you an example of a Diablo 2 superstition that is real, depending on what I found. So, like, the evidence that I found supports this particular superstition. So there was a superstition that somebody used to tell me a long time ago. They said, I have a ritual. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, well, I have a ritual. I do the same thing every single time. And I'm like, what do you mean? Why would you do the same thing every single time? He said, well, one time when I went to this one place, I found a burr rune. Like, you know, like I did this little ritual. I had this little thing I did, and I went to Inner Cloister, and I clicked on the corpse, and then I went to Catacombs, and then I clicked on this one chest right here that's always by the door. And then I went to, you know, like, Frigid Highlands, and I killed Eldritch the Rectifier, and he dropped me a burr rune. And like, so ever since then, I've always done my little ritual before I go kill Eldritch the Rectifier. I never actually like go straight to Eldritch the Rectifier and kill him, right? And so what I found out is there's specific patterns that you can use to find specific items, right? And so at one point or another, this person found a specific pattern where he got a burr rune. Right? He paid attention to what was going on, like what he did beforehand, and he like remembered it all, or he like recorded himself, right? And then ever since then, he's like, I always do my ritual just in case I get my burr rune. And I'm like, how many burr runes have you found? And he's like, 12 from the same spot. I was like, and how long did that take? Well, it was like 10 or 12 years. So like, I found 12 in the same spot in 10 or 12 years. And I'm like, okay. It's like, so you have a pattern that you've identified. He's like, well, I don't find one every single time. He's like, I do the ritual, and sometimes I find one, and most of the time I don't. He's like, but as long as I do the ritual, I'll eventually find one. Like, guaranteed, I'll find at least one a year, every single year, from the same exact spot, from the same exact monster. And all he's doing is he found a pattern, and he's just doing his little ritual, and then he lucks into the same pattern again.
And I've heard this ritual thing from tons of people that play Diablo 2. They're like, oh yeah, I've got my little ritual that I do, and I always end up getting something good as long as I do my little ritual, as long as I go to Travancore first, and then I go to Spider Forest, and then I click on this one cocoon, and then I go to, Durance of Hate, and then I kill Mephisto that way, and then I always click on the armor rack too, because that gave me a Tal Rasha's armor one time. And it's like, and then the person had like freaking 25 arachnids meshes, and they're like, yeah, I pretty much get like an arachnids mesh like once every 1,000 runs or something from Mephisto, as long as I do my little ritual or whatever. And I proved it correct when I was able to make a Burr rune pop out of a chest every single time with a very specific pattern. What that is that online you don't get the same game every time, and you don't get the same seed every time, right? But his little ritual that he's doing was going to eventually hit. It would be like playing a number that you knew happened. Like imagine, like in the future, the lottery number is going to be 12, 15, 17, 8 or something, right? But you don't know what day it is. You don't know what month it is. You don't know what year it is. So you just go to the lottery office and you buy that exact ticket with that exact number for the next like 25 years. It's going to hit eventually because you know the number's going to hit. It will hit. You just don't know when, right? And so, yes, some of the old wives' tales are actually 100% accurate. They're more accurate than you would think because the game has these little patterns to them, and people are seeing the patterns, and they start to recognize them, but they don't happen every single time. It's not as susceptible to being manipulated because the seed changes every single time you go into a new game. So the seed and the map change each time you go into a game online. Offline, it's much easier. I can manipulate anything I want offline because the seed pretty much stays the same and the map stays the same as well, which essentially allows me to do whatever I want. Online, however, it's much more difficult because the seed and the map change, but that doesn't mean you still can't follow the same pattern over and over again and end up getting the same result every certain number of runs. Even more so if you're lucky, less so if you're not. There's no way, as far as I know, to pull the seed code online. I mean, I've theorized a couple methods, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will work. Most of them require a large amount of data, like combing, which is basically where you go through the process of, like, clicking on a specific corpse or something and writing down what drops from the corpse and making sure that you keep all your item counts and everything the same, and like, you know, making sure you're going to the corpse the same way, and then like testing out like hundreds if not like thousands of freaking seed codes, and then writing it all down in an Excel spreadsheet, and then basically clicking on the corpse and finding out which seed you're in, and then once you know which seed you're in, you could just use a specific pattern. But the problem with that is finding out the seed code. That's the entire basis of that, and like it requires a lot of data entry to do that particular method. I mean, it didn't really take a genius to figure it out. I had already pretty much assumed as much, and I even like fed it through an AI program just for fun, and the AI pretty much confirmed exactly what I was thinking, which is, yeah, it would take like a bunch of bots, like 1,000 bots or something, running like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like putting all the information into a data set. And then once you had an Excel spreadsheet, you would just be able to pull up every single seed code by just going to a specific corpse, clicking on it, looking at the items that it drops, and then pulling up from the database. But there's much more broad ways of doing it than that. That's hyper-specific. Okay? That's what you call a hyper-specific like manipulation. You can do broad manipulation as well, which is something that I also theorized and pretty much confirmed. But it would also take a large amount of data collection. So what would you do for a broad manipulation? So a broad manipulation would be trying to find like the most number of hits. Like, say you pulled up every lottery ticket that ever was run, right? All the lottery tickets in all the world. And you compare all the numbers on the lottery ticket, and you find a number on the lottery ticket that is the most common, right? So you're like, oh, the number 16 appears 73% of the time on these lottery tickets. There's always a number 16 on there somewhere, right? Well, eventually you might get to the point where you just run the number 16 in every single number that you put, because for some reason the number 16 seems to come up way more often statistically than any other number, right? In a similar way, you could potentially run a boss. Like, say, for instance, you did a Mephisto run. And you start to add in these little rituals. So remember we were talking about the rituals earlier with, like, the Burr rune and the guy doing a bunch of silly things before he gets to the Burr rune. Well, you could have, like, 10,000 bots do, like, 1,000 runs each. And each one of them you could program with a slightly different ritual. Like, the first one would go to Travancore first, and then he would do Mephisto. And the second one would go to Spider Forest first, and then he would do Mephisto. The third one would go to Catacombs, and then he would go to Mephisto, and so forth and so on. And you would have every single bot do a different ritual before they kill Mephisto, right? You would have them record every item that dropped from Mephisto over 1,000 runs. And then you would compare them and say, oh, look, this bot right here that went to Great Marsh and then went to Spider Forest and then killed Mephisto has the best drops out of every single bot that we did. Out of 10,000 bots that did 1,000 runs, his drops were outstanding. 5 Soges, Arachnids meshes out the Wing Wang, all sorts of amazing things, right? And then you would take that bot, that ritual, and you'd just tell everyone. You'd be like, I discovered a ritual that you can do that just gives you tons of Soges and Arachnids meshes and all sorts of stuff. And people would call bullcrap on you, right? They'd be like, bullcrap, you can't just do a ritual. And they're like, give it a try. What does it hurt? Right? So just go to Great Marsh first, and then go to Spider Forest, and then go to Mephisto. So just do those 2 things before you kill Mephisto, and then you'll get like a bunch of Soges. And then sure enough, like, people will start popping Soges out of everywhere because they do the right ritual before they kill the boss. And I can almost guarantee you that's the case as well. Like, there's probably specific statistical things that you can do as a broad spectrum before you go kill the boss that will probably enhance your chances of getting good items by a rather large degree, even, because it's all about hitting the right numbers at the right times. And sometimes just going to a specific waypoint can change the random variable in your favor, so that when you get to the boss and you kill him, you're at the right point. And then, of course, there's tons of different seeds and there's tons of different starting points, right? But there's bound to be a specific number of effects that would give you the best results. Yes, you're basically upping your expected return by basically using a favorable ritual that gives you better results than just simply going straight there. I mean, if I wanted to, I could go to a weapon rack right now and I could, like, force the item that I wanted to pop out of it. I'm trying my best not to do seed manipulation, even though I end up doing it sometimes by accident. Earlier I was doing it, like, just as an example, if you guys haven't noticed, my Zweihander collection. So, I don't know if you noticed my giant Zweihander collection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... And I have even more than that, actually. I actually threw away a bunch of them. Why do I have so many Zweihanders? Do you know what the answer to that question is? Because I was doing seed manipulation. So I basically found a weapon rack, and I forced it to drop me as Zweihander. And then once I forced it to drop me as Zweihander, I literally manipulated the results until I forced it to drop me as many Zweihanders as I wanted. Repeated the same exact steps over and over again, and basically got, like, 14 or 15 Zweihanders? Because I was trying to force a 5-socket Zweihander to drop, is what I was trying to do. Until I found out that you couldn't get a 5-socket Zweihander where I was farming it. You could only get up to 4 sockets, which is how I ended up with several 4-socket Zweihanders, several 2-socket Zweihanders, several 3-socket Zweihanders, and so forth and so on, because I kept farming over and over again to try and get the specific number of sockets that I wanted on my Zweihander, which I could not get at that particular moment because you can't get 5-socket Zweihanders from Nightmare difficulty. They have to be obtained in Hell difficulty to get the 5 sockets, or you can Larzik them to 5 sockets.
It really depends on what you're trying to manipulate, Cam. So, like, some things are easier to manipulate than others. Weapon racks, for instance, are extremely easy to manipulate by comparison to something like a boss's drops. Like, weapon racks and armor racks have a very simple system which can be manipulated just by simply changing the approach vector by going through specific blocks, essentially. So, like, there's these things called chunks in the game, which is basically where the game is split up into these, like, grids. And as you cross over a grid border, you essentially change the result of the weapon rack. And by crossing over the grid border, you can force the weapon rack to become whatever you want, essentially. Now, you don't necessarily know that unless you can farm the same weapon rack multiple times, so it becomes a little bit more difficult on online. But you can still deliberately change the result of the weapon rack by approaching it from different vectors, which basically means you're crossing over, like, different borders of chunks. It's not necessarily what direction you approach it from, it's how many chunks you pass through upon getting to it, if that makes any sense. It's kind of hard to explain it. Let's see if I can get my skill point. Let's slowly work toward my skill point here. I think you're under the mistake that, like, I'm always trying to manipulate the result. Like, I think that's the mistake you're making, Kim. I'm not always trying to manipulate the result in a specific direction. Like, there's a big difference between manipulating the result to a specific outcome and just simply manipulating the result. I can manipulate any result I want to online. I just can't deliberately manipulate it to a specific result. Does that make sense? Like, I can press the buttons and make crap happen. I just can't specifically press the buttons in the right order to make what I want happen. In other words, think about it like a notepad, and somebody offline is trying to get a specific result, so they type in specific result, and they end up with specific result, right? But online, I can still do this. And change whatever the hell I want to change. Because I know what the variables are, and I know how they work. And I know that this particular variable does this specific thing, and I can press all the buttons I want and change it any way I want to change it. I just don't know what the result's going to be. Shomp. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I gotta kill all these zombies, and I gotta kill corpse fire too. Yeah, wait till you find out how magic find works. That's one to really wrap your head around. Magic find don't make no sense. God, this is going to take forever. Let's try Berserk. See if I can just Berserk one monster down. Just focus fire. No, you don't need Magic Find. That's pretty much what I found out as well. There's also a very interesting thing that Magic Find might not be doing hardly anything. For rares and magic items, it definitely works 100%, but I can't really speak on the uniques or the set items. It seems like the unique or set items seem to be almost isolated from the Magic Find system in some way. There's also a phenomenon that I've discovered where basically like there's two forms of drops. So there's the drop was going to happen anyway, no matter what. And these are completely unaffected by Magic Find in any way, shape, or form. Like imagine you're at a slot machine, and the slot machine allows you to put in 1, 2, or 3 quarters, right? And they tell you that like if you put in 3 quarters, you have a better chance of winning. Okay, because we're going to give you more angles. We're going to give you more ways that you can potentially win. All right, and then you win. Right, and then you look at it and you realize that the extra quarters didn't help you win. That even if you had only put in 1 quarter, you still would have won because it won in a way like that was fine with just the 1 quarter. In other words, you didn't need to put in the 2 or the 3 quarters to make that win. It was always going to happen, right? And that's how Magic Find works a lot of the times, is that a lot of the times when something falls, there is every possibility that it was always going to fall, and your Magic Find did nothing. That's one type. The other type is that your Magic Find did something and made it occur, right? And like, there's no way for you to know whether your Magic Find actually made the item fall or whether the item was going to fall anyway. And in my experience playing with like characters with low Magic Find or relatively 0 Magic Find, and finding items like Mang Song's, Wind Force, Griffin's Eye Diadems with like 0 Magic Find characters, I have to wonder if like those items are actually being forced into existence with Magic Find, or if they are just simply always destined to happen at that particular moment, as long as you potentially have killed that monster at the right time or whatever, right? So like there's a question there that's formed in my mind at this point, which is how useful is Magic Find really? And like, did the Magic Find actually force the item to drop, or was the item going to drop anyway? Now, when it comes to rare and magic items, Magic Find definitely does have a strong effect. Very strong. It's like 10 times. Like, it can make almost like 10 times the number of rares and magic items fall. And I think that gives a false placebo effect for the rest, that the set items and the unique items that seem to be dropping, like, on their own, without the help of Magic Find, seem to be in a very weird place. It's kind of hard to explain until you actually see how Magic Find works. I have like a whole video going over it if you want to go over it. I've talked about it like till I'm blue in the face on many different videos. I mean, kill speed would outdo Magic Find if Magic Find works the way that I think it does, yes. 100%. Think about Magic Find as... trying to think of a way to, like, represent it in a analogy that makes sense so that you understand exactly what's going on. Think about Magic Find as a key. Right? So a very specific key. However, this is kind of like a little skeleton key. Not really the best of skeleton keys, but it can open more than one door. Now, your skeleton key might open 10 out of 1,000. Whereas, if you don't have Magic Find, your key opens maybe 5 out of 1,000. Right? At what point does opening the doors faster outpace having a key that opens more doors? Does that make sense? So, in a lot of regards, your Magic Find is really outpaced by just simply opening more doors. Like, just open more doors more quickly. Just as many as you can. Just try and open as many doors as you can. Eventually, you'll find the item that you're looking for. And, like, yeah, you might fail to open 1,000 doors or 10,000 doors, but if you can open, like, 10,000 doors in the same time period that somebody with the 10 key can open 5,000 doors, you're probably going to find a hell of a lot more stuff than them. And it's basically just a number game of, like, opening up more doors as fast as you possibly can. It's not even a quality issue. So like it's hard to explain it as a quality issue. Because the keys don't open up all the doors. So your magic find is not designed to open up every door. You can have 8,000% magic find. It doesn't necessarily guarantee you're going to be able to open up every door. You're only going to be able to open up specific doors that your key fits. You know, it's like those little emails, those little letters you get in the mail from like the car companies. You know, like where they send you a key. And they're like, come on down to the dealership, and if your key fits, you can drive away today for free, right? And like, you take your little fake key that they give you up to the dealership, and you try and put it in the car, and like, and it doesn't fit, or it does fit, or whatever, right? You know, but like, that's basically what it's like. Like, you're basically taking your key and you're trying to open the door, and does it work? Yes, no. Like, most of the time, the answer's no. But there's thousands of doors for you to try your key on. Thousands and thousands and thousands of doors for you to try your key on. Magic Find is a specific key that opens a specific door, and if you do not open that door, you do not get what's inside. I'm pretty sure I have it here somewhere. Hold on. That was not it. It looks like this. When I say a specific key, I mean a specific key. Your exact magic find percentage is the key. That exact percentage, to the 1% digit, is the exact key that either opens or doesn't open the chest, essentially. So, like, when you click on a clickable, or when you kill a monster and you have 284% magic find, and the monster doesn't drop you anything, that's because your magic find percentage was not the correct key that was needed to open that magic find box. If you had 285% magic find, on the other hand, it was the correct key and it will open the magic find box. But there are only very specific percentages across the entire range that will open that specific box. In other words, being a raccoon and opening up every single box is better than specifically killing one monster and hoping that your key fits. Like, imagine if you went into a dealership and the guy was like, okay, here's a key. It fits one of these cars. All you got to do is run around and find the car that this key fits, and it's yours, right? Now imagine you only tried the key on one car. Wouldn't that be stupid? Right? So if the way that Magic Find works is your specific key only opens a specific box, right? Then don't you want to try to open up all the boxes? That'd be what I would do. And funny enough, that's how we've been playing the game for like 25 years. I'm a raccoon. I click on every single box. I literally go, just hands everywhere, just little grubby paws all over the place, clicking on every single box. You know why? Because eventually I find something. Because my magic find percentage hits. Because eventually I hit that magic number and the thing pops out of the box, and like a burr rune or a co rune or an ist rune or some other like managed like thing, you know, like a freaking Tyrael's pops out, or a Griffin's Eye, or a freaking Wind Force. Like the grubby hands that grab everything tend to find the items more than the person who only opens up one box. Now, in the case of somebody doing boss farming, they're opening up multiple boxes. They're just spending multiple games to do it. So they're killing the Mephisto. They're checking their key on Mephisto, and then it doesn't work. And so then they leave and they go to another game. And then they kill Mephisto, check their key on Mephisto. It doesn't work, and then they leave and go to another game. And they're still checking multiple boxes just like I am. They're just doing it in different games. Ugh, Might Aura. I'm assuming Corpse Fire is over there.
Wait, no, I'm in the cave. I don't even know why I'm here. Why the hell am I even in here? I went to the wrong freaking cave. I was trying to go to Bloodmoor. I want to do the Den of Evil. As soon as I saw the Might Aura, I immediately knew I was in the wrong cave, because there shouldn't be a Might Aura on any of the monsters. It's one specific seed and those MF values. Yes, every MF, every seed or every container is going to have a different key that opens up that particular container. And it doesn't really change the argument that I'm making at all. Like, basically all we're talking about is that each container has a specific magic find percentage that causes it to drop its special item. Like, whatever the special item is that that container drops. And if you have that magic find percentage when you click on that container, then it will drop whatever the special item is that it was supposed to drop. Right? But the thing is that if you don't click on the containers, you never know whether or not your key was the right one to open up that box. And so you're basically limiting your options. It's just always better to click on more stuff to open up more things. Like, click on the random corpses, click on the chests, open up the super chests. Like, even killing the monsters is technically using your key to try and figure out whether something drops. That's why for years and years and years, people have always said the same thing. They're like sheer volume of kills tends to get me more drops, more better things than target farming. Like, going into the cow level and like murdering trillions of cows like every day, all day long, tends to get them better drops. Why is that? Because they're applying their magic find key to more monsters and hoping that they'll open the door. And the more monsters they kill, the more good items fall. So they're just going by the volume number. They're just trying to kill as many things as they can to force as many items as they can to fall. Why zombies gotta have so much HP? They're ridiculous. I need a mace. Time to break out the flange mace and start conking them on the head. I think Berserk here is probably better. I'm pretty sure zombies have like a native like 50% physical resistance. Let's hit them with the Berserk. See if that speeds things up. I don't know, people are always surprised when I tell them, like I'll be playing and like a burr rune will just pop out of like a random corpse, like this corpse right here or something. Like, or, you know, I don't think one can drop in Den of Evil, but let's say like a low rune or something pops out of this corpse. And they're like, no way you found a low rune from like a random rogue on the ground in Den of Evil. Like, no way. Like, I don't know why you guys are surprised. Like, those things pop out of the most random places. It's not they're not like rare or anything. They don't have to drop from like specific like bosses or like champion elites or something. They don't have to pop out of the butthole of like Jesus himself. Most of the time those items that I get, like the really rare items, come out of the dumbest places. Like, I click on an urn and like a wind force pops out of a freaking urn. Like, it's the dumbest stuff that literally makes me get like the Griffin's Eyes and the Tyraels and all sorts of other things. People have this like odd conception that like urns and baskets and like dead bodies and like your regular trash mobs and stuff like that just won't drop them anything, which is just not the truth. Like, most of the items that I get come from those places. Little raccoon paws turning over every rock, and little raccoon paws flipping apart every like hollow log, and like little raccoon paws like smashing every urn and crushing every basket. Like freaking the most crazy things pops out of the stupidest places. My Zod rune came from a random monster. It wasn't even an elite or a champion or nothing. It was a random monster on the causeway toward Chaos Sanctuary. Like, right at the doorway between Chaos Sanctuary and the causeway. Like, we killed like one little trash, I think it was like Pit Lord or something like that, and freaking Zod rune popped right out of the Pit Lord's butthole.
which I laughed because I was standing in the doorway and I blocked everybody from being able to get it, and everybody was just screaming, "Zod!" And I just like leisurely bent over and picked it up, which was hilarious. There's like a clip of me getting it somewhere on my channel, I'm sure. Dude, this is going to take me a while to clear a freaking Den of Evil. I need this weapon stat. I might just break down and make it in this Y-hander. I don't want to, but... The 360 you do before you talk to Akara? No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. Understanding the variables and how they work. Like, I'm not talking about superstition, Cam. I feel like that's exactly what you're getting at, is you're thinking that it's superstition. I've actually mapped out these variables. I know exactly what they are and what they do and how to manipulate them. Like, down to, like, everything. Like, I have them all written down and listed. I know exactly what causes something to happen and what doesn't. Talking to an NPC does not change it. Walking around in town does not change it. Like, sitting there at the waypoint, like, the time that you spend, it doesn't change it. Like, I could show you hundreds of examples where literally there are things that you can do that have absolutely no effect on your drops whatsoever. Knowing the difference between what changes something and what doesn't change something is very important, especially when you're talking about variables. Like, I literally spent the time and the effort to sit there and map out these variables to know exactly which ones affected you and which ones didn't. Like, does talking to an NPC do it? No. Does buying something from the shop change it? Yes, because you're going to have that item in your inventory. Does selling something to the shop change it? No. The item that you sell to the shop still counts. It doesn't take away the item count. Do items on the ground count? Do items on the ground in another act count? Etc., etc., etc. And I basically went through the process of testing all of it. And believe it or not, like, I have the answers. I've written them all down in notepads. I spent the time to, like, actually figure this stuff out. What does item count do for super chests? It changes the stats on the item. What does item count do for a container, like a chest, instead of a super chest? It actually changes the items that are in the chest. What does the monster killing do? Well, if you kill a monster, it changes the drops that the next monster gives you. If you kill monsters in a specific order, you can change the drops that every single monster in that order gives you. If you kill the zombie first, you're going to get a stack of arrows. If you kill the fallen first, you'll get a stack of bolts. If you kill the fallen then the zombie will give you something like a rancid gas potion. You can literally control the variables down to almost like a T, and you could figure out exactly which ones do something and which ones don't. I have tons of videos on this topic if you want to watch them, where I literally sit there and systematically test this stuff, like, bit by bit, and determine all these things. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. There's, like, multiple 12-hour videos of me testing this stuff on my channel. Item count is one of the variables that changes things, depending on each container and what's going on with those containers. So different containers have different things, and item count does different things for those containers. Item count is usually involved in everything, but does a different thing in everything. Like I said, in super chests, the item count specifically determines the stats of the item. Whereas in regular chests, the item count doesn't determine the stats of the item. Instead, the item count determines which item falls. Boom, 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 boom. Let's back these guys up a little bit. Bring them. Get over here. Get over here. Thank you. Oh, I know you didn't just res that boy that I just killed.
gargantuan beastie.
Could loot filter impact the drops? I mean, I don't think loot filter would impact the drops, no. But I don't necessarily want a loot filter in the game for a lot of reasons. I mean, the moral of the story on loot filters is a very simple one. Loot filters are, by their very definition, an admittance of a failure to properly itemize your game. Like, that's basically how I see loot filters. And I think that some other developers feel the same way because they refuse to add loot filters to their game. Like, a loot filter is literally nothing more than a cover-up, like a what's the term I'm looking for? A band-aid for like a broken feature within a game. There's nothing really broken about the way that Diablo 2 system works. I often challenge people to give me a list of items that they would filter out. And usually when they do so, they end up filtering out things that are highly valuable. There's very few items in Diablo 2 that you would actually filter out. And that's really the moral of the story. Like, anyone who wants an item filter really badly probably doesn't know the value of half the items in the game. Probably doesn't know that items can be worth, like, exceptionally large amounts of money. Like finding an ethereal crystal sword that has, like, absolutely godlike stats and then upgrading it to a phase blade. Or finding a most godlike freaking blue ring or a blue amulet. Like, there's 1,000 different items in the game that have extremely good value. And a lot of the times I think people just don't know that. So they want to filter those items out because they think that they're worthless, only to find out that most of them actually have quite a significant value. Question for somebody who's never beaten the game. What would be a good character for a new game, and also any advice? I mean, I have a lot of videos for new characters that go over about as much as I can say without spoiling it for you. I mean, to be honest with you, that's one of the biggest things that I would probably worry about is getting the game spoiled for you, which is really easy to do. I mean, you're never going to get your first time playing the game back, so sometimes it's just fun to be a noob and like, do stupid things, and honestly, that's really what it's about, like, just having fun and just playing with it and messing with things. I mean, if you find an item, you can always look up the item on one of my videos. I could go over the item for you and tell you what it's worth and like, whether or not you can use it and what characters could best, you know, take advantage of that item. There are probably some things that you should know before you play the game, but I think I go over those pretty well in my newbie guide. I think I have a newbie guide anyway. Bolts and arrows, so you never have any intention of playing any characters that use bolts and arrows? No Amazons, no enchantresses, no anything?
Where are you, newbie guide? This is a comprehensive guide on how to stay alive. Could help you out quite a bit. That's just one of them. I don't have the other one. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I've got the other one. I know I have one that's like newbie. It's a newbie guide. Or like things I wish I knew. Bum 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 bum. Dee 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 dee. Here we go. Tips and tricks for new players. Things I wish I knew when I was a noob. There you go. I mean, and there's like 1,000 more videos that you could potentially watch of mine. Cody. Stop, buddy. No digging. You're gonna dig yourself to death. I feel like I'm in the Roger Rabbit movie right now. One of these days, you're gonna die laughing! Quit laughing! More items has been missed due to word clutter than not. I mean, just because you go really fast and you missed some items because you want to be a fast boy doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's missing items. I've already seen this like many times. I can't remember who I was playing with, but I was playing with somebody, and we were going through the thing, and he just wanted to be as fast as he possibly could. He just wanted to be so fast. He just wanted to keep running and go so fast. And like he walked up to a pack, he killed the pack, and then he just kept on running. He didn't even stop to check and see what loot was on the ground. And I was walking right behind him, and I stopped and I checked to see what loot was on the ground, and there was a jaw rune just sitting right on the ground. And I said, boy, you literally just walked right by a jaw rune. He's like, no, there's no way I walk right by a jaw rune. I'm like, dude, you walked right by a jaw rune. He's like, no, and I linked it in chat. He's like, whoa, no, it's I mean, one thing I wouldn't mind being in the game, and I've actually seen before, so there's a couple like Korean streamers that actually have this already set up, which I think is actually kind of cool. Is and I'll probably get some flack for this one, but so like in Diablo 4 and in Diablo 3, there was like a light beam that would shoot up from like really important items, and it would be like, oh, and you know, like you'd have this like light beam shooting up from the ground that something really important has dropped. Like, I wouldn't be adverse to adding that in. Like, that would be acceptable. Just put a big old light beam on the item that like a burr rune drops on the ground, just have like a big old light beam shooting up from it. Like, I don't necessarily care about that. Like, I think that would be a good way to solve the problem without having to add a loot filter into the game, which I think would overall ruin the game. I think the light beam is an acceptable compromise to all these whiny little brats that want a loot filter to filter out stupid things like arrows and bolts. That's right, I called you whiny brats. I mean, y'all want to argue about this loot filter all day. Let me break it down for you, okay? I'm gonna break it down for you as easily as I can. All right, we're gonna break this down to its utmost. Number one, you are not gonna get a super complicated loot filter. Okay, this is Blizzard we're talking about. You're asking for a loot filter from a company that is going to do the bare minimum. It's going to have stupid things like filter all white items, filter all blue items, filter all rare items. It's not going to be a super complicated loot filter. You're asking Blizzard to do it, and Blizzard has shown us what they're capable of doing in the past, which is not a good loot filter. I'm pretty sure if I pull up the original Diablo 3 loot filter, which Diablo 3 had a loot filter in it.
Diablo 3 does not have a built-in loot filter the way many.
This is Diablo 3's in-game loot filter right here. Weapon, armor, jewelry, socketable, other, in-game loot filter, minimum quality. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get that. Like, that's basically what they added in Diablo 3. That's not the Diablo 3 one, though. That's Diablo 4. Where's the Diablo 3 one? I know for a fact that there's one in Diablo 3. Where you at? Where is you at? And it's the most basic, stupid loot filter you've ever seen. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to find it. It does. It's beside the point. My point is that you're probably not going to get a complicated loot filter. It's probably not going to let you sort out everything. It's probably going to be very generic, and it's going to be very useless. Number two, there's basically nothing to filter out. The majority of the stuff in the game is pretty much required. Like, there is a huge number of valuable items that come from all sorts of various sources, like blue amulets, rare gloves, all sorts of crazy things that can be of very high value. Like, you're filtering stuff out, but most of the stuff in the game is nothing to filter out. Like, what are you going to filter out? Bolts and arrows and, like, throwing potions? Because that's about all that's left. And this doesn't even, like, equal, like, a significant portion of what drops on the ground. It's really not. And if you're an Amazon or any kind of character that uses a bow or arrow, you need to see the bolts and arrows. Otherwise, you're going to be going back to town and picking them up constantly. And regular potions, like healing potions, are extremely important to see. Because in any situation where you need to pick up potions, it's actually good to have the potions on the ground. So having tons of the potions is a good thing. Like, especially rejuvenation potions, full healing potions, full mana potions. And rejuvenation potions by themselves are not enough to keep you alive. You need a good, healthy combination of all three, preferably, for optimal effects. Because rejuvenation potions by themselves are actually kind of useless. So you need to have the very nice, like, constant, like, healing factor of the red and the blue potions in combination with the rejuvenation potions. Otherwise, you're not really getting the optimal effect of how the potions work. I mean, granted, you can go back to town and buy them all the time if that's what you want to do, but I like to pick them up as I go along. It saves me trips back to town, which is absolutely amazing. Number 3. Only advanced players would even be able to set up a loot filter properly. Any new player that touches that loot filter is almost always going to filter out something that they probably shouldn't be filtering out. Like blue circlets, blue diadems, and blue tiaras that can potentially roll +3 skills, 20% faster cast, and then you get 2 sockets in them and have like one of the most ridiculously OP items in the game. New players would be inadvertently hurt by this because new players specifically would not know how to properly set up the loot filter, and in advance would basically just completely ruin any chance of them discovering these rare items that could potentially fall. You're basically just giving them the ability to shoot themselves in the foot. Only the people who've been playing the game for years would know exactly what to filter out and exactly what not to filter out, because they would know which items are valuable and which items aren't. And even people who've been playing games for years still don't know all the valuable items in the game and would still shoot themselves in the foot, because they would still be filtering out items that are worth thousands of dollars, literally thousands of dollars, just because they don't know that that item is worth anything. So they're going to filter it out. All it would do is overall hurt the economy. It would literally overall hurt the entire economy by filtering out tons of hyper valuable items that are extremely rare. So every single item that has an extremely rare, like super valuable version, would start to diminish in number exceedingly fast, because people would be filtering out things like rare crystal swords. Because who wants a rare crystal sword, right? Those are garbage. Because they don't know that if you find an ethereal rare crystal sword with the right modifiers, that it's literally one of the most valuable items in the game. They don't know this, so they're going to filter it out. And if they filter it out, then if it does actually drop, well, that's just one less that's going to make it into the market, and the economy suffers as a result. Diablo 2 still. We got a new player in here right now asking questions. Boy, don't get popped in the back of the head. Oh, you dirty whore. I do not appreciate you resin that monster that I literally just killed. There is zero appreciation in my heart. I can't do nothing. I don't have control over the game. I can sing songs. I can sing you a song. One day I wish upon a star that in Diablo 2 afar they fix the poison. And maybe when the lovely leaves smell like the greens of the trees, and poison has been fixed. I mean, that's a feature that they could potentially add that I think most new ARPGs have, is that you can hover your mouse over an item that's on the ground, and you would be able to tell what the status of an item is. I mean, I don't necessarily want to get rid of identifying items, but you can tell whether an item is ethereal or not just by hovering your mouse over it. You could tell, like, white items. You could look and see what the stats of white items are. Like, I like the surprise of identifying the item in my inventory. So my personal opinion, I think that stays. But I would totally be for a system where you can hover your mouse over the item and see what the item is without picking it up. I think that would be really cool. We got to get rid of the shaman first. Eventually we'll finish Den of Evil. One of these days. Take us about 10 years, but whatever. Hey, but hey, the Diablo 2 devs are working on a new game. And, I mean, it's already looking pretty good.
If you guys haven't checked it out yet, like there's a bunch of videos on my channel already on the topic. It's called Moonbeast Entertainment at the moment. That's the company name. They haven't come up with a name for the game yet, but if you search for Moonbeast, I'm sure you will come up with a bunch of videos on the topic, and you can look into the new game that the Diablo 2 developers are creating, and it's actually pretty damn good. I mean, I don't know when we're going to get more information on it, so, but as soon as we do get more information on it, I'll probably have a video out, like when I can. And I'm actually a partner with the company at this point, so it's if you go into the official Moonbeast Discord, so I'm literally already on the list as a partner, so I'm assuming they're okay with me telling people about it. So, like, when you pull up the Discord, I mean, it doesn't really take a sleuth. This is the official Moonbeast Discord right here, and if you look in the general chat in the official Moonbeast Discord, I mean, there's a whole bunch of people in here. Like, this is the Discord right here. You got like Phil Shank and Colin Day and Brian Fitzgerald and Brian Basic and you know, it's like, and look right here, look, there's me, partner, Ginger Gaming Mentor. Partner. So as soon as I have some information, I will definitely provide it to you, but I have no information to give you guys right now. All right, Agent, have a good night. I mean, I think that's probably the biggest want that I've got, is because I've gotten used to it from other games. You know, being able to just hover your mouse over an item and see what it is without picking it up. I really do like that. Like right now, if I was a Javazon and I wanted to look at that matriarchal Javazon, it'd be really cool if I hovered my mouse over it and it showed me whether it was +1, +2, or +3. Like, that would be really cool, so I didn't have to run over here and pick it up to find out if it's +2. I mean, it does take away a certain element that you've got to, like, you don't have to pick up items, but I think it's worth it. Come on, die, little punk. Three-socket crown. I don't need it. Another interesting thing that they could potentially do is just simply make all the gold coalesce into one pile. Half the reason why things are hidden is usually because there's 1,000 million gold piles on the ground. Every single monster has to drop his own gold pile, and every single gold pile has to take up its own spot, and, like, it would probably be better if the monsters, like, when they drop the gold, like, it started to, like, stack up into a pot, as long as there were, like, a certain number of gold piles nearby, like, they would start coalescing into one giant gold pile or something. That would probably fix a lot of it right there. Because half the time, all I got to do to be able to see anything is just run through the pile, pick up all the gold, and then bam, I can see everything that's in the pile. Which I usually do anyway. What do I want to craft? I got 1 jewel, so I can craft 1 thing. What do I want to craft? What do I want to craft? Craft. I just want to craft. My belt is still trash. Let's do another belt. Well, let's do one more belt. We want to see it melt. Let's do just one more belt. Gotta do a single belt. I'm gonna hit that smelt. We gotta craft a belt. I wanna do it, baby, baby belt. Oh, we gotta gamble a belt. I think Mr. Doohan is staring at me. Yes, Mr. Doohan, what's up, buddy?
You alright? Guess Itchum's head? Or is that Mr. Dusty? I can't tell. They look so similar. Now he's gonna get offended. He's gonna be like, I do not look like him. He looks like me. I was here first. Alright, come on. Big money, no whammies, 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 big woman, no whammies, big woman, big woman. I'm scared. It's like so barely better than mine, but it is better than mine, so you know what? Sold. Put my other helmet back on. Got cold res on it. 10%. It's a lot. It's really not a lot. I just don't have a lot of resistances. Alright, let's just keep rolling on through. Zombie, 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 zombie. Ow. I need a better weapon like yesterday. Ethereal vambraces. I'm just trying to attack the same monster as my Mercenary because it's the only way I can kill anything with any kind of expediency right now because my damage is awful. And I think about games like Last Epoch and how Last Epoch basically requires you to use a loot filter, and I just can't. Like, it's not just that like the game that it's an optional thing that you can use. Like you can't really play Last Epoch without a loot filter. Like that game has so much trash loot, so much of it is just absolutely worthless and has absolutely no value whatsoever, and it's like if you want to play Last Epoch, you pretty much have to set up a loot filter. To which I often just say, like, I don't want to play the garbage itemization game. It's like a Band-Aid. It's like they realized just how bad the itemization was in that game. And they're like, you know what, let's just put a loot filter in so it filters out like 90% of the loot in the game. Actually, 90% is undercutting it, more like 95%. I'm not really sure about adding eye level to the equipment because it has much less of an effect than other games. I mean, it would be nice to be able to see it for crafting purposes, but what would be the purpose of seeing it otherwise? Like, unless you're deliberately crafting an item, like, what would be the purpose of being able to see the eye level? So, I mean, blue items specifically. Like, if you could see the eye level of blue items, I guess that would make crafting easier. But, like, thinking about it from another perspective, like, what's the value of seeing the eye level of a
say like unique item or rare item or set item. I mean, it's very specific to crafting. Like, it has pretty much no other purpose. Some of the best items in the game can actually have very low eye levels. Like, you can have boots that are like level 30 that have an eye level of like level 29 or something like that, that literally just beat just about any other pair of boots that you can find in the game. So like, it doesn't necessarily, like, it's not even really required. And the eye level of the piece of equipment isn't really enough for crafting. Like, you need more than that. I'm not really sure just showing the eye level of the item would be enough to help people craft, because you need to also know the formula for how you arrive at the function. I mean, they could put that in there. They could have like a little formula that would take your level and divide it, and then take the level of the item and divide it, and then put it together to equal the total and tell you what the crafted level would be for your specific character or something. I guess that could be a thing. It's attempting to double his target. What kind of target doubling are we doing? Kind of sound like Ormus. Ormus was once a great mage, but now Ormus is a rat in a sinking ship. Ormus likes to talk about himself in the third person. Why didn't I buy the sword with the amp damage? Because it's a normal quality weapon. Look at Mr. Dusty go running in his wheel, yo. He is super fasty, yo. Look at Mr. Dusty go. He's a really fast boy. Gonna hit you in the toy. Baby, baby. He's a fasty, fast boy. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Dang, he hit hard. Oh yeah, I'm also doing a challenge, so. Speed running Chinchilla, hey. He gon' run 4 days. He came over to stare at me again. He said, "You better not be talking about me, because if you's talking about me, we's gonna fight." I was just admiring your form. You's got a very good chinchilla form. Why you guys stare at me like that? What'd I do? I didn't do nothing. I was just cheering you on. I was trying to cheer you on and give you good advice. Why you gotta stare at me with evil demon eyes? Don't be demonizing me. He literally ran over to the bars and he's just staring at me. You want to see a picture of him? I got a picture of him staring at me. Like, hold on. I'm going to show you a picture of him staring at me. He comes over to the bars and he just stares at me. He heard me like talking about him or something, and he just comes over and like just give me like the evil eye. He gives me the evil eye. There it is.
Look at it. Look at it. He just came over and he starts staring at me. Look. It's like this. He just ran up to the bars and he's just staring at me. All because I said run, run, run. I was like, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. And he just comes up to the bars and just starts staring at me with these evil eyes. He like, boy, boy, boy. And then he just sits there and stares at me for like 5 minutes. Yeah, the Merc can proc amp, but if I put an amp weapon on him and it doesn't have any life leech or anything, or there's not any like significant amount of damage on it, he'll just die. Without life leech, he can't survive. He's wearing all magic equipment, for God's sake. Smack him, whack him, mark him with a B. Hit him in the big old butt cheek. You know, speaking of zombies, like, wouldn't zombies' arms and legs fall off, like, relatively easily? Like, now that I think about it. Like, because isn't your like, ball joint right here, like, that holds your arm on, and your hip joint, essentially, aren't they, like, generally sealed with, you know, like, organic type materials that kind of, like, hold the suction? So you got, like, things like cartilage and there's, like, ligaments and all sorts of other things that kind of hold it into place. And after a while, wouldn't the, like, cartilage and stuff start to break down to the point where, since there's nothing maintaining it, where, like, your shoulder would probably, like, pop out of its socket really easily? And maybe your hip bone would, like, pop out of its socket really easily. Like, at which point, you know, like, yeah, like, the ball joints specifically would be a target, because they're kind of sealed with organic materials, right? That would start to break down over time. And so, you know, the zombie would probably have, like, dislocated joints that would be relatively inoperative, because, you know, it's not like they're gonna know to push the joint back in. Yeah, like synovial fluid and, like, all sorts of other stuff. It would start to degrade rather rapidly, and it wouldn't be able to maintain its like, you know, cohesiveness over a long period of time. Not unless there's something actually maintaining it. Like, the zombies that are alive, yeah, sure, the zombies that are alive, yeah, they can probably maintain it. But, like, not the zombies that are dead. Like, the dead zombies, it would probably so slowly decay until their ball joints and stuff would be just, like, randomly disconnecting. Yeah, bone hurting juice. Bone hurting juice. Rigor mortis doesn't really last that long. I thought I used to think it lasted a long time too, but, like, apparently rigor mortis is a relatively short-lived process. I mean, even, like, at the most, it's like a day. Even less than that, honestly, but I'm giving it some mythical credit and, like, throwing it a bone. There's a couple really cool stories of, like, rigor mortis. Like, one of the most famous ones was a Japanese samurai that was protecting a bridge. That was actually a pretty famous example of it. Hey, what's up, Novocaine? Welcome. Thanks for the raid, man. Hyperion Javelin. And that's gonna take some time here. Let's focus targets. Keep on focusing. Actually, don't. Let's take off the shield too. Let's get the damage up. Get them damage up, cause my damage sucks. Get that damage up, cause my damage sucks. I just need to hit the target with a big old sword. Need to hit the target with a big old sword. Oh yeah? Well, glad you like it. I like the name. Novocaine. That's a pretty cool name. I like how it works. Just watch out for butterflies, okay? Gotta watch out for butterflies. What's wrong with Rakanishi? He's a hero among his people.
Rogues are safe for the moment.
Rakanishu is a hero among his kin. He is a heroic fallen. Like, they cry his name, like, when they're running after you. Like, they literally use his name, like, as a weapon against you, like, as a battle cry. They're like, Rakanishu! Like, what's wrong with Rakanishu? What is wrong with my boy? He is a hero to his kind. He is a powerful warrior. Formidable indeed. And he's a prolific dropper of Harlequin Crest Shaco if you poke him in the butt.
The order welcomes you.
He gives gifts. You rock knee shorts all the time? Knee shoes? Knee shoes, Raku knee shoes? Ha ha ha, I gotcha. I got it. I was confused there for a second, but I got it. Sharkos, that's right. Baby shark goes doot 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 doot. Baby shark goes doot 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 doot. Baby shark goes doot 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 doot. Baby shark goes. I've been blocked by at least 6 people, like right this second when I started singing that song. Baby shark goes doot 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 doot. Baby shark goes doot 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 doot. I don't have any more jewels, do I? Oh, no, I do have 1 jewel. I guess I can craft 1 more item. I don't want to craft though. I'm kind of sick of this terrible amulet. Let's try a blood amulet. I can't remember what blood amulets require. I think it's an Amrune. I don't have an Amrune. I could do a blood ring. I haven't done a blood ring yet. That'd be fun. Let's try a blood ring. It's a soul rune. You go gamble up a fresh ring-a-ding-ding-dang-dong. 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 Ring-a-ding-ding. Ring-a-ding-ding. Ring-a-ding-ding-dang-dong. Because that ain't the words. I'm pretty sure Rakanishu was literally somebody sneezing. That's what that name is. Somebody at the the Blizzard headquarters sneezed like that. That's what they sounded like. I can eat you. I can eat you. I can eat you. Bum, 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 bum. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's got AR, it's got max damage, it's got life leech, it's got strength, energy, and life. It's kind of neat. I guess we could throw it in the place of this one, which doesn't really have anything except for poison res. I don't really care about poison res anyway. A little bit less AR, a little bit more life leech. The strength, energy, and life. It's kind of a nice combination. I'll take it. I ain't mad at it. Alright, 20 points in Conk. Conk is now maxed. My scouts have reported an abomination in the monastery. An abomination in the monastery. An abomination gonna hit you with the nation. Abomination. I think there's a weapon rack at the monastery, isn't there? Bum, 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 bum. I'm pretty sure there's a weapon rack at the monastery. I don't remember. I mean, at the burial ground. I don't remember where the weapon rack is, though. There's a weapon rack and I think an armor rack. And I don't remember if they're in the mausoleum or if they're in the... I think it's the other one. I think it's the crypt. Let's go take a look. Start clicking on Jank. Clicking on Jank. Clicking on Jank. Come on down and click on Jank. Clicking on Jank. Clicking on Jank. Rubber raccoon paws every way. Clicking on this. Clicking on that. Clicking on this. Clicking on that. Yeah, there is a weapon rack here. Okay. Let's see if we can do some manipulation of this weapon rack and force it to drop us a legend sword. So, weapon rack manipulation from this far away should be relatively easy done. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try a run directly from the Bloodmoor, and we're going to see what we get with a run directly from the Bloodmoor. We're going to follow the road exactly, keeping the variables as similar as we possibly can. The reason why we're going to follow the road is because the road is going to travel through certain chunks, and we want to make sure we're traveling through the chunks in the same order. So we're going to use the road as our metric to essentially find the chunks and make sure that we're traveling through the chunks in the same order as well as at the same timing. And we'll see what we get. If we end up getting a legend sword, then we keep it the same. If we don't get a legend sword, then we start adding in a little bit of variables and we play with it. So in this particular case, we're just going to keep running along the road until we get to the weapon rack, and we'll see what the weapon rack gives us. And then if it doesn't give us what we want, well, then we're going to change the result a little bit and, you know, the variables, and then we're going to see if we can get a different item. It's a pretty far away weapon rack, so I'm not exactly sure if this is even going to work because of how far away it is from the waypoint. We might have to start from Cold Plains waypoint. But if we can get a legend sword to drop, then I can go socket it. We can make our crescent moon, and then we're in the money.
I shall meet death head on.
Oh, I didn't mean to touch you. Alright, so we followed everything precisely down to the letter. Let's click on these two little thingies here. And let's click on the dead rogue. We're going to make sure we do everything the same way. Click on the caskets. Walk through here, take a left. And then we walk through here, take another left. And then we're at the weapon rack. So this time we got a scissors quab. That's not what we wanted. So looks like we got to change it up a little bit. So let's try from Cold Plains this time instead. And let's see if we can force a different item to pop out of the rack. Alright, so this time from the Cold Plains waypoint. Also still following the road because we're going to cross over less chunk borders this time because we're doing the road from a different starting point. Cause I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, need a legend sword. One little, two little legend sword, come on down and we can board. One little, two little legend sword, come on down so we can go. Need a crescent moon for my hand, so you better give me one, my man. Need a little crescent moon I see, come on down and play with me. Kicking all your stuff on the way, don't tell me what to do. Got your undefiled graves and I'm clicking on them, yeah. Undefiled. I need to extra defile the graves. That's what I need to do. A superior quab instead of a scissors quab. Ew. That's disgusting. The scissors quab was at least an elite base. That was a non-elite base. Alright, so this time we are going to do the same thing again, but we are not going to follow the road. So this way we will cross chunks at random instead of crossing chunks directly. And we're just going to keep going in a straight line, not really caring about where the road is. Since we know where it is, we don't have to worry about that. Alright, let's go betwixt the bushes. Both of them were a superior quab. I thought it was a scissors quab last time, but maybe I was wrong. Alright, let's go this way. Ambulato, gelato. Let's see if we change the result at all, or whether it's just exactly the same as before. Sometimes these weapon racks can be rather finicky, especially when you have something like this one, which is coming from a specific direction. So this time we got a superiority. So we did force a different result, but not the result we wanted to force. Let's play with it some more. We need to tickle its butthole and stuff. Look, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, okay? Don't make the rules. Oh, a gem shrine. Yes, please. Oh, this is great. Yeah, we got like a multiple path here with multiple different chunks. This will definitely make a different result. And then what we'll do is we'll come up here and we'll follow the road again. That way we get like a similar pathing. We don't really have to pay attention to the path that we're taking until we get the result that we want, and then we have to pay attention to the path we're taking. So like, the thing is because I'm recording, I can always go back and I can just look and see what path I took, and I can just recreate the path. It's not even that difficult. But like, if you weren't recording, you would have to pay attention to every single path and like write it down or something. I don't know. Because once you finally get the result, you would need to, you know. Yeah, exactly. So we got a superior throwing knife that time. That is da poopies. We do not want a superior throwing knife. That is not what we want at all. Is there another weapon rack? No, there's a chest. Something about the tile set made me think there's a second weapon rack. It does look like there's two. Yes, it looks like there's a second weapon rack, like up here somewhere. It would be like up here to the left? No, that's not the right room. It's not the right room tile. I'm just looking. Like, we've already messed up the thing. There's the super chest right here. Amethyst in it. Ooh, a jewel. I need that for crafting. Give me that. I'm just trying to see if there's any other weapon racks we can add into the run. It doesn't look like it. Unless there's one I'm missing. Flawless ruby. Nice. Oh, yep. There's the other one right there. Feral claws. Okay. We can start adding in the second weapon rack then. We can even do them in specific orders, like by doing one weapon rack and then the other weapon rack, which will change the results. So this one's all the way over in the corner. That's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to get to. That linked mail's worth some money. I mean, I have no doubt that I will eventually... Holy Jesus, that's a nice jewel. Wow, that is beautiful. 3 mana after each kill with 14 max damage, only level 18. That thing is gorgeous. Unfortunately, I can't use it. And the Mercenary has no use for +3 mana after each kill, but absolutely a beautiful jewel. Just gorgeous looking jewel. Aureolic Jewel of Carnage. Boom, 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 boom. It's about to get burned because I have no use for it. So
You know what? I want to gamble another amulet. Amulets are rather sensitive to level. You get like plus to skills and things from them. I'm gonna go gamble a higher level amulet. I know this one's not really very high level. 63,000 gold though. And of course I get a rare one. Every single time I want a blue one, I get a rare one. DR7. But other than that, has like nothing really all that great on it. It rolled summoning skills, obviously not what I want. Block chance is much lower. Doesn't have the 2 reses. Poopy. It got the duties. The duties. Alright, so now we're gonna do one where we basically just run straight up. And we're gonna go around this way. And then we're gonna go straight east or west or whatever. And just cut straight across. Try and keep it as straight as I can, despite the fact that there's like a bunch of freaking sticks and rocks in my way. Sticks and rocks and rocks and sticks. Sticks and rocks and sticks and rocks and rocks and sticks and sticks and rocks. Come on down and get some clocks. An Ist rune. Ooh, boys. Now that's something. What if we make that happen again? Damaged legend sword. Oh, baby, I think we did it. We managed to force one to pop out anyway. Didn't come from the weapon rack, but hey. Does it really matter where it came from, yo? No, I don't really think that it does, ho. Superior legend sword for me. That's what we got, and that is key. Come on down, you can see. Superior legend for me. And I've got a sword that is a legend. Don't tell me what to do. I'm going to take a poo. Alright, so we've got the legend sword, and that's great and all, but that Feral Claw still has +1 blade shield, exactly like the last one that had +1 blade shield. That's pretty funny. Can we reprint the Ist rune? Maybe? I don't know. What does Ist go up to? I don't remember. It's Mal to Ist, and then Ist to... why am I forgetting? Ist to Gull? Is it Ist to Gull? I think it's Gull.
Good to see you.
Okay, so how do we print the Ist rune? Well, we have to do the same exact thing we did last time. So we have to come out here and we have to just go straight up. Unfortunately, there was a lot of stuff I did on the way, and I got stuck here, so I had to do some leapies. And I had to go around this way, which was kind of a pain in the butt. I don't know if I'm going to be able to recreate this exactly, to be perfectly honest. So, like, I know I clicked on some doojanks on the way, and, like, kind of ran through here and got stuck on, like, half the crap that I was trying to bypass. Like, got stuck on the tree and had to go up this way. And then, like, I think I went back and clicked on a rock back there, so I think I already messed it up. And then I'm pretty sure I went straight to it instead of going around. So I went this way, and then I pretty much clicked on everything going through. So I clicked on the dead rogue, and I clicked on that, and I think I already passed the point where the Ist rune would have dropped, so Doesn't look like I did it properly. It's too far away from the base to get like a solid like drop chance on that. I don't think that's gonna actually happen. Alright, so I should be able to repair that legend sword with an eld rune, and I should be able to still get 3 sockets on it no matter what. So I think I'm set. I can go ahead and make my crescent moon now. It would be sad if it only got like 2 sockets or something, but I'm pretty sure the minimum number of sockets is 3. Like, no matter what. Like, no matter what the eye level is, no matter like what's going on with the item, it's always level 3. It's always 3 sockets is the bare minimum. Unless the item has a lower number of sockets than 3, which we do know that the legend sword is 3 sockets, so we're set anyway as far as I can tell. So we just need to repair it with an eld rune first to fix it so it's not broken, and then we'll take it over to Larzik in nightmare difficulty and then socket it up so we can make our crescent moon. I would have liked to have not wasted a socket quest on it, but honestly at this point, after all this farming and still not being able to find one, I ain't mad about it. I'm gonna socket it. That's what we're gonna do right now. So let's go ahead and head to nightmare difficulty. All right. Hey, +2 paladin skills.
Good day.
I'm gonna be doing the legend sword. The Legion Asayodo. I finally did find one. It's a damage legend sword though, so I have to repair it. I also found a Ist rune, which I have no clue what to do with that. We need to like take a quick look on like Diablo 2.io and see where we can go from there. Like, hold on, let me go to Diablo 2.io and just get an idea of like what we could potentially use an Ist rune for. Or actually, no, let's not do Diablo 2.io. Let's do Diablo 2 Rune Wizard. Rune Wizard has a very neat calculator that we can put in that'll tell us all the rune words that we can make with what we currently have access to. It's pretty neat. So we're going to go tools, and then we need to go to rune word calculator. That's it right there. Okay. So let's just go ahead and clear this out real quick. Scan image. Oh, I can just do an image file? That's kind of cool. Okay. Well, let's just do that then. So there's all my runes right there. Alright, there we go. So what can we make? No runes. Can miss no runes. Crescent Moon, Ground, Cure, Bulwark, White, Rhyme, Radiance, Lore, Zephyr, Stealth, Malice, Nadir, Steel, Temper, Insight, Holy Thunder, Ancient's Pledge, and Leaf. So it doesn't look like Ist is usable in any recipes that I currently have access to. I believe I can set it up to include up transmutes or something. Actually, let's do one away. Let's see what we can do with one away. Let's see if there's anything with Ist rune in it with one away. Delirium. I don't think Delirium's going to be better than what I'm currently using, unfortunately. Like, I get the feeling that it's just not even close to the ridiculous bulwark that I crafted. I mean, it would be nice from like a curse standpoint to like keep the monsters away from me, I guess. Oh, that's great. Resistance is literally every single thing has resistance in it, which doesn't really help me at all. Searching was useless. Okay, so I don't think that Istrune allows us to do anything. I think that's pretty much the moral of that story. Okay, so we need the repair recipe for the damaged legend sword. Bow, 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 bow. Beep, 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 beep. Repair. Or not. That's not the one I'm looking for. There it is. Okay. So Eld rune plus a low quality weapon equals a normal quality weapon of the same type. So we need to put an Eld rune in here. We don't need to do the chip because it's not. Actually, no. I think we do need to do the chip. Do I have a chip? All right. So we should be able to socket it and get 3 sockets. There's no reason why it shouldn't get 3 sockets. Even repaired, the minimum number of sockets should be 3, so we should be fine. I freaking really hope so, because we spent a long time trying to farm a legend sword and we finally got one, and it would be really sad if we only got like 2 sockets or something. Okay. Whew. Alright, now let's not mess up the rune word, shall we? Yeah, we're going to make Crescent Moon, which is probably the best thing that we can make right now. I mean, obviously, we'd love to have something else, like a grief or a death or like any other number, like an oath or whatever. But, like, Crescent Moon is the best thing that we can make right this second. Right? It's the best thing we can make right this second. So I believe it's Shale tier. But let's be sure. Yeah, so Shale tier. And let's pull up the rolls on that real quick. I'm pretty sure it's just the damage. So it rolls between 180 to 220, so only a 40% roll. And then it has some magic absorb on it, which rolls between 9 to 11. And that's it. So it's really just the 180 to 220% enhanced damage. So we're looking for a 220 is essentially what we're looking for. So Shale tier. Shale babink. Babink. Tier. Babink. Oof. We got like a bottom roll, 183. But, I mean, come on. Look at my damage right now, okay? Look at my poopy damage, okay? Watch this. Boom. Look at that difference in numbers. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's freaking crazy. It's nuts. Dude, my damage, like, what is that, like, damage-wise? Hold on, let me see. So I've got, how much damage am I doing right now? 1,279. And this is, and it has, you know, like static field proc and stuff on it too, which makes it even better, right? But like, okay, so 1,279. So what I was doing was 430, right? So divided by 430. I'm doing like 3 times, not even counting the chain lightning, not even counting the static field, not even counting like the negative 35 res or the ignores targets defense or any of that stuff. Like, don't even count any of that stuff. I'm doing 3 times more damage already just on the raw number output. So easily more than 300%, like probably 400 or 500% more. Like when you start counting in things like the chain lightning, the static field, the ITD, like all that stuff. Just absolutely insanely better damage weapon than what I was using before. Let's go slap some hose down in let's go slap some hose down in hell difficulty with our brand new sword. Oh yeah, and by the way, I totally forgot. I can do this. So, granted, I don't want to do that because, you know, obviously I lose all my resistances and that's bad. But look at that damage when I take off the shield. 1,139 to 2,113.
So I go up even further if I take the frickin' shield off and I just run it as a two-hander and just run around bonking everything to death.
Hello.
Static is AoE, so absolutely amazing. I still have Crushing Blow, although it's not like as much as I would like. Crushing Blow is meh. It's meh. Meh. Mer. Get those bat cheeks. What? Choom 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 choom. Yeah, I'm gonna thwack something right now. Come on down and get thwacked, boys. Come on, what you want? Some of this? I'm about bow, ow, down, bow, No, my mercenary's dying. Stop dying. Haha, I killed your leader before you killed my mercenary. You pathetic being.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I got little wolvies. I don't know if I want to use those though. They cost lots of money. Those are expensive. I guess technically I could use them and have a little army. How many wolves do I get from my little summon thing? I got what? Maximum wolvies 5. I get 5 wolvies. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh no, I forgot you can't. No, you can. Oh, you can't swap because the pre-buff. No, you can't do the pre-buff swap. No, I forgot you can't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't do the swippy, so I gotta control my fingers. No, pre-buff swap. No, get your hands off the keyboard. No, don't press the W key. If you press the W key, all your wolvies will die. And if all your wolvies die, then you will be very sad because all your wolvies will be dead. Oh no, all the wolvies are already dead. They're all dying. No! Run away, Theo! Run away! I only have one wolvie left. Only one wolfie. Why are there so many by the waypoint? What is going on right now? Stop being so frickin' rude. I will beat the crap out of you, stupid punk frickin' bastard. Yeah, get it. Oh, immune to lightning. Okay. I see how this is. No static field for me, huh? No static field for me. That's okay. I'm gonna stick on. Ow, it hurts so bad. Why is it hurt so bad? Oh, God. Frickin' not freaking cold. Beat you down, stupid. Right. Oh, there's 2 of them, and they were both immune to lightning. Bow, 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 bow. Well, we did it, boys. We're here. Got that crescent, boom with fear. Gonna kill them all with beers. Don't care, not a single tear. They all getting wrecked, and I don't really care. I'm gonna hit them right in their ugly hair. Looky here, little evil dark hunters. I don't care what you got going on her. Punks. Alright, what am I putting points in now? I was thinking shout. Nah, find item doesn't really have any value to me unless I want to start, like, trying to farm runes. But even then, like, find item's not the greatest for finding runes. I still gotta kill things fast, and I gotta hork the corpses. I'm not really sure find item is my best bet on this run. Because, I mean, in general, like, rares are useless to me. Like, uniques are useless to me. Sets are useless to me. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. I feel like going for like being tankier or something would probably be a better idea. Would help out my merc too, right? Also increase the duration of my battle orders and whatever, you know, whatever else, so it lasts longer. Like I think going for shout at this point is probably my best bet. Just
keep beefing up my my defenses and keep making my character stronger. That way I can get in there and I can actually dish out damage. Hopefully without a shield. Like, that's my goal. I don't want to have to wear a shield, but I will if I need to. Big upgrade, man. Big upgrade. We got the big upgrade. Big upgrade. Come on, brother.
Derek Hunter gonna punch him in the eye. Don't care what you say to beat some pies. I'm gonna get you.
What's up, Mr. Gloomplocks? It would be a shame if somebody beat the crap out your face.
Beat the crap out your face. Beat the crap out your face. Beat the crap out your face. Beat them crapping out your face. Come back here, little fallen boy. Don't get messed up, because that's what's going to happen to you. Gotta check the super bed. Gonna do the boom, 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 boom. Can I kill ho?
I wonder if this would be a good time to go back to Nightmare difficulty, check and see what the TZ is, and run the TZ for a little bit to like get tons of EXP. Because I mean, not to say that it's hard here, because it's not, but could end up with something really good if we ran the TZ for a little bit. I don't know what the TZ is though. Look, ma'am. I mean, honestly, we're having no trouble killing anything here, so I guess maybe we just stay. I don't even have my my Ancient's Pledge on right now because we're not fighting any monsters that actually emit any kind of elemental damage attacks, so.
Superior Fanged Helm. Eat the poopies. Eat it out of good. Eat the dookie pookie dookies.
Alright, we need to go the other way because we don't want to go to Barrel Grounds. We want to go to Stonyfield. What's that? What she got? Lightning enchanted? Why they always got to be lightning enchanted, though? All the monsters nice and softened up for me too. Like, this is glorious. The static field's working great.
What's up, Gold Magic 5? I can actually kill stuff now, man. I can actually kill things. This is great. Another legend sword. Broskis. Another legend sword.
We don't need all these Y-handers anymore. I'm gonna drop those Y-handers on the ground. I think we're pretty much done with all those Y-handers. If it's a class item, yes. So if you find a class helmet or something, like a druid helmet or a barbarian helmet, and you bring it to the imbue window, and it doesn't have any skills on it beforehand, doesn't matter because it's going to re-roll everything when it rolls. Now there is a possibility that it could roll with nothing again. So don't take that to mean that it didn't re-roll the skills. Like, there is a possibility that it could re-roll nothing, which is the same thing that happened the first time when it rolled. I mean, it rarely ever happens, but yes, if you imbue an item, it can roll that way. My suggestion is to imbue a high-level item. So one of the things about imbuing that's actually something that people figured out a long time ago is that an item cannot be lower eye level than its Q level, essentially. So if you pull up an item and you look at the item level, or the Q level, and the Q level is really high, and even if you're a low-level character, the item will still imbue as a really high-level item because it's a really high-level item. Whereas normally it's based on your character level when you imbue the item, so you basically wait until you're a really high-level character. But you don't have to wait until you're a really high-level character if you use a high-level item. So if you pull up like a TC class list, like TC class for D2R, the TC class for D2R shows you all the Q levels as well, usually. For instance, like if you were to imbue something like a Dream Spirit for a Druid, the Q level for that item is 85, which means it cannot be lower than level 85. So even if you're like a level 8 character or something, or like a level 10 character, and you imbue a Dream Spirit, you will get a level 85 Dream Spirit. Basically, this works for anything, right? So all of these high-level items, when you imbue them, they will always be high-level items when you imbue them because their minimum eye level is essentially the Q level that they're at. Right? So that's why people a lot of the times will imbue a diadem, because diadems are a Q level 85, which means that they cannot drop below 85 at any point, right? So they have to be an 85 item when they're imbued. If you use something like a tiara, the problem with a tiara is it's a much lower level item, which means that it can potentially go much lower. It's a level 70 item, and that means that it drops below the level to get like +2 skills, and various other things. Like, you might not get all of the bonuses that you want on a tiara versus a diadem, which has a much higher level. Like, it's a trick that's been known in imbuement for a long time, is that basically you find an item that's really high level and then you imbue that item because it's guaranteed to be a high level item, and it can never drop in level either. So another thing about these items is that they cannot drop in level past that point, even if there is a recipe. It causes them to drop in level. So if you look up the Herodric Cube recipe for re-rolling rare items, there's a formula that causes the item to actually decrease in level as it is re-rolled. The formula is actually... Sorry. I'm dying. Don't mind me. I'll try to find the formula real quick. Hold on. Here it is. Okay, here's the formula. The formula is eye level equals in it's basically int with 0.4 times sea level plus 0.4 times eye level. This means that the item actually goes down in level. So, like, for instance, if you had an 85 diadem, and you take that diadem and you multiply it by 0.4, you get level 34, right? Then you take your sea level, and let's say that you're also level 85, and you multiply that by 0.4, and then you end up with another 34, and you add them together, you only get a level 68 item. Right? So the way that this recipe works is it actually causes the level of the item to go down as you roll it, which means that even if you imbue the item at a high level, and then you re-roll it with skulls, it goes down. And it continually goes down with each time you basically re-roll the item. The unfortunate side effect of that is that, like, it can potentially get too low, and then it no longer rolls really good things like +2 skills and whatnot.
So the reason why people will always use this item specifically, like these high level items, is because they can't go below the minimum level for that item, right? So say for instance you had an item that was, say, like level 86, right? Well, if you roll the item and it drops below that level, like for instance like we just did at level 68, it can't do that. Its minimum eye level is level 86. But let's say we crafted it at level 90, right? And then you take that, you go 90 times, 0.4, and then you take your 36, and then we're level 92, so 90 times 0.4, and then we add 36 and 36 together, and we get 72. The level will drop from level 90, but it won't drop to 72. It drops to 86 or 85 or whatever the minimum is, and it goes no lower than that, which is the reason why people like to imbue these items of high eye level, because that way when they re-roll them later with skulls, and they're probably going to do that like 10, 20, 30 times as they collect skulls, they'll never drop below that level, and they can just keep re-rolling them over and over and over again. You probably seen me use the 6 perfect skull recipe at some point. Swayam! Dragonflight. Boopity doos. Doopy poopy doopy doos. Doopy poopy poopy roos. Poopy 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 doos. Doopy 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 doos. The deadest of rogues. A rogue so dead. Six perfect skulls and a rare item rerolls the rare item, as I just explained. Alright, so finding the waypoint would be nice. Ooh, conviction aura, yucky. And might aura. Let's go ahead and put the portal down here, and then that way when we find the waypoint, we can just teleport back to town and take the teleport back down to the escape code. Superior jawbone cap. I need as much money as I can get. I just totally overwrote my portal too. That was smart. Stupid foul crows. Know ye not the power of the crescent moon? Me crescent moon, me matey. Alright, Stonyfield waypoint found. Doing a good job murdering things now that we have a beautiful crescent moon in our hands, which I ain't mad about. Not even a little bit. Took me all day to get this crescent moon, though. It's at 10 hours and 19 minutes into this live stream, and I finally got access to the crescent moon.
Yup. Dude, I love the attack speed on this thing. Not only does it have good damage, but it also attacks way faster. Love that attack speed. Look at it going to work. Working hard for its money. Working hard for its money. Doom, 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 doom. Working hard for its money. Doom, 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 doom. Working hard for its money. And you better treat me right. Alright, skeleton archer. If I had a lumrune, that would be amazing, Joe. A lumrune would be nice. I have not a lumrune, though. And a lumrune I have not. I have not found one. I found an ist, though. Can't really use the ist for anything. I think that ist rune does me no good whatsoever unless I have a recipe to use it in. I think delirium is like the only thing I could potentially make. Which is a plus skills armor, helmet. Plus 2 skills with a bunch of like proccing curses like confuse and like mind blast, and it also has a chance of turning me into a little tiny doll and running around stabbing things with a little tiny doll knife. Which is actually pretty hilarious, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I lose the Valk if I take off the armor. Actually, I don't know. They kind of messed around with it. I think sometimes she stays, sometimes she doesn't. She's very useful. Honestly, for 2 reasons. She's useful to keep me alive, and she's also useful to help keep my Merc alive because she spreads the damage a little bit. Helps the Merc stay alive, which has been extremely useful. Nice. Spirit Mask. Oh, wow, 3 hunger, 2 tornado, 1 rabies. That's worth some money. That's worth a couple dollars. Okay, what next? More shout, I think. I think we just keep beefing up shout. I think that's the play. Let's get that defense through the roof so we stop getting hit by everything. Also helps out on Mercenary, so he's not getting hit by everything. And the Valkyrie, so she's not getting hit by everything. Keep our eyes out for elite armor bases too, because we're going to want to swap to an elite armor base at some point, even if we just keep the piece armor, which I don't know if we will, but like it's definitely an option to potentially go to a different armor. I mean, I don't know exactly what armor I would go to at this point, but Myth is plus 2 skills, but it also has that stupid hit causes monster to flee howl thing on it, which is stupid. And I think it also has like a taunt on it too. Like it's got both. I'm not really a big fan of Myth. I think it's one of the worst Runewords. It has like moderately okay usefulness on like a low-level Warcry Barbarian or something, which is like the only real use that it has. Like if you're actually meleeing stuff, you kind of don't want things running away from you all the time, which is what Howl does. And like barbarians don't even really care about plus the skills all that much. It's like a okay at best armor for like maybe a low level character, and then falls off really fast. I mean, ideally something like Venom could be really good, or something, I don't know. Like, there's a couple different potential options. I mean, not Venom, sorry, Treachery. Maybe a Hustle, Duress, if we find another Rune. Dude, this is going so much more smooth now that I got this weapon. Like, we could probably make it through most of the game with this freaking crescent, man. Obviously, I need to upgrade the my resistances and my defense and get a bunch of, like, better crafted items, which could take a little bit of time, but I think right now our limitation is jewels. We're actually trying to get all the jewels we need to actually do the crafting. Dude, this static field is amazing.
The monsters are so nice and softened up before I get here. Oh man, it's so beautiful. It brings a tear to the eye.
Flesh Flame. Mana Burn, Spectral Hit, Teleportation. Did he teleport away or did he die? I saw him teleport away at the end, but then I also saw the loot fall. Maybe he did a little bit of both.
Skeleton archer, gotta beat your head in.
What the hell even is this area? This is the biggest underground passage I've ever seen. Dude, it's like going on for miles. Miles and miles and miles and miles and miles, man. Skelly Archer. Down the drain you go, Mr. Boneface. Let's go sell some of this crap real quick. It's filling up my inventory. I really do want to make a rhyme shield. I'm thinking about rolling that. See if I can get 2 sockets. I don't know. Goodbye and goodbye. Those are kind of, one of those was good items. It was a pretty decent, like, what, +5 tornado hat. I mean, I can't use it. I'm not a druid, so I'm just bringing stuff back to sell for money. These characters don't link up with any other my other characters anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Challenge is a challenge is a challenge.
Uh-oh, dead end. Oh god.
My shouts wore off. It's one of the reasons why I hate buffs.
I was wondering why I was dying really quickly there. Shouts gone.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Dead. Dead. Dead.
Let's see if we can make it back to our body. I always hated temporary buffs because temporary buffs would wear off at the most inopportune moments. Like when you're surrounded by a whole bunch of monsters and they want to clap your butt cheeks. You're like, you cannot defeat me, for I have my shield of authority, and my shield of authority prevents all damage while it is... Oh god, no, it's deactivated, oh god. You just get raped. Oops. I have made sure to freshly cast my sword of my aura of authority this time, so that I don't get my butt cheeks clapped this time, but only this time, because I may have messed it up last time, but not this time. I shall mess it up. No, we shall get it correct this time. Yep, that's one of the reasons why you don't see me use CTA on basically any character. Now, when it's the Barbarian, on the other hand, I feel like the Barbarian has a clear advantage in that, is that obviously he can cast his own ability, and he can spam it, and he can also put 20 points into it and increase the duration and all that, but even then, there's still a problem that literally it wears off at random times if you're not, like, studious about it. The longer it is, the better, you know, it becomes, but, like... That CTA is stupid. Like, unless you're a specific character with a large amount of generic plus the skills, it has like no duration whatsoever. It's like 50 seconds or something stupid like that, and it's just not. It's not worth it. Like, it's gonna run out all the time in combat. At least mine lasts 260 seconds, which, you know, that was my fault because I didn't re-up it before I went in there or whatever. But like. I hate being, like, anal about it and just, like, spam casting it all the damn time. Then the barbarians get mad at you, too. They're like, how dare you use your inferior, your trash BO in here. How dare you filthy the air with your non-sophisticated stench of unbureaucratic smells. You dirty whore. I'm not joking, that's literally what happened. That is a word for word reenactment. I have a feeling that if I hadn't found that Umran, I would just be farming for eternity. Because, like, there was no way I was completing hell difficulty with that malice or that strength weapon. Like, it's just... it wasn't happening. Pop, pop. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. So many champions and elites over here. It's crazy. Be worth some good EXP. Yeah, the sheer number of freaking monsters right here. I mean, the fact that I'm actually able to deal with this without dying is pretty impressive, especially since I'm not even using a shield. That was a pretty good showing there, or a pretty good show. It's going to be a really good show. Not exactly the strongest monsters out there, but definitely a large pack of monsters that I just manhandled, so. Win is a win. A win is a win. I'll take the win. Oh, I'm level 69. No, I can't level up anymore. I'm not allowed. It's against the law. It's against the law. I'm not allowed to level up. They called me up and says 69's the limit. You gotta beat the game at level 69. You can do it. We believe in you. Bum, 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 bum. Gut poison the impaler. Boy, if I don't find a way out of here soon, like, I am lost in this jank. Like, it's not up there. I guess it's got to be south. There's literally nothing left. It's like south or not at all. Bow, 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 bow. Dead'em end'ems. Dead end rooms with the monsters inside. They wanna kick me right in the thigh. They said you need a Charlie horse, and we're gonna give you one, of course. Charlie horses. Charlie horses. Charlie! Let's go to Candy Mountain, Charlie! One socket Hydra skull. Dirty, 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 dirty. Alright, we need to find the weapons. Let's just do a little bit of leaping, shall we? Oh, what's up, buddy? Oh, yeah. Confucius say, when Treehead have conviction, or you run. Confucius say, green under the foot means you need to take a foot into the trees. Did he literally follow me all the way by himself? Oh god, no, not by himself. That is a lot of monsters with him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. I got you, fam. Just stay alive. Staying alive. Aha, I killed your butt, Treehead. You shouldn't have followed me. You shouldn't have ran after me from the safety of your tree. Because when you leave the safety of your tree, your body will be sullied. Sullied by the demons of the realm. They will do unspeakable things to you. Unspeakable. Oh my god, why am I chilled forever? I don't want to be chilled forever. I want to be not chilled forever. It would be nice. Why am I so chilly? So very cold. To the very marrow of my bone I am chilled. To the very chill of my marrow I am boned. I'm just clicking on everything. I don't even care. Shut up.
I am raccoon. I am raccoon. Coon of rac. Me am raccoon. You do not tell one raccoon what to do. Me am raccoon. Do much raccooning. You not know the way. I know the way, but you not know the way.
Oh yeah, trees totally not safe. Up.
I have translated the runes on your scroll. Transluted them. We can rescue Kane. Kane must be rescued. Rescuing, 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 oh, rescuing,
I can't
rescuing,
carry anymore.
rescuing, rescuing, ah, baby, rescuing. Deckard Kane, Deckard Kane. Kane, Deckard Kane, come on down, it's Deckard Lame. Killed by a butterfly, Deckard Kane. Girls with a time machine. I'm going back to the Titanic. Boys with a time machine. I'm saving Deckard Kane. That damn butterfly won't get him this time. Why are you so mean? Looking at your stones. Clicking on your stones. You can't stop me. I'm messing with your stones. Oh god, he's stopping me. Oh god, he stopped me. He stopped me. He said, oh yeah, wanna bet? Said, wanna bet? Wanna bet, sucker? Operation Take That Homie Out. Operation Take That Homie Down, you see. Operation Take That Homie Down for me. Punch him right in his ugly winky wee. Take him right down to the ground for me. Right to the dirt. Make it hurt. Dude, they ain't safe nowhere. Like, they're trying to ambush every single waypoint. A rare heavy belt. They ambushing this one too? Ethereal doo-doo. That's doo-doo right there. That's what that is. I doo-dums. Alright, we need as much money as we can get, so we gotta keep picking up items for sale. Alright, we're approaching rebuff.
The hell the portal didn't appear.
Good evening.
I bugged it, guys. The portal's not there. Oops.
No. No, the portal's not there. What is this? Why does everybody got conviction and might? Oh god, negative resistances. I need my shield. No. No, it hurts so bad. So much negative res. Holy ambush, Batman. Where's the portal at? The portal is just conveniently missing. That's great. I guess I have no choice but to leave and come back. Ba boom boom ba boom 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 ba ba boom ba 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 boom ba boom ba ba boom ba 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 boom ba. Foul crows everywhere you see. They just want to peck at me. Evil raptor birds for days. Don't even let them haze. Got a evil raptor birds for days, and I do not like them. Kick them in the face. Oh, evil raptor birds trying to eat me all the time. You see, they peck at me from the sky. They come down and they fly. And they got poison talons ripping at my flesh, you see. I do not like it, no. They tried to eat me, yo. And I think they are waiting on the wings of all the trees. Yummy, yummy, yummy me. I guess I am tasty. But when they be coming down, I hit them right in the crown with the sword and split it flat. Make them go frickin' splat. They don't like me very much, no, oh. Cause I tell them that they got to go. Punch them, kick them, poke them, yeah. Don't care what you got to say. Keep on anyway. Stupid Rocka-Nishu's face. Stupid Rocka-Pishu. Ah, die Rocka-Pishu. Haha. I killed your homeboy with my weapons. I light him up with lightning. I don't know why he wasn't frightening, but I killed your homeboy brightening. And he going down to hell. Pretty sure that's where he came from anyway. Don't care what he's gonna do with his pennyway. Dead Rocka-Nishu gonna be dead.
Punch him right in his ugly head. And now look, he's freaking dead. Rocka, 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 pea shoe. Boom, 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 boom. Keep on slicing with your sword. Don't let them take the fjords. Run, Egg-Theo, run. Don't let them get you, Egg-Theo. We gotta rescue Kane. Kane's gibbet, yeah, we gibbet. Come on down, we got Kane from the town. Gonna rescue him all the way back down so he can be again the former champion of men. He's gonna make us a brain. Because wisdom is his main. The Wizard of Oz. Slashing and blashing. I want my EX please. Oh, I see you there. Don't think I don't see you there, Mr. Carver Shaman. Stupid chillums of Chili Town. Alright, one almost down, two almost down. Just keep pushing it, keep pushing it. We're doing way better than we were before. We're actually able to take on multiple targets at the same time, which is great. Foul Maim the Hunter. Undead, gold enchanted, fire enchanted, spectral hit. Good lord. He's got like almost every elemental enchantment except for lightning enchantment. I'm pretty sure he's by nature has really high lightning enchantment resistance too. So he's probably like nearly invincible except for the physical. He doesn't have stone skin, so nice. Mildly helpful for us. Alright, return. Get your butt cheeks clapped. How about that? Oh no, it's Grizzy busy. He already cursed me. I was fast. Get my leg. Alright guys and gals, I've been streaming for 11 hours now, and I think I'm going to call it a night. We made some good progress. We got a Crescent Moon Sword. We made it to Hell difficulty. We're in, you know, Act 1 Hell, doing pretty well now that we got our Crescent Moon. We did a lot of farming, tried to upgrade some of our equipment, got better belt slots. Mercenary's got a better weapon. I mean, overall, I feel like we're starting to push toward Hell difficulty. We can actually start scaling Hell difficulty now. So I think we can definitely get to at least Act 2. We'll see how bad it is in Act 2, because obviously we got like Physimmunes and things like that, which may be a pretty big deal, like ghosts and whatnot. We might have to just leap past the ghosts, to be honest. I guess we'll see. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. It helps out the channel big time because it lets YouTube know that you like my content. And if you like my content, it'll recommend more to you. If you're interested, you can become a member and you can get access to some of my members-only content, as well as new and upcoming videos when I do release them, because whenever I have a large number of videos to upload, I can't upload them all on the same day. So I might have like 10 or 20 videos all uploaded ready for you guys to view that you can't otherwise view unless you're a member.
They will eventually come out if you just want to wait, but if you don't want to wait, you could become a member so you can watch them early. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching. And keep watching.